Gamers? Hello everybody. How are we doing today? Hope you're all doing well and ready for some EU5. It's time. We're finally able to just stream the game. People can be releasing videos now. So the content embargo has dropped as of like 9 minutes ago. So we can get back to playing our Hungary game. Compared to our stream of it the other day, I'll spend some more time kind of explaining why I'm doing certain things and talking about the mechanics as I understand them, in order to kind of show you how I am approaching the game, other than just kind of like playing the game in order to like show things off, if that makes sense. Is I'll actually be trying to somewhat teach you how game work. Teach how game work. Hello, Sundalis, then 6, Black God, Meister Antho, Irish Ninja, Hyder. Hope you're all doing well today. Any new patches? Nope. I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. So, no. All good there. All good there. I think the next update will be when the game releases for me. And then I get, like, the release version. Flanders campaign way, and they're the true Netherlands after all. Those are dangerous words, I think. Usually Netherlands enjoyers are very pro-Holland. I woke up like maybe 15 minutes ago. I stayed up too late last night, okay? Also, sorry Canadians. That's just the way it goes sometimes, you know? Dodgers win it again. Back-to-back World Series. That's it. The Dodgers did not deserve to win that game, though. Kind of a throw. Kind of a throw by the Blue Jays. Dodger pitching was horrendous until my guy Yamamoto got in, and then he kind of did bad too. And then they were warming up Kershaw, and that was very scary, but they got there. Okay, Dodgers win the World Series. Pretty good. Hey Cheetah William, time to use all that EU5 at home training. There you go. Holland only rose out of the swamps because Flemish artists and writers fled there. I didn't say that. I didn't do that. I didn't say that. I'm just reading chat. All right, that's fine. You can believe that. I don't know enough to contest that claim. But yeah. Did you do the exact same thing you did and stay up past the extra hour we got so you can get extra sleep? I guess kind of. Yeah, I did, didn't I? That wasn't intentional though. I was watching. I got a little stuck watching some videos about paleontology. My bad. My bad. Got a little too hyper fixated too late in the evening, and ended up just keeping watching. So, oopsies. But hey, I guess I got that hour, so it works. Team with biggest payroll wins World Series in shocker. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's why they won the Game 7 for sure. Because both teams could have won that. They both kind of threw at different times or got lucky at different times. But yeah, I mean, having lots of money definitely helps. Definitely helps. How would they play a tag with surrounded by hostile religion and culture, aka Ethiopia? I don't know. I haven't played them. I guess you just annex them and convert it. Another answer is probably take a province, release it as a vassal, convert either their culture or their religion, let the vassal do it. They'll be super disloyal. And then like break the vassalage and then annex them and they'll have it all converted for us. I don't know. Usually I would just convert it myself. But depending on the pop levels, right? Taking a province and converting it in Europe is much easier compared to taking a province and converting it in India. There's a lot more people in India. And conversion speed, both religious and cultural, is a flat number, not a percentage. You could increase the flat number by a little bit, but it means that if you get to provinces that have 100,000 people in them, it's going to take a super long time to actually get those conversions to go through. You were still catching up on last live streams. There's so much content out. There is. And now there's going to be even more. But the good thing is, it'll all still be there. It's not going anywhere. So, I wouldn't worry too much about falling behind and whatnot. All right, let me get the game launched here. Oh, they have the time zone release map. Hold on, let's look at this. For the old EU5. Okay, so if you were wondering when the game releases in 2 days, I guess 3 days if you're in Asia, in Australia, these are the general times on the screen. I'll scroll up a bit so everyone can see it. There you go. There it is. Yeah, I don't think I need to read it. I think you guys can figure it out if you were wondering. How do you call this strategy? In Vince Sport, no one plays it World Champions. Well, someone plays it. And I guess, technically speaking, if no one else in the world plays it, you are the World Champions. You know, it's like... eh. I get what you're saying, though. It is for you too. You're 100% failing your exam? No, just don't play. Don't play until you do your exam, whatever that is. Don't do that to yourself. It's not worth it. It is not worth it. Okay, because you're gonna get the game and you're gonna start playing, and then you're not gonna want to stop playing. The exam is more important. Maybe. It might be more important. I'm just saying. U5, pretty good. Pretty good. Speaking of, let's get this thing launched, shall we? Let me actually make sure it's capturing the game. Boom. Boom. All right. Oh, apparently there has been an update. Well, what do you know? It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We don't need to worry about it. Okay, so when we last left off, I think we're like 30 years out from the Black Death. We're about to embrace the first institutions. Well, the institutions from Age 2, that is. And we were starting to go through the process of building up towns all over the place. I believe is what it was. What's the goal for campaign now? Same as it was. Make lots of money. Make Hungary very, very strong. But also to kind of explain what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. Because we don't have like a time limit now, right? So we can just sit here and we can just play. And just like do the things and stuff. And I can talk about it. Loading times are so nice. Much faster than EU4 loading times. Like night and day. Take Wien. Yeah, I mean, that is something that we could look towards doing at some point. Right now, I don't think there's much value in it. But to be fair, the Emperor wouldn't join. I think we have a royal marriage with them, though. At the moment. Yeah. So I should probably wait for that to go away, then we can consider going after Austria. Make play for Emperor? No, I'd rather not. I'd rather not interact with the HRE in any capacity if I don't have to. Right? Like I don't need to worry about that. Not my problem. I'll just stick to Hungary. You know, we'll mind our own business. We don't need to worry about trying to rule over all the Germans. They can all do whatever it is they're gonna do. You can load mods while in-game. Truly revolutionary tech. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. Okay, so it's 1371. Yes, not yesterday. The day before. We just started everything off, and we briefly touched upon some of the mechanics that are in the game, but we didn't really go into depth about them. So I do want to spend some time here talking about some of the most important things to understand. And the first one is going to be control. So control is everything when it comes to the game, because control dictates how much of the tax base actually exists. So if we look at Pest, which is one location away from our capital in Buda, we will see that we have 88% control. What this means is that from the potential tax base of 11.56, which is calculated from all the buildings and RGOs that are here, it actually gets reduced to 10.21. So a location that has 15 control is going to essentially have no tax base. Even if you build it up to be a super mega city, if it only has 15 control, there's not going to be much money left. And remember, the tax base is then taken and given to the estates. It does not go to the crown immediately. Then you tax the estates on the tax base of a location. So in the case of Pest, since that's what we were looking at, the nobility take 2.57%, 25% of the tax base share of the effective tax base, not the potential tax base. They take that, and then we, as of right now, tax them at 24.76%, which is actually a lot, and we get 0.63 ducats from the nobles, and that goes into our coffers. That goes straight into our income here, and can either be used as pure income or can go towards our expenses. And the same thing happens for the rest of the estates. We do not tax the clergy because as Christians, we are not allowed to tax the clergy. I've found that I don't want to tax the clergy anyways because they give research speed. I want them super, super loyal. So the amount of money that I lose to the clergy, I just think of it as paying for research. And then you can also see that the burghers and the commoners, we have a higher tax amount. It's easier to tax it goes commoners, burghers, nobles, usually is from what I found. And you'll also see that the burghers have 46% of the tax base share here. Now, why? Why do the burghers have so much of tax base share here in Pest? We can look at that. Oh, where can we look at that? Well, I know it comes from the political power of the pops. That's what it comes down to. So you see we have all of these buildings here, these guilds that give burghers, right? This papermakers guild hires 800 burghers. And it also, if you look at the marketplace, can increase burgher power. These marketplaces, which aren't fully filled yet, Black Death Moment, increase burgher power by 33.44%, meaning they will take a larger share of the tax base of this location. I don't remember where to find the... Well, I guess you can see it right here. I guess it's literally just look at this, because that's what this is. I believe this is just saying they have 46% power here, and that's why they're getting 46% of the tax base share. You can see that there's only 3,800 burghers here, and yet they have a much higher amount of power. Part of that is because of the marketplaces, but also because higher tier pops have more political power. So nobles, you'll see there are only 283 of them, but they still have an outsized influence with 25% of the base power. So if you build up a bunch of nobles in your cities, that could lead to you not getting as much money. But nobles are actually kind of good, but we can talk about that at a later point. If you look at Buda, which is our capital, you'll see that the burghers have 44%. It's about the same, but we just have a higher total tax base, so we're making a lot more money. Just about double, actually, which is super, super nice. But that is why it's important to pay attention to rivers. I do want to check. Do I actually have my keybinds working? That's why my keybinds aren't working. It reset them? No! That's so sad. That's so sad. Now I gotta remember all my keybinds. Oh, and then on the update in a couple of days, it's probably gonna get rid of them again. Oh no. Hold on. We gotta work with this. We gotta, where is everything that I'm looking for? Raw materials. Okay, that's still on E, so that's fine. It looks like only part of them got removed, which is kind of weird. I'm looking for provinces. I'm trying to remember where I had everything. Oh man, oh man. I usually have vegetation and climate. That's all. Vegetation T, climate shift T. No. Climate I usually put at X, and then topography is at T. This is shift T. This is T. This is gonna make no sense. This is just where I've decided to put my keybinds. You can save and load externally. Yeah, I just didn't do it, which maybe not the best idea. Rivers, get weather. No, I usually have harbor capacity on X. Where do I put climate? Did I put climate on V? And then I'm sure I'll adjust these as time goes on. Maritime presence on X. Harbor suitability on Shift X. Not that those really matter for us in this case, because we're landlocked. Yeah, I mean, that'll probably do for now. I think I'm missing some of them that I use often, but if I run into them, then we can change them. Ha! There we go. Now I can quickly look through all the different things that I need to talk about locations and where to build towns and whatnot. Boom. Does the EU5 have mission trees removed? They don't have mission trees like EU4, if that is what you're asking. Cinema profile is a way to go then? Yeah, I mean, it's probably just a good idea. I'll mess around with it later. Probably like off stream, and I'll make sure that they're all right, and then I'll save it. Is HRB historical possible or ahistorical formable? I don't know, but it is one of them. Show river map mode. The glorious river map mode. It's just rivers. That's it. It just shows you where rivers are. Can you see the mission tree? We don't have mission tree. I don't enable them. I don't find them very good for me. They're decent for trying to teach you how to play the game. All right, what were we talking about? We were talking about tax base. We were talking about control. We were talking about control. So a lot of your game is going to center around asking a couple of key questions. Number one, where can I project control? Number two, is it worth it to try and project control there? And number three, what can I do to get more control? That's what it comes down to. You want more control, always. The answer is roads. You build roads. You build roads from your capital to everywhere, always. Now, that can get a little bit more complicated if you are, say, in Italy and you want to use your natural harbors here. These are good natural harbors that we're looking at right now. Now, let's say you're playing Genoa and you want to put, you want to take Naples. You would use your maritime presence to shoot your control down to Naples, and then from there, you would build roads out. But if you're talking about overland, roads are the best way to do it. Bridges are also good as well. But rivers are the best early game. Specifically, going down rivers. That's why if we... Sorry. If we look at our control map mode, you will see that our control pushes down much better south than it does going west. And there's a road that goes west. If we look at the actual control here, actually I don't even know if this will go down the river at this one. Let's see. It does. So to get from our capital to Vehevar, it is minus 30, base minus 30 proximity cost for going downstream, which is super, super nice. If we look at Pest, we will see that a gravel road reduces it by a base of minus 20. These do not stack. Keep that in mind, so you can't get to minus 50 immediately. But before you get tier 2 roads, rivers are better at pushing control, right? So if you're, say, playing Austria here in Wien, you're going to have a hard time pushing up this river, but you'll have a great time pushing down the Danube. Not that I think Austria can really deal with Hungary early on, at least to make it worthwhile, but you can do it. But that's why it's better for us to project the control down the river. And you can see a little bit, it's not great, but we do have more control down this river than we do, say, going up it. Remember, we have a road that's going down here to Szeged right now, so that's also why this is doing pretty well. We can look at our road map mode here, and we can see that we've gotten a lot of our northern area covered in roads, trying to make sure that we can reach the gold, silver, dyes, saffron. Well, actually, we don't even have one going to the saffron yet. Up in here, trying to get better control over it. Next, we will focus our roads on going into the south and trying to get this section done. You'll notice that I'm kind of ignoring the eastern part of Hungary, and that's just because we're going to struggle to get any control there, even with roads. We have a road going out to Kassa, and this is at 27% control, and we get 5 control from the temple in Kassa. So anything over here is pretty much useless to us right now from an economic point of view, tax-based point of view. The goods, if we were trading them, could be nice. The goods, if we're using them to keep prices low, can be nice. But in general, this is going to be useless until we get tier 2 roads, which is why I released Transylvania, because it may be even longer. 80 control way down south. This is because we integrated a vassal. So it's not actually at 80 control. It's a max control of 11. Here, let me turn the music down a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, that's because we annexed the vassal. Now, there is a strategy that you can do where you use the increased control cabinet action and you move it around to keep places at higher control. I don't like doing that because it feels lame. But technically speaking, if you swapped it between 2 or 3 provinces, that would be a pretty optimal thing to do. But just like how I don't like using itinerant court, I don't like using that because it feels dumb and exploity for me. But you could do that. The AI does that, by the way. The AI will use increased control. Like if we go to this guy, actually he's not. Interesting. Maybe they removed it. Usually, to be fair, usually it is the Sevilla province that Castile does this to. If they keep their capital in the north, they'll always have this at high control. But maybe they don't do that anymore. Should be kind of cool. Kind of cool if the AI did not do that. Well, I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter too much. It's not going to really help the AI in the long term. What does it plan to do with Reformation? Historically, Hungary fell to the Calvinist Reformation, if you recall, until Austria dragged it kicking and screaming back to Catholicism. We'll probably stay Catholic. Why is itinerant court lame? Capital is not some set in stone place, rather city current king favors most of the time. Because that's not why you would choose it. You're choosing it to get the proximity cost, which I think is lame. Like, it's strong. It's the correct decision to make, without a doubt. But I'm not choosing it because I think it's interesting or cool. I'm just choosing it because it's minus 10% prox cost, which I don't really want to deal with or choose. Our capital is Buddha. Our capital is not Pest. It's Buddha, and it's going to stay Buddha, I think. Just a personal preference. Also, moving your capital is bad. It's 1371. It's too late to move our capital. Realistically. Unless you've got a real good reason to do so. If you're going to move your capital, it's best to do it within the first 5 years of the game. Because moving your capital is bad. It will kill your country if you do that. For example, if we moved our capital down to Szeged, right? Because we want to get more of a centralized capital. All the value and control up here is going to disappear. And our economy would become much smaller as we lose the control benefits of Buddha and Pest. I don't think it'd be crazy to move between Buddha and Pest. I think you're right there. I think that'd be perfectly fine. But it's like, I cannot explain how bad it is to move your capital. Like, there are some events that ask countries to move their capital in the game, and I could never recommend clicking them. For example, when the Ottomans take Edirne, Adrianopolis at the moment, they will get an event to move their capital there. If you do that, you will kill your country and your run. It will end it right then and there. I mean, if you've built up maritime presence, then maybe you'd be all right, but it's such a terrible capital for you because all of your value is in and around Bursa that if you do move your capital over here, the control will just plummet, and then you have no money anymore. You have no levies anymore, and you die. If you take Constantinople as the Ottomans, it will ask you to move your capital. And if you do that too early, it will kill your run because you'll run out of control over in Anatolia, in all of Anatolia. You can see the Ottomans are already kind of struggling with control in general. The player could do a little bit better, obviously. You could probably have this and a decent amount of control. You build roads, you make sure everything's integrated, blah, 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 whatever. But if you move your capital across without preparing correctly, it'll kill the run. So you do have to be very careful about doing that. And if you watch people take itinerant court, I'm going to say 9 times out of 10, they're not going to move their capital. They're just going to take the 5 legitimacy hit or whatever it is to keep their capital in the same place. So you're not really moving your capital, you're just keeping it in one place. And if you do move your capital, that's really bad. So it's just minus 10% prox cost, but I don't like to do that. If you stake their nation's capital, would you permanently cripple them? Yes, but I think they would move it. But hypothetically, yeah, it could hurt somebody. Though I do think it'll still do calculations. Like, it'll still try and send stuff out. I'm not sure how good it is. I've never tried it. But I have seen, like, France's capital get cut off, and then they lose control everywhere. But that was a while ago. Release stations? Yes. That is why Transylvania is here on the map. Kind of hard to see, because I have the settings set to where subjects are the same color as their overlord. But we released Transylvania as a fiefdom. And technically, we released Raška, Kosovo, Niš, and North Oltenia as well. There are historical ones if they have cores. So if a nation has cores, you can release them as a historical subject, or you can release any province as a vassal as well. No tech needed. Why is Wallachia still free? Because we've had truces with them. I mean, and there's not really like a huge rush to go after them. Like, we can, but we'll get there eventually. It also takes a parliament action or a spy. We should probably just build a spy, honestly. Requirements not met. We're not a neighbor of Wallachia anymore. So we'll need to use a parliament to go after them. Why are the Byzantines free? Why are the French free? Real. So real. Let me just fight France real quick. Land comparison. Yeah, maybe I don't. What? Are they allied to the Emperor? What? What? Why is France in the HRE? What? Well, I don't like that. I mean, it's not super uncommon for France to become the emperor, but I don't know how they joined. I don't know. I don't understand the HRE, and I don't want to. I don't even want to think about the HRE, okay? Why then did you always pick general stuff and not naval in EU4? Because naval in EU4 is useless. That's why. Naval in EU4 is useless compared to every other mill idea group. Also, I took Divine in our last EU4 run. Don't come at me. And I hate taking Divine ideas. What are we going to talk about next? I guess I can finish up my thoughts on control. Long story short, you want more control everywhere. That is how you make money, and it will affect where you choose to conquer. If I wanted to go and conquer into Poland right now, it would be useless. I wouldn't be able to get any control there. I could take land and release a vassal there. We are like allied though, so I can't do it, but just for the sake of the example. If I wanted to take this for myself, it would be useless. We would not make a lot of monies, and that would be bad. And because the tax base gets lowered due to the control, it's not like your estates make a lot of money either, I believe is how that works. Yeah. So it's not even like low control. For example, in minimum taxes, if you had autonomy in provinces, it would be that your estates take that money, and then they could spend that money elsewhere. So it could be worth it to empower your estates by taking land that's low, that has high autonomy. But here, nobody gets the money; it just disappears. So you really don't want to have a bunch of low control land. One of the things about starting off as a larger country is you're just going to have low control land. You see, France has a bunch of low control land. Castile has a bunch of low control. England has a bunch of low control. That's just how it works. Look at someone like Bohemia, though. Well, hold on. They've got really good control, right? Everywhere. I mean, they're very strong. And the reason is because they can project control easily. Now, why can they do that? They have lots of flatlands and lots of farmlands and grasslands, and that helps them out a bit. So let's talk a little bit about our actual topography here. So, topography is the, I don't know, how would you even describe it? How flat land is. It's really what it comes down to. You've got flatlands, wetlands, farmlands, hills, plateaus, and mountains. I think that's all of them. Yes, I think that's all of them. And each of them are better at different things. And I believe we have all of them within our borders. I think that plateau's in Poland, but it's close. It's close. So flatlands, you can find that over here in the, I guess, picture of our town. And you'll see it does absolutely nothing. Yippee. But that's, I mean, it's good. There's no downsides to having flatlands. If we look at farmlands, which I don't think we have any farmlands actually. No, farmlands is vegetation. My bad. When we look at wetlands here, you will see there are lots of negatives. It takes longer to expand your RGOs. It takes twice as long to build your roads. You get 10% less food produced here. -3 possible frontage, so that means less troops can fight in a battle at one time. -30% local monthly dev growth. 50% movement cost for units. 25% proximity impact. And +1 attacker penalty in combat. So remember, control, right? You want control to be super high. And that's going to be coming from the proximity. Right? So the proximity to your capital. So the fact that you can have wetlands means that it will increase the amount of movement when it goes through it. So see, this is wetlands, but it's not saying, oh, there's wetlands. Instead, if we look at this one here, you'll see that when we move out of, what's this location called? When we move out of Comorom, it then applies the wetlands buff. So it's not into, it's when you go out of. So because this is wetlands farmlands, it's actually not too great for our proximity, because farmlands adds an additional plus 5%. Let's see, what other ones we got? We got hills. Hills give 25% expand raw material time, double road building time, minus 10% food production, minus 3 possible frontage, minus 25% local monthly development growth. It blocks vision from land and sea, so troops can hide here, both AI troops and our troops. 50% movement cost for units, 25% prox impact, and plus 1 attacker penalty in combat. I didn't realize that they were the same. I don't know if that was always the case, except for the blocking vision. We have mountains. Mountains give 100% expand raw material time, plus 300% road building time, minus 50% local population capacity, minus 20% local food production, minus 4 possible frontage, 50% less local monthly development growth, blocks vision, plus 100% movement cost for units, 50% proximity impact for your control, and plus 2 attacker penalty in combat. Armies cannot enter during normal or severe winters. What this essentially buffs out to is that you can't push control through mountains for a very long time. Like, it's just not, it's not going to happen. Like, Italy is not going to be able to project control into Germany here. They're not going to be able to go through the Alps. The control will just be dead on arrival. And the same thing applies to us, right? We do have mountains around here. We have other paths to push control out. But, you know, 2 hills is a mountain when it comes to proximity. And of course, every location more that you have to go is more proximity, because there's just a base of minus 40 for moving through another location. So traveling along the flatlands, super good for your control. Super, super good. Is the control mechanic realistic? Spain has many coast areas with huge pops in development, especially south. Wouldn't control basically destroy any value being so far away? Well, right now, their capital is in Sevilla, which is probably their best capital. Having your capital up here sucks. It's really not good for you in any way. And I would not recommend having your capital up in here. It's better to move it down here. But if you did keep your capital, like if you moved it to Toledo and whatnot, or you kept it there, I don't know where it starts, you wouldn't have much control down here. That's just kind of the way it goes. You'd have to wait till you get higher level roads to try and push your control down here. And there are quite a few hills and plateaus before you can get to these flatlands. There is a river that goes down here to Sevilla, but you still have to go through hills and plateaus, or you have to go down through these flatlands and then through this hill into this flatland and then down. It's like there is a decent path for you to get some control, but just moving your capital there would be better. And then, all of those affected. I guess we can look at plateaus really quick. 25% expand raw material time, 50% road building time, minus 1 possible frontage, 10% local monthly dev growth reduction, blocks vision from sea, 25% movement cost for units, plus 12.5% proximity impact for plateaus, plus 1 attacker penalty in combat. So the topography of your nation is going to have a big effect on where you are actually able to push your control out to. That's why Bohemia is oftentimes so strong, is they have a lot of flatlands in here, so they're able to easily push control to all of their core territory, which means their tax base is higher. My tax base is 275. Bohemia's tax base is 345. Right? And they have a lot less pops than I do. I have 2.26, Bohemia has 1.24. But they can more effectively use those pops. It also helps that they have a lot of gold and silver right around their capital. So that's all high control, so they make money that way too. Just like how we make money from gold and silver. They're just, unfortunately, better at it. And their vassals have gold and stuff, and it's all not too difficult for them to get out to. But another thing that can affect your control is the vegetation. This is stuff like farmlands, grasslands, woods, forests, deserts, jungles, and sparse. I think that's all of them. We have a decent amount of farmland, some grasslands, and then some woods and some forests. Grasslands give plus 50,000 local pop capacity, 10% food production, plus 2 supply limit. We can talk about pop capacity in a bit. But when it comes to control, grasslands doesn't have any negatives, which means a flatlands grasslands is very easy to push your control through compared to a mountain forest. Because if we look at forest, it gives plus 33% expand raw material time, 50% road build time, plus 25,000 local pop capacity, minus 3 possible frontage, minus 25% local monthly dev growth, blocks vision in land and sea, 50% movement cost for units, and plus 25% proximity impact. So if you get stuck with a mountain forest province or location like this one, that means that you're going to have a plus 75% cost to your prox impact going through the location, which means essentially you cannot push anything through it. Good luck. You're going to need some higher tier roads to be able to even think about it. So just keep that in mind. It's a natural border that you're going to run up against. As for woods, for what we're looking at, it gives 12.5% proximity impact. It also gives some pop capacity, road build time, less monthly dev growth, all of that. Farmlands are interesting because they give plus 100,000 local pop capacity, plus 33% local food production, and 10% maximum RGO time. But it does come at the cost of plus 5% proximity impact. Now that's a pretty good trade-off to get there. Pretty easy trade-off to make. They also gain 10% local monthly dev growth. Farmlands are fun because you get to play the game of, am I going to make this a food-producing location, or am I going to build a very large city on the location? Kind of important. Now, if we look at Pest, Pest is a flatland woods, which means that for the rest of our country, we are going to get a 12.5% proximity impact, because every time we leave this location, it's going to be 12.5% more expensive. So maybe we do want to move our capital to Pest because it's farmlands, flatlands, and it would help us to project control a little bit better in the grand scheme of things. So maybe we do want to move it to Pest. Moving it one location over isn't going to be a huge deal. Something to think about. Something to think about. It's also our market capital, which is kind of nice, because then we'll have more market access. Just chop the forest. If only. If only. Switch then basically boned at the start, then Savoy. They will have a tough time. They will have a tough time just expanding and trying to hold land themselves. They'll need to rely on vassals and on making the pops they have count and making the locations they have count. It's, you know, one of the things about EU5 is that your starting position, in my opinion, matters a lot more than it does in, say, EU4, right? In EU4, the plan is always expand a whole bunch. Sometimes you do it through vassals, sometimes you do it through just direct conquest. In EU5, that's not necessarily the case, because you're going to run into different setups that force you through the mechanics to do different things. You know, Hungary, we go and we vassalize everything down here because we can't push control down here. Bohemia could conquer Austria, though. Realistically. Bohemia, if they wanted to, they could get some okay control in some of these northern provinces. Switzerland, good luck. Right? It's all mountains. It's all mountains. It's all woods. You're going to have a terrible time trying to put your control through. So you're going to have a very different start compared to someone like Hungary or Bohemia or Frisia. Because you have to kind of play with what you've got. There's no one answer for how you want to start your game off. Which I think is interesting. I think is very, very interesting. It makes it a lot of fun. Let's go over the rest of the vegetations here, because I didn't get to all of them. We can look at sparse, which gives minus 10% road building time and plus 25,000 local population capacity. Pretty good. Nothing too crazy, but not bad by any means. Desert, though, not good. Believe it or not, desert's not good to live in. Does give 10% movement cost, 5% procs cost, but really that minus 33% local monthly dev growth is brutal. Brutal for having cities on it. And Yemen wants to have lots of desert cities, which kind of sucks for them. But they make money through trade, so it's kind of fine. We playing today? We are playing. Hello? What do you mean? This is playing. I'm going through the process of explaining to you what I'm thinking when it comes to control. It was the same thing I was doing the other day, but I'm actually just telling you how I'm thinking about it and why I'm thinking about certain things. I am imparting hundreds of hours of knowledge into your brain right now, directly. I'm giving you the knowledge. Do I have any plans of playing the great nation of Yap upon release? Well, technically this is my release. But I always play the great nation of Yap. You know that. Is the Sahel good for building roads? I cannot remember it off the top of my head what it looks like. But I do know that the southern part along the coast is jungle. But I think everything above that is pretty decent. Did I miss any of the vegetations? I don't think so. I think we went over them. I think. Yeah. Let's look at the bridge real quick, because bridge also helps affect control. Bridges give a flat minus 5% local proximity cost. To build a bridge, you need to have a river and a road. And I think that's it. I think that's the only restriction. There you go. Has the river, there are greater than 0 roads. If you want to know where you can build a building, you can just look right here. This is telling you you can build it in cities, in towns, in rural locations, and then this green check mark tells you special conditions, which in our case you have to have a river and a road. And then you can build a bridge, which gives you more proximity cost. What is the Nile? Good. A lot of flatlands till you get down to the delta, then it becomes wetlands, and it's all farmlands. This is heaven on earth when it comes to EU5. It is so good. There's a lot of very good RGOs down here. Like this sugar can make you crazy amounts of money. You can just export all of that to Europe. You've got a ton of pops. You've got more than enough food here to actually feed all of your pops. It's good stuff. It's why the Mamluks are so strong. Decent climate. Yeah, climate is another thing to keep in mind. But this is more based on, in general, where you want to build your cities and stuff. We're pretty much entirely continental, which gives 50% local population capacity, and available land is attractive. I think that's a colony thing. We do have one little bit of subtropical here, which has 100% local pop capacity. Also some oceanic, which gives 100% local pop capacity as well. It also determines what your winters are like. So continental has normal winters, which means you can't go into the mountains during wintertime with your troops. There's also cold arid, which reduces wheat output, supply limit. And then there is, I don't know if we can see any tropical. No, we can't see any tropical here. There's also Arctic, which has severe winters, minus 32% local pop capacity, minus 25% local dev growth, minus 5 character life expectancy. So living in the Arctic, not great. Fun fact. And then you have the best one in the game, which gives 150% local population capacity. Mediterranean is very good. I don't know if Mediterranean should really be better than subtropical, considering, you know, the places with the largest populations in the world don't have Mediterranean climate. This kind of feels sort of like European bias, but hey, hey, you know, what do I know? What do I know? There's also hot arid, which has minus 10% local wheat output, minus 10% local supply limit, minus 5 character life expectancy. And that is really the only big downside of the Nile, is it's kind of hot. Except for these 2 locations, which are Mediterranean. Mediterranean must be best, so saith the Rome enjoyers. The Romaboos get the W and take the best climate in the game. It's all based on pop capacity, which we can get to talking about pretty soon. We'll talk about pops a little bit. But let's go over, let's review what we talked about for control. Control allows you to fully utilize the tax base. And the more tax base there is, the more money you can tax your estates for there, which means you make money. The easiest way to increase control is through roads. You want to build roads from your capital to everywhere. If you are a coastal nation, you can move proximity through coastal locations to other land locations and then build roads out from there. But you have to have maritime presence, which we don't really need to talk about because we're not going to interact with it much. But essentially, you put your ships, light ships are best, on a mission, and they will make a road along the locations. That's the way I think about it. Is you use the boats to make water roads, but they're not permanent. You have to keep your boats there. There are buildings that can increase your proximity. The easiest one to make is bridges. Build roads on rivers and build bridges to get more control. And finally, your vegetation and your vegetation and your topography both affect where you can effectively push control to. With all of that information, let's take a look at Hungary and see how this can affect us. We know that we have low control over in the east. Why do we have low control in the east? Number one, I haven't built roads there. Right? I built one road, technically, to my vassal. That's for movement speed, if anything. We haven't built a ton of roads out to there because I know that there are a large chain of wetlands here coming down the river. I don't know what river this is because I know this one's the Danube. This is some tributary. But I know that we have wetlands. So I know that trying to push control out to these flatlands over here is going to be significantly hampered by the wetlands. And we already have to go a decent ways to even get to the wetlands. Now there is this one wetlands here that would be decent for crossing over and actually trying to get control into this area. But still, this one wetlands kind of cuts this off until tier 2 roads. Effectively. Like, we are going to build roads out there. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to do it. But you'll see that it won't really increase it all that much. If we look at the vegetation, we'll see that all of this in here, this basin, Pannonian Basin, I don't know what the official name is called, but it is where we're going to want to have high control as the game goes on. That's why a possible capital for Hungary is down here, so that way you can reach all of this, but I think I'd rather prefer to keep my capital near my gold and silver up here. River is the Tisha River? Gotcha. Thank you. But you can also see that over here in the east, it's all woods and forest. So even though it's flatlands, it's woods, which means it's plus 12.5% proximity impact, which won't matter that much for these first couple of locations, right? Because it only counts the proximity impact increase when it leaves the location, but not when it enters into, which means that anything beyond it would be even worse, which is why I released Transylvania. Because even if I invested all my money into building roads and bridges out to Transylvania, we at no point anytime soon will be able to effectively have control there. Because they have a huge chunk of hills and also woods. I mean, there's some grasslands here, but woods and forest in the nation that becomes Transylvania. And so I figured it's just better to release it and have them work on it themselves. Now, to be fair, I didn't expect them to put their capital in such a bad spot. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I probably did something wrong. I'd rather have their capital here or down here or something, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. They are building buildings here. They're making better use of these pops than I would. And when we do integrate them, the control will go down probably, but it will be better than if I had just taken it myself for the whole game. Right? Any questions? Any questions about control, how to project control, how control work? Can I force Transylvania to move the cap? Not that I know of. And it's not like that big of a deal. It's more just an annoyance than anything else. It would really help them all that much. Would it be worth feeding them your eastern lands too? Maybe. So we could consider feeding them some of this out here. Yes. The thing is, I want to make sure that when I want to integrate Transylvania, that they're not super large, so it doesn't take too long to annex them, right? So would they be able to use this land better? Absolutely 100%. 100%. Because their capital is right here, they could get decent control into all of this, but I want to make sure that I can integrate them faster. The real reason that I'm releasing them, if I'm going to be totally honest, is because I want them to build up more mercury, and I want them to build up this salt. Because if you look at the rest of Hungary, we don't have much salt out here, and salt is very important for our pops to have. So by releasing Transylvania, they can invest into these salt provinces or salt locations and make sure that they are supplying my pops with the base needs they need without me paying for it. And it just gives me more troops when we go to war. When you integrate them in like the mid 1500s, maybe something like that. We'll have to see. I think so. We might need tier 3 roads. It just depends. It just depends. We'll have to play it by ear. But worth it to build some roads to Transylvania's capital. I do have a road to Transylvania's capital from me, but if you're asking if it's worth it to build roads inside my vassal, the answer is yes. It absolutely would be. Asterisk. Building a road will allow them to get more control, which means they will get more access to tax base, which means they will make more money, which means that they will then become more disloyal. So you do have to be careful if you're like kind of close on loyalty for your vassals. You might not want to invest into their roads because it could cause some loyalty problems. Because a big part of the loyalty of your subjects comes down to your economy. So if you make their income super high, it can cause issues. And remember, if someone is small but very centralized, they get more out of their tax base. So let's say I took a vassal of Tuscany, right? I took. Let's see, what do we got down here? Oh, I remembered one of my hotkeys. Let's say I got the Florence province, right? And I took this as a vassal. That's going to be a very disloyal vassal because they have a lot of cities, which means they have a lot of economic output, and their control is going to be fairly good, as we can see. So this is going to make the loyalty of all my other vassals more difficult. The good news about taking Balkan vassals, no shade to the Balkans, it's kind of poor, okay? It's kind of poor. They don't have much money, which means they're not really super disloyal. What loyalty level makes them consider breaking free? 50%. It's the it's the opposite of EU4. This is showing their loyalty, not their disloyalty. So below 50%, they are considered disloyal. Hey, Mastani, how you doing? Just released. Realized you releases in 2 days. Can you use creator code after it's released? You can use a creator code. Yes. Use code POEMU at checkout on the Paradox store to help support the channel. Boom. Thank you. Boom, boom, boom. Remember Mayo having capital buildings to lower autonomy in distant provinces. Are buildings in EU5 that increase control by a lot in distant provinces? By a lot? No. By some? Yes. And that is the bailiff building. So if you build a bailiff, it gives plus 20 local proximity source. So essentially you can get control in one location up to 20 and then a little bit higher around it. It does give 200 soldiers. And it gives plus 100% local noble power. I don't find myself building them very often because that local proximity source does not stack with proximity from the capital. It's one or the other. So the moment that you get any proximity from the capital, well, I guess technically if the proximity from the capital is higher, then it will override the bailiff. So like we could have kept Transylvania and then build up bailiffs around here. But bailiffs are very expensive and I just don't know if they're really worth it for us. I'm sure for some tags they're absolutely worth it, but not for us. Also, you cannot build bailiffs in urban locations. You can only build them in rural locations. And really you'd rather prefer that your urban locations have higher control. So you'd have to like place it next to an urban location, but then it's not really going to do all that much for it, but it's a whole thing. Bailiffs are better for rerouting proximity, pathfinding, stuff like ports. No, it doesn't stack. It's not like the state house building from Mayo and Taxes. It's one or the other. Does the flag change if the dynasty changes? For us, yes. This is the Anjou-Hungary flag. It will change if we lose the Anjou dynasty. I don't know how many Hungary flags there are, but there are a couple of them. They don't get any positive opinion for building their lands. You know, I don't know. To be completely honest with you. I don't think so. But I don't know. For sure. Do you always build roads and bridges to and from your capital, or is there a benefit to connecting other parts of your country? For the most part, you want to build roads out from your capital because that's where proximity is calculated from. That being said, there are situations where you might want to build roads that are not connected to your capital. The easiest one is if you have ports. The example I used is between Genoa and Naples. If you controlled both of these cities, you would want to make sure that you have maritime presence between the two to create like a water road. And then you would send the proximity from Genoa down to Naples. And then from Naples, you would build roads out into everything around it. There is also a reason to build roads if it's not connected to your capital, and that is for development growth. If you have, let's say we had a city down here. Well, the town works too. Let's say I want this town to develop more, right? What you want is to have a road, because a road gives a flat 25% bonus to development growth. So what we could do is just like build a road between this location and this location, and then they'll both get dev growth. Even if it was, say, too expensive to connect it to our capital. Market access? Yes, we will talk about market access next. Maybe unimportant resources like gold. Okay, you're talking about the bailiffs. Yes, but you have to be careful, because remember that the bailiffs give plus 100% noble power. And if we look at this gold location right here, you'll see they already have 28% power in this. Actually, let's look at our good gold mine, just to really get a feel for it. Nobles have a 24% power in this location, meaning of all this gold that's being made, they get 10.77 ducats worth, and we only tax that at 2.66. So if we built a bailiff on top of this, it would double noble power. I don't know if it's multiplicative or additive, but it's 100% more noble power, one way or another. Which means that they would then take more of the value. So you'd have to make the calculation, is it worth it to build the bailiff? Am I going to get more money from the increased control than I would from the nobles taking the tax? Now, if it's at 10 control, probably, maybe. If it's valuable enough, yes. But is it worth it to build the bailiff to gain 0.1 ducats? 0.2 ducats? That's going to take a very long time to pay itself off. Maybe not. It might be better just to not get the full value out of it and then build a road later and then start to make money from it. Release a vassal and just kind of sit there. Poor, sure that silver from the mines in Serbia has to go somewhere. That is the one good thing about Balkan. There is the silver, yes. There's lots of silver. There is lots of silver. The thing is, it's not very upgraded at game start. This one is. Bosnia is doing well with their silver. Now, to be fair to Serbia, we did kick them in the teeth a bunch, so they didn't exactly have all the money in the world to upgrade their silver. But also, the silver, they can make a lot of money from trading the silver, but they have a tough time getting control into the silver. So that definitely hurts them. Sure, the control has other benefits other than just money. I mean, no. I mean, yeah, technically, the lower merc size and more local market protection. Also, higher control is more expensive to take in war, and that becomes more true as time goes on. Like, late in the game, you can take provinces for basically free. Locations for basically free if they have no control in them. So, for example, if a colonizer still holds land directly, even though the AI mostly releases colonial nations, you could take it super cheaply from them. It's a whole thing. And then low control reduces crown power. Yes, that is the other big thing about it. Our crown power is very, very, very good at the moment, which is super, super nice. I'm trying to find where it shows how it affects crown power. I don't remember, but I do know that it affects it in some way. I can't remember where it is, though. But it does affect crown power. Which is another good reason to release Transylvania, as it reduces the effects on pulling your crown power down. Lower control also, yes, lower control also gives you less levies, which is obviously very bad. So the more control you have, the larger your army is going to be. And levies are good up through age 4. So you want to make sure that you have high control so that way you can have an actual military. If we look at Bohemia here, they have, I think they'll have more troops than we will. They'll definitely have more troops once they start building up a full professional army, because they have lots of money to do that, and I'm not going to spend my money on a huge professional army. But Bohemia will build a decently sized one, and it'll be very scary. That loss of income might be offset by an increase in crown power if the bailiff is built in a high pop, low control area. Yes, bailiffs are definitely more valuable in high pop, low control. But you really don't want high pop, low control at all, because it will drag your crown power down. Arguably, if you're building a bailiff in a high pop, low control area, it would probably be better to release a vassal and have the vassal hold it. But I mean, maybe you can't afford to do that. Maybe you already have too many vassals. Maybe maybe you just don't want the vassal. Then building the bailiff would be better than nothing. Yeah, bailiff is more of a band-aid. From what I've seen. Like, I'm sure there are places where bailiffs are very good. Like, maybe if you're super rural, not in like how we're building up rural, but like Golden Horde rural. Maybe they're better there around good RGOs. Maybe they're better. Vassals seem very valuable in this game. Vassals are very good early game. Yes. And I'm sure they're fine into the late game as well. But they are very, very good. It's pretty much the best way to expand early on. Take a province, release a vassal in the province, integrate them 10 years later. I just want to control the Balkans, so that's why I'm just making a bunch of smaller vassals and not just one big one. Does Serbia start Catholic or Orthodox? I believe they start Orthodox. Yeah. And all these vassals are Orthodox as well. I could force convert them. But why? you know, hey, look, if you've been around, you know me, I hate converting vassals. I just... it just makes them disloyal. It just makes them disloyal. Does bailiff change if the courts change? I mean, maybe it gives nobles power because they have noble courts. No, I believe it always gives the noble power. There's some great irony in vassals being the better version of bailiffs, aka modern outsourcing of company services to another company instead of their own subsidiary. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense though, right? It makes sense because this is Transylvanians ruling over Transylvanians, kind of. You know, this is a bit of a melting pot area, to be fair. And lots of Hungarian. Wait a second. Are they Hungarian? Are they Hungarian because they're a fiefdom? Uh-oh. Oops. Huh. I didn't even realize that. Well, there you go. Never mind. Well, I guess, hey, that's fine. There'll be more Hungarians there when I get there, I suppose. But, you know, I guess we can look at the Serbians down here. Is that it's Serbians ruling Serbians, which means there's going to be an easier way for them to control it, other than you sending some soldiers in order to maintain the peace kind of idea. Hey, Universalis. What countries have I played? I played Hungary, Naples, Milan, Portugal, England, Ottomans, Tunis, Vijayanagar, Pinya, which is in Burma. I played Georgia. I think that's it for campaigns that I've actually put some time into. I might be missing one or two. How's Georgia? You ran out of pops. Also, the AI is stupid for integrating their vassals. You don't want to actually integrate a lot of these vassals as Georgia. As Georgia, I ran out of pops in 1400. There's just not a lot of people there. There's just not that many. Which is... Yeah, I mean, they have conquered a bunch. They conquered parts of Trebizond. I didn't do that. Because I don't like conquering land that I don't have control over. Timmy not that scary? Timmy won't be scary, most likely. If Timmy was actually good at what they were doing, they would be very scary. But the AI isn't too good at using Timurids. No Andorra skill issue. Real. Real. Real, real, real. Time for some colonizing, it sounds like. For Hungary? I don't know about that one. Would be kind of funny, maybe eventually. Okay, but that is us talking about control. That took a while. But it's a very important topic to understand and get an idea of how it works. Oh, another small thing about it. You can push control across lakes. I wonder if it actually is working here. No, it seems that the roads are enough here. But you could like build a road out to Vesprin, and if you didn't want to build roads into this area, it would shoot across the lake and then go here, which is kind of cool. How's Tunis? Tunis is fun. You start off in a disaster. There's like your ruler's brother kills him and takes over. So you start with a bunch of stab loss, but it's pretty good. You can build up super tall in here, and then you just raid people. Does Hungary do fermented cabbage? No. Not that I'm aware of. Okay, let's talk about market access a bit. So, market access. We'll just read the tooltip. How about that? How easily a location can interact with its market depends on the distance to the market center. Important in 3 ways. Locations will have higher market attraction towards markets with higher access. That means that locations will tend to belong to the closest market. Locations in a market buy goods and food in order of their market access. Low market access harms local industry by reducing the output of buildings and the profits of RGOs. Market access propagates better over seas and rivers and can be improved by constructing roads and naval buildings or by creating a new market. So market attraction, kind of complicated. We don't really need to get into it today. Essentially, it's as they said, it's the determination of a location of which market it's going to belong to. There, you have attack values and you have defense values for your market access because you can have market protection, which means it's easier to keep locations that you own in your markets. And in this one right here, we have 90% market attraction to Pest, 57% attraction to Praha. And you can see that it has less towards Praha due to the market protection. Sorry, my protection goes down because there's only 20% control, right? I guess it's not a direct calculation. It is a direct. Okay, so it's based off of the loss of market access from 100%. So because it's only at about 80 market access, then we lose some of that protection. Oh, we gotta redo it. Sometimes you gotta Oh man. Oh man. Why are you not telling me this stuff in things anymore? Oh. Can I look at a different location? Okay. Cool. But like, there's a whole bunch of things. One of the things that affects this is market language, which is kind of funky. Oh, I gotta bring this over so you guys can see it. Really? You're still going into the corner? Okay, let me hover it over here. There we go. So the market center of Pest gives 3.96, and you could go and you could look at that and be like, okay, it's because the development gives 2.59, which I believe that is going to be our development. And move the decimal once, I think. I think we have 25.9 development in our capital. We can check that afterwards. And then staffed buildings in the location, 1.37. So the larger and more developed a market capital is, or a market center is, the more it's going to try and pull other locations into its market. Makes sense. If it's rich and it's powerful, it can project that power. The owner is Hungary. Our prestige makes it to where we have more market attractiveness, and the more trade income we have compared to our base tax, or our tax base, gives us a higher percentage as well. And then market language is Hungarian. This gets into language power and how that is affected. But essentially what you need to know is because the location speaks Hungarian, I believe Slovak culture has... No, actually it's not. Interesting. Well, then I don't know why that's being here. Maybe it's because we have some pops that speak it. Not many, though. I actually don't know why it would give us market attraction. But if we have a Hungarian province, it will give a ton of market attraction due to our language. Okay, it's at 10.11. Now, the Hungarian language isn't that strong when it comes to language power. If we look at Hungarian right now... Come on. Right now we have 1.1 language power. And we could go in here. For every 1,000 cleric pops of primary religion where it's the liturgical language, it gives 20. But you'll see that trade capacity also has a big effect on language power. But Hungarian isn't even our court language. Our court language is Latin, which is a special thing for Hungary. And then I think bishoprics are also in Latin. But we could swap it over to Hungarian. We probably should at some point do that. And that will eventually, that'll help build more language power and then help with more market attractiveness. But that's just market attractiveness. That's not like market access. That's just one of the things that can affect which locations are in your market and how much market access will then be there because it is in the market. Rest of Europe, French. A lot of it is local. French starts with the highest language power in Europe, I should say. Arabic is crazy. 62.8. I think some of the... I think like Japan and Korea and China also have crazy high language power. But for like the Europeans here, French is at 18.97. So that's why the French market, the Paris market, is able to be so large most of the time. I don't know what's going on here. Usually you would see Paris still owning all of this. I'm not sure. It might be because we need to unpause and let things update. But that is why Paris can push so far into Bruges, is because all of these locations speak French. And so because of that, it's tough for the Bruges market to attack and take locations of Picard culture. Memo's kind of dog. Yeah, you're not going to use it very often, though, to be fair. Also, this is now the Dinkelsbull market and not the Köln market. Somebody won a war and... Or sorry, not Köln. Nuremberg. Somebody won a war and yoinked the market center. Funny. Very funny. Language, but you need to read the dev diaries or something? You had no idea that was in the game? Oh yeah, it's a whole thing. Just wait until we talk about cultural influence. It's a whole thing. But we're focused on market access. Market access. So that's talking about actually getting locations into your market, right? Build roads out to them. That's the main thing. Build roads out to them. And then there are some other ways and numbers that you can try and affect it. But really, for what's most important for, I would say, the vast majority of your playthroughs is just going to be building roads gives you more market access. Really, you don't want huge markets because of some things that we'll talk about when we get to them here. Next thing about market access it talked about was that you buy goods and food in order of their market access. So this is very important. Wait a second, this isn't EU5 music. Even though this is the Legacy of Persia CK3 soundtrack, which slaps. Any reason to be Latin? No, I believe it's just like a historical thing. Is that Hungary had it as their court language. So, market access, buying goods and food from the market. we have to talk about the market a little bit now. Get ready, folks. It's time to learn. Actually, I'm gonna unpause a month. I want a month tick, so that way everything's updated and the numbers are working. Can I change the name of the market? If you change the market center. I believe it's just named after the market center. Maybe there's a way, and I don't know. Okay, so pest market. This is our capital market. This is where we're making a bunch of money from. There's a bunch of stuff on the screen that we don't really need to worry about. What we want to talk about is buying food and buying goods from the market based on market access. Long story short, the higher your market access, the earlier that location gets to buy goods and food, right? If you have a 99% versus a 98%, the 99 is going to be able to meet their demands before the 98 gets to buy anything. Yes? Yes. Now, what does that actually mean? You buy food. We talked about this a little bit the other day. We're going to talk about food later. But for right now, all you need to know, food is the apple. Okay? You eat apples. You don't eat anything else but these apples. Green apples only. If the pops in a province don't have enough food to feed themselves, they will buy it from the market, which is this stockpile right here. Okay? This is your food stockpile. They will buy this in order of who has market access. So that means that if I have a rural location that somehow isn't making enough food with 95 market access, it will buy its food before a city with 1 million pops in it that has 94% market access. Right? So that means that either I need to have a market access in my cities as high as I can get them, or I need to make sure that I have enough goods to satisfy everything, even if they buy it later. That's why having total control over a market, as in owning all locations in a market, can be very valuable. Because that way, nobody is trying to yoink your stuff. Let's say we're playing as Holland, right? Good old Holland. They're dead right now, but let's pretend that Holland is still with us. Holland is here, and Holland starts off in the Bruges market, right? They're in the Bruges market. Holland has low market access in the Bruges market, 88%, compared to pretty much all of Flanders. I don't know why this is so low control. I'm not sure what they're up to over here, but we don't really care about that. We're talking about market access. That means that all of Flanders will be able to buy goods and food off the market before Holland is able to buy anything. Which means if there's a food shortage, Holland is not going to get the food before Flanders. And this is why it's very important to try and have market centers. You really want your own market. You do not want, for the most part, to be in somebody else's market if you can help it. Because you don't want other people getting access to goods first. Another great example of this is gold, right? You have gold imported into a market. Let's say you want to make jewelry. You cannot make the jewelry without the gold, or silver, technically. Let's just say it's for gold. So if you don't have higher market access, it will go to someone else first who does. Right? If you're in the Dinkelsbull market, that means that if this was a city and it was producing jewelry, it would use all the gold for jewelry here before any gold at all is sent to this guy. To the guy with the rooster on their flag. Okay? So what that means is you can import, let's say I want gold. I want to import gold so I can build jewelry. I import gold into my market. I do not control the market. I have low access in that market. The market leader will then take the gold that I import and they will use it. I'll still make the money from the trade, but I cannot use the gold to make what I want unless there's enough gold in the market to where it can reach me. So it's very important that you have high market access in your locations, or that you have total control over a market in order to make sure that nobody can steal things that you're importing in. But that kind of leads into the third part of market access, which is local market access harms local industry by reducing the output of buildings and the profit of RGOs. So Buddha is at 95% market access, right? It's one location away, but it drops by a little over 4.15%. Which means that if we go to the Tailors Guild here, we should see that we produce a little bit less. Right here. So it's a base Wool Weavers Guild produces 2.5. Access to input goods of ×1. That just means that we have access to all the goods that we need. The market access is then modified by 0.95 for an output of 2.39. So it reduces the raw output of urban buildings. That is then modified by your other modifier. So literacy of laborers increases how much you produce. Burger estate satisfaction can increase how much you produce. And your production, 5 levels in building, age multiplier 0.8%. So that is like your economies of scale. That also increases. So eventually you get to 2.49 here in Buddha. But that base of 0.95 is kind of brutal. And obviously, the lower your market access, the less goods you produce. So if you're building a city, you know, let's say I wanted to build this up into a city, we only have 84% market access, we would be losing a ton of stuff. I can get you the actual number. It'll modify by 0.84. So we lose, you know, 0.1 whatever. 0.15-ish. Which, you know, 15% basically lost, right? Yeah, a little bit over that. So you want to make sure you have high market access, and you just build roads. You build roads because you need it. You need it real bad. That's why you want your artisans to be literate. That's why literacy is so important. Is the more literate your population is, the more they produce. Now, it does also say that it reduces the value of RGOs. Not the value, the profit of RGOs. So if we look here, profit per level of 0.62. Oh, you're not going to let me hover over this? Criminal. Criminal. But it doesn't affect the output, it just affects the profit of it. Base price of saltpeter is 2. And the value is 0.59 in the market at the moment. But per level, we're making 0.62. That might be because we have more output. I'm not exactly sure where it's coming from. Because I can't hover over it. But this value is being dropped compared to what we could make if this was at 100%. I mean, it's at 97% market access, so it's pretty good. But if we go somewhere farther away, you also see that market access moves much better than control does. Down here, like 81%. I'm sure that it's dropping it by more, but we can't look at it. Maybe there's a way, but I'm not aware. So Pex would be a better location to Deb than Sizaget. No. What? No. Well, see, this is where it gets complicated because the answer is no, because Sizaget has more market access and also more control. But if we swap the controls, if Pex was 70 control but less market access, then it's probably worth it to build buildings in Pex other than Szeged because we would get more of the tax base. Right? We would lose less tax base. We'd have a higher effective tax base and therefore make more money, even if maybe we make a little bit less of the goods. How do rivers impact market access? Good question. Good question. So, market access to here. We can hover here. Transportation distance to market. Oh, it doesn't show? That's so sad. That's so sad. I believe that it is up a river. It is a 10. I think it's 10. Like a flat 10 towards. I can't remember. Maybe the map mode. Maybe it does show somewhere. I know it shows it somewhere. I just have to remember where it shows it. But I know that rivers do improve it. Overseas rivers. Oh, I can't remember. I can't remember where it is. There are a lot of tooltips. But I believe it's the market transportation. Transportation distance to market. I think it's this right here. But I can't remember for sure. I was told there would be bottomless tooltips. I mean, there are. There are some places where you can go tooltip into tooltip into tooltip. Can I hover over rivers in the nested tooltip? Over... Oh, you mean in the market access here? That's just telling you that it's a river. Like, we know that we can see some places where there is a... Like, it talks about a river. Obviously, in the proximity. Well, if we were going down the river, it would show us. But this is going up the river. Pop capacity and pop growth. Ooh, this one does not have it. Pop capacity... 190. River flowing through plus 30%. So the river is doing something here. I can't remember where it shows for the actual market access though. But just know that it does affect it in some way. Maybe if I click the hint button. Do we have market access anywhere? Also, the hints are great. The hints that I'm looking at right now, I know some of it's covered up by my webcam. This is a great way to kind of look at specific things that you want to learn about. Does it say, though, anywhere? No, it doesn't look like it tells me exactly what the rivers do. But it does project market control along the river. Is there a map mode for that? Market language. I think it's just, you just look at the market map mode. And the darker it is, the less market access there is. I think that's what it comes down to. From memory goes better upriver? Yeah, that's what I think it is. It's better upriver than downriver. Control go down, market access go up. But it's very important that you have high market access in as many places as possible. Higher level roads are better at doing it. Going up the river is great. You want to make sure that your main, especially your main urban locations are having high market access, right? Because if it reduces the value of RGOs in a rural location, that's bad, but it's nowhere near as bad as losing urban goods, which are, you know, much more difficult to make overall, right? Because it takes the actual input of goods. And so if you're inputting, you know, one wool, but you're not getting one wool's worth of fine cloth out of it, you're just sending value into the void. Just showed you can show river map mode only if you set a hotkey. Yes. I have the river map mode. But it just doesn't, it just shows you rivers. That's it. It doesn't actually show us anything. Is it worth creating new markets to have better market access? Yes, it is. That is why we built a market over here in Brasso, was so that way my vassals would have much better market access. than they would have if we just kept the pest market. Now, unfortunately for these guys, their capital is far away from the market center, but that's just kind of how it goes for them, because I didn't want to risk losing all of it away to this market, because I didn't have a city over here to really do a lot of trade with, so it's not really something I'm interested in. We may move this up at some point and then make another market down here. We'll see. Markets are very expensive to make, and as time goes on, they get even more expensive, but having a bunch of smaller markets is very nice because you make more goods and you get more money from your RGOs. That Danube should allow for so many canals. So many canals. We have to have cities on them, but so many canals. You are correct. Do you have any idea when you'll be integrating Transylvania again? Probably in the 1500s, if I had to guess. Just don't do it as Florence. Yeah, just don't do it as Florence. It can be a trap to make your own market. One of the best things you can do in the early game is make your own market, right? That's what I like to do as Holland. I like to make my own market. But there are some places where if you make your own market, you will end your run. You'll die. And the main reason is food production. If there's not enough food in a market, you'll start buying food for your pops, and that will bankrupt you faster than anything else. And the thing about Florence is if you build a market in Florence, there is not a lot of food down here. You have this wheat, you have some wool, but because you're going to be stuck between the Genova, the Venezia, and the Napoli markets, your market's not going to be very big. You're not going to have many food RGOs in there, and all of your pops are going to start starving. And then you're going to go bankrupt. So you can't really have a market here. And even if you stole the Genova market, then Venice just takes over northern Italy, which is where a bunch of food is. And that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. As Florence, you're probably going to be buying a lot of food from Milan since they have all this wheat and rice up here. So you have to be careful. Another place that's kind of tough to build a market is Provence. That's another person I played. I played Provence for a long time. If you make a market in Provence at game start, you will also starve. And you'll suffer. You need to build up really this wheat and then saffron, sturdy grain, and wheat here. You need to conquer into France and take all of this so that way you can actually support your population. Provence was a fun run. I tried to do the EU4 achievement where starting as Provence formed Jerusalem, good King Rene. But you can't form Jerusalem as Provence. You can do it as Naples, but you can't do it as Provence. And I was very sad. But I even beat the Mamluks. I beat them, and I was very proud, but it didn't matter. New market in Holstein to contend against the Hansa. Well, the Hansa's like a nation. So they're still going to steal your trade. Well, you could. I don't know. I haven't played up in here. So I don't really know how to approach this area. Why? Are they stupid? For what part? For beating the Mamluks? Yes, they are stupid. They continued to try and land in Sicily and in Sardinia. And so I would just run over and I would sink their boats as they did that. And then eventually I felt confident enough to go and land here, and then I barely was able to peace out for one province. Oh, Provence and Jerusalem? I don't know. It might be an oversight. Or might not be. Either way, though. Couldn't do it. Okay, any questions about market access? Any questions? Or thoughts? If you accidentally burned Venice to the ground, your pest market would become more influential in Croatia. Yeah, that's true. When will we unpause? Great question. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But the reason why I'm so focused on building roads up into this area first, rather than over into these areas, we already talked about control, right? But also the market access. If I can make more money from these gold mines, that's very nice. And the more market access there is, the more valuable the gold will be. And that is good. And that is why we are doing that. Been on 30 minutes. Have I unpaused? No. No. No unpausing. We'll unpause some. Well, I did actually. I let 1 month pass. Pretty good. Pretty good. Let's see here. What do I want to talk about now? I mean, those are the two important things for why I've expanded where I've expanded. I don't think I need to go into too much detail of why I want to go to gold. Gold make lots of money. Gold has a base value of 10, so it's the best trade good in the game. And we are trading almost exclusively, probably exclusively, in gold. I do want to check very quickly my institution spread into pest. Yeah, I have a little bit of trade capacity available. So I'm going to go ahead and import more wine from Genoa. So that way I can just get more of a institution spread so we can get the Renaissance sometime soon-ish. Does gold have inflation drawback? Yes, it can. Right now, our economy is large enough to where we can still mint a little bit, but it can get to the point where you have too much gold and silver produced, and then you'll start to gain inflation. Can your market be used offensively to make your enemies hungry? Ooh, as in, are you talking about like for food? Like if I import food to people's markets and then take it away, can I force them to starve? Is that what you mean? No, not really. Not like maybe, but not really. Especially not right now. Flare Streaming said that having Latin gives a major boost to research you're trying to collapses and it becomes the biggest language in the world, but not sure if it needs it to be the court or primary language. I believe he's talking about the liturgical language, which is a different thing that language can affect. Your liturgical language affects your research, so the power of your liturgical language, and that is Latin. Does cheap food contribute to migration from other countries? I do not believe pops migrate between markets. I also don't think they migrate between countries. Well, they clearly do, actually. Okay. I guess maybe. Maybe. I don't think they can transfer between markets. Like, this is all the Venice market down here. But, it might be. Most market attraction, though, or migration attraction, is going to come from having the settlement here, and then cathedrals, and eventually development, and capitals and whatnot. But the reason why all my pops are leaving is because of that settlement, which it sucks, but it is what it is. Suppose if you monopolize a good, you can hit some pretty hard some enemies. Yeah, but most goods are difficult to monopolize. You could try and monopolize like the pepper trade, or the cocoa trade, or the, you know, the chili trade, but you can't really monopolize wheat or livestock. Like, there's just enough of it out there that you can't really monopolize on it. We can talk about food if you guys would like a little bit, because I do have a pretty good grasp on it. Will I colonize the New World? As Hungary, probably not. We might grab something, but probably not. Do the settlements disappear once they're no longer eligible? Yes. I don't remember when that is, but I do believe they will be deleted at some point. No, please play. But this is playing. Like, I am explaining to you what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. It's too difficult with Hungary? Difficult? No. Not difficult. Just not what I want to focus on this game. If you show us how to play you'll learn faster. That's not true. That's not true. You'll learn how to copy what I'm doing maybe, but you won't understand what I'm doing. But we can skip talking about food for now. If you guys don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Let's talk about, and this is part of what we're doing right now, okay? Which is building towns in certain spots. Any comments on the fact that merchants in EU5 have access to a machine capable of extracting and reintroducing the nutrition of all foods? You know, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool technology that they have. That they can separate the value of, they can separate the calories of food, and then they can put the calories back into the food. It's pretty neat. Are you saying that playing the game is the best way to learn? Yes. But you're not playing, you're watching. And so I'm trying to explain to you why I'm doing what I'm doing. Otherwise, I mean, I just sit here and I just let time pass. But then you'd be like, oh, why does he care so much about roads? Well, you know, now you understand why I care so much about roads. I don't know, we got all the time in the world. Okay, let's talk about towns. So, towns are good because you can do urban stuff in them. You can build urban buildings. But really what we care about for towns is pop growth. So pop growth, if we look at this random rural province here, gives us, we get 0.1% growth from a rural settlement location. There's cheap food, prosperity increases it, available free land, and large food storage in the province. Food storage can be found up here. Right now we have a possibility of 12.5 or 1,250 food stored, though the stockpile is not currently full. Because I'm guessing in the winter time we go into a food deficit, and we're having a tough time recovering that. But in order to really get this food stored, you need to build granaries in urban locations, or you need to build villages in the rural locations. Villages can give a different amount. If we look up in the village, market villages give 50 food capacity, forest 50, farming 100, and fishing 50. So that's a way to store food, and obviously the earlier that you work on getting your food capacity up, the earlier that, or like the longer, the more pops you'll make over time. You can put a speed 1. What's the difference between speed 1 and being paused? That's like nothing. Does this game simulate stockpiles decaying over time? No. Can you just keep big piles of food in the basement forever? You just keep them in the basement forever. And if the food on the market is stored, we're gonna have to talk about food. We're talking about food, damn it. We're talking about food, okay? I won't go full food spiel. For reference, I have written documents about food in this game. I think it's very interesting. And right off the bat, I would like to say, I wish food was more complicated. But that's because I'm psycho. I'm psycho, and I think managing food for your growing empire is a fun part of nation building. Do you need salt to stockpile food? No. But I wish it did. I wish you did. Read those docs. Unfortunately, I cannot show you those docs because the information and screenshots in it are from a previous version that I cannot show you. But I do plan on making a full video about food, and maybe I'll also make like a written document if people prefer that as well. We'll see. We'll see. No, let me get it back to the team. Yes. Make food. Make EU5 more like food simulator. Okay, so food is produced in a location based on an RGO. And technically peasants make food all the time, everywhere. Let's look at here. No, here. Sturdy grains. We love some sturdy grains, okay? Every food RGO makes a certain amount of food. Sturdy grains produce 5 food. Yes? They make five apples. Remember, there is a divide between food good and food food. Food is the food you eat. Food good is the trade good, okay? So our farmer makes sturdy grain. He picks sturdy grain. We now have 1 sturdy grain. The sturdy grain is split into sturdy grain good and food. Yes, they are now no longer the same thing. They are separated. Okay? The sturdy grain good goes to the market immediately. The food goes to the province storage. All right? So food good goes to the pest market. Meanwhile, the sturdy grain goes here to the province storage. Okay? Then, well, actually, technically, the first thing it does is it calculates if the location needs food. Okay? So, if we didn't have enough food... Oh, sneeze. Okay, so the first thing that happens is the food is used by the location, right, which we can find right here. Food insult. All the pops get their food. Then, if there's a surplus, here we have 49 surplus, that is sent to the province food storage. Okay? Then, if there's any locations in that province that need food, they will get the food. Right? They don't have to buy it. And aka you don't have to buy it. They just get it. Then, if there's a surplus of food in the province storage, it is sent to the market. And it is then stored in the market food storage. And then, this is where things can go bad if you don't have enough food. So, let's say you have a province that's in a negative food deficit and it runs out of food in the province storage. What will happen is it will buy it off the market at the market price, the food price. Food price is determined by how much food is stored in a market compared to the maximum amount of food that you can store in the market. And it's exponential. The max food price is 0.2. Max food price is 0.2. Okay? If your food price gets to 0.2, your run is over. Pretty much your run is over if you get there. You're going to go bankrupt pretty quickly if you don't figure out a way to solve the problem. Okay? You want to have your food storage full at all times, obviously. Early game, for most places, you're going to find it somewhat easy to keep the food stockpile high. As time goes on and the amount of pops increases, you're going to start to struggle with, well, you could start to struggle with it if you don't build out your RGOs, or if you town over all of your food RGOs, and then you can run into problems, and then the little ice age will hit, and then you'll really start having problems if you haven't prepared for the little ice age. Okay, but the food goes to the market, and then provinces that are in a food deficit buy from the market. Let's see, do we have any of those in our country? Province food. Yes. Up here where we have all of our gold and silver. Turns out you can't eat gold and you can't eat silver. And that's good, because I'd rather trade it all away. So this province is in a deficit. Now, I don't know why it doesn't actually let the stockpile go down. Sometimes it just buys it, even if the stockpile isn't gone. Which doesn't make sense in my brain, but it's fine, I guess. It just gives you pop growth. It really should go down to 0, and then they should buy it. But it doesn't really matter in this case for what we're talking about. So this location is in a negative food deficit, which means every month, 221 food is bought from the market, brought into the province storage, and is then given out to your locations. You pay for the food, okay? Very important. Your pops are not paying for the food. They don't have wages like Vic 3. You, the state, pay for the food. If we go to selling food here and we look at Haunt, every month we are paying 2.23 ducats of food for this, right? 2 ducats, not that big of a deal for us. Pretty cheap. They don't have wages yet. But if the food price was, let's say, 0.2, what I say was 200 and I'll say like 220, something like that, times 0.2, that would be 44 ducats a month. So if you run out of food in your market, you will find that you will lose a lot of money very quickly. Now, Holland enjoyers. Well, first of all, if you are a Holland enjoyer, rejoice and thank the EU5 devs for changing how Holland was set up to make it easier to get access to food, okay? It used to be a little bit more difficult in the start. But remember how we talked about how market access means the order of who gets to buy food first. What would happen is Flanders and Holland are very urbanized at the start, and they have a small market, which means that it's more prone to price fluctuations when it comes to food, because there's not as much food storage available in the market. What would happen is that there would be a food deficit. Flanders would buy all of the food first, and then Holland would buy food. But because Holland is buying food last, that means that the food price is going to be higher because there's going to be less food stored in the market. So you would go bankrupt super easily as Holland if you didn't expand in the right ways and built up enough food. And then on top of that, Holland also has wetlands everywhere, which reduces food production in all of its locations at the start of the game. So you can't really produce food very well either. And on top of that, the only food you start off with are 2 fish and a livestock. And the livestock is towned over. And towns reduce food production by 10%? By 20%! It was a whole thing. I wrote an 80-page document on the Holland start, and things got changed, I guess. But what we need to worry about is keeping food price low. You're not really going to be able to avoid buying food for your locations as time goes on, right? Your cities are going to become large enough that even if you do have a bunch of food RGOs in the provinces, odds are you're going to buy food, and that's fine. It's fine to buy food for your pops as long as the food price remains at minimum of 0.01, because that's never going to cost you all too much, and you'll make more money from your city than it costs to buy the food, right? You can just think of it as another upkeep for having a bunch of urban buildings and a bunch of urban pops. That's how I like to think about it, at least. Wrote 80 pages about it? Okay, well, there were a lot of screenshots, to be fair. There were a lot of screenshots, but yes. Now that we are selling food to Alexandria, I'm assuming that we're exporting something to Alexandria that uses food. We'll get there. Okay? So, you may be then saying to yourself, okay, well, what if I don't want to build food? What if I want to trade food? Wrong answer. You do not want to trade for food, in my opinion. In my opinion, it's bad to rely on your food production on trade, which, you know, to be fair, that's kind of just true in general in real life too. But because the food price is dictated by how much is stored, you want to make sure that you have enough food always stored. And food is not just produced, it's not just actually 5 food per one of these sturdy grains, because there's another modifier you need to look at, which is food productivity. Food productivity affects how much food, apples, comes from one thing of a food good. So in our case, in here, it is 76.91%. So we get 76.91% more food from a food good that is harvested in Salt. Are you with me? Are you with me? Okay. Though I do believe that this actually affects it after it's all been done. But it's still fine. Like, it's still the food productivity is affecting it. If you buy food from somebody else's market, you do not get that food production. So, you know what I should do? I should pull up my little chart. I have a little chart that I made that I can show you, because it doesn't actually have anything from previous versions. Where did I put it? That's the question. I have so many screenshots. So many screenshots. Oh, it wasn't a screenshot. It was in a Google Doc that I put somewhere. I have a chart. It's going to make it so much easier for me to explain it to you. Hold on. Pause. Did I put it here? No, I didn't put it in that one. I got spreadsheets. I got Google Docs. I got all kinds of things. All kinds of things. I think it's in this one. I have a table of contents. I should have made it better, though. Frick. Frick. Where did I put it? Oh. Was it in Canva, maybe? I should have organized it all better. Don't need to pause. Already paused. Sorry, pause the pause. What's the food good, non-Apple good for? So the food good is demanded by Pops, so they'll still demand wheat, sturdy grains, and whatnot, separate from their food demands. It's different. And then you could also use it in different production methods, like making beer, which your Pops demand. Okay, show me my things. Yeah, there it is. It's that easy. It's that easy. Okay, let me just re-download it, so that way I know where it is. No, I don't want a PDF. Why would I want that as a PDF? What the heck? What the heck? Okay. Here we go. I've got it. I've got the funny little graphic. All right. Boom. 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 And boom. Ta-da. Okay. So, this is how food works. All right. You have a food RGO shown in purple. That is the, we have it, the sturdy grains. You harvest the sturdy grains, it is split into two different things. The food good and the food, okay? Food goods are now on the red path, and the food is now on the blue path, okay? See, because it's like purple, and then you split it in half, and it's red and blue. Pretty good. Okay, this food good is taken to the market. Then there are a couple things that can happen with it. Number one, a Pop can buy the good for their demands. They say, I want sturdy grains. I don't know why they want sturdy grains, because they're already getting different food, but they want sturdy grains. All right, and the Pop buys it, and then the good is gone. Buildings can buy it for the production method. You can buy wheat and make beer. Then the good is gone, it's turned into something else, and we're not worried about it anymore. Or it can be traded to a different market. We'll come back to this, because there is something about that. Trade to a different market. It can also be put into the market stockpile. Technically, that's what would happen first. Well, this is the market stockpile. It could just remain here. And then if you get any extras, I think it just goes to the void. I think it's just voided. How do they buy stuff if they don't have wages? They're not buying it. They just get it. They demand it and they get it. Which creates demand in your markets, which means that the price remains higher, so you can make a profit on having them. Then we have the food track. Food RGO becomes the food. It goes into the provincial food storage. Remember, it goes to the location first. I always forget to put that there. I kind of skip that step in my head, but it goes to the location first. Then it goes to the food storage. Then the Pop eat the food in the province. Okay, and then food gone. Extra food is sold to the market at food price and put in market food storage. Remember how you buy food for your Pops if they don't have enough food at food price? You also sell food to the market at food price. Do not think that you can try and manipulate the market to sell food at a higher price. You don't want to do that. You just want to have food. Then, after it goes to the food storage, or the provincial food storage, is taken to the market and put into the market food storage. Provinces in a food deficit will buy the food at the market price. Okay? And then extra food that goes into the market, if it's full, goes to the worms. It's voided. It's gone. Goodbye. Trade to different market. Remember, the food good and the food are split here. They are magically recombined here. Okay? So maybe this should be purple. So when you trade a food good to a different market, the food is reattached to the food good and sent to a different market. All right? Which means it takes 5 food from the market storage and 1 sturdy grain. They combine together and then they leave. So if you buy a sturdy grain from a different market, you will always get 5 food per 1 sturdy grain that you buy, compared to the sturdy grain that we can grow here, which is then modified by the food productivity. So it's always, always, always better. Well, I guess unless you have negative food productivity. So not always, asterisk, but pretty much always. Better to grow your own food than to buy food from someone else. So if you have negative food production in an area, negative food productivity in an area, you want to overproduce it so you can sell and buy it again to clone food. No. Wait, but what if you consume all the food? Or fractions? So you're saying if the market was out of food and you were exporting wheat, is that what you're saying? What would happen? I believe what would happen is you go into an even larger food deficit. But if it doesn't have the food in the market, I don't know. I don't know if it magically replenishes, because it does take the food out of the market itself. It does. Because look, we know that we're exporting something to Alexandria. Turn off owned trades. Oh, the burgers are exporting something to Alexandria, so we can't really see. Where did we see? Okay. So I don't know exactly what we're exporting to Alexandria. But we are exporting 1.45 food to Alexandria. So we are sending some food RGO, food good, to Alexandria for something. If I had to guess, it's probably beeswax. That would be my assumption, is that they're buying beeswax from us because they don't have a lot of beeswax, I don't think, in the Alexandria market. They have it in this market, not in this one. That would be my assumption, because they kind of have enough food for everything else. But they could be having some demands. I'm not sure. But if the market was out of food and we tried to export the good would still be exported. I think it would probably duplicate the food. Like the receiving person would gain food and you would still lose food, I would assume. I don't know though, because I've never gotten to that point. There is a somewhat weird disconnect between food good demand and food demand, where you can have not enough food in the market, but you have enough wheat in the market, which can be very confusing at first. But here, now you don't need to be confused, because I can tell you, is because the food good is disconnected from the food, you can have wheat at the minimum price, so you can't really trade it to make money. But if it does get traded, you lose food from the market, but your food price can be at max even if there's enough wheat in the market. It's kind of weird, but that's how it works. Or prevents the trade from happening. Maybe, but you're trading the good, not the food. The food just gets reattached. But I don't know, it might prevent it. I don't know. Your head hurts? Welcome to the food life, baby. All right, that's just how it goes. That's just how it goes. Why haven't I betrayed Naples to feed Croatia and Bosnia their coast back? Well, number one, why? And number two, why? There is an argument to try and get Dubrovnik back, but Naples is not a pushover, and that would be a lot of pops I'd have to sacrifice in a war for very little gain. I believe you Mayo trade system is very complicated. Oh yeah, arguably the Mayo system is more complicated than this one is. You just don't see it, right? Because a lot of it's done in the background. But the Mayo food is very complicated. Is Carpathian Empire an ahistorical formable? I don't believe we have any formable. No. We would just need to become an empire, but we can't because we're Catholic. We would have to flip to Protestant or Orthodox or something to become an empire. The big question... if you trade away all food goods, can you? Would that boost food price? What do you mean, would that boost food price? You're saying if I exported all of my food goods, like all my wheat and whatnot, would that increase the price of wheat? No, because there's enough wheat everywhere. Look, we can look. Europe, for reference, all pops in Europe have plus 100% base demand of wheat from base pop demands. Europeans love their wheat. Okay, so this is going to be the best place in the world to sell wheat to. The price of wheat is everywhere except for maybe Bruges, no, even in Bruges, is going to be below base price. I'm surprised that it's even in the silver and not just in the bronze for coins. So you will lose money if you try and export wheat. Because remember, you have the good price in your market, in their market. So what you want to do is sell something that's cheap in your market to something that's expensive in somebody else's market, like gold, right? Gold in the pest market is 7 ducats. It's pretty cheap. But if I export it to the, Genova market, it's 11.16. So there's a lot of profit to be found there. You just don't find that with food goods. Most of the time. Most of the time. There are some exceptions to that, but generally you'd be better off not trading food. Trading food is really just bad. Across the board, just bad. Because the price of food RGOs is super low, we're talking like 1 ducat, and usually the demand is met everywhere for the actual good for a super long time, it's just not worth doing. Like, you should just build fine cloth or paper or books or gold or silver or something and then trade that instead. There are some exceptions, like southern India has a very big demand for wheat, but they don't have any wheat RGOs. So you could export wheat to southern India and make some money off of that. When I played VJ, I was importing a ton of wheat from Yemen, and I made Yemen very rich. Also, horses to southern India can make you a lot of money too. But it's still, the price of the good is so low that even if it increases to a much higher amount, like, it's still probably not worth it. What if you send your army to raise all the farms in France? Can I sell them Russian wealth? Can you destroy RGO infrastructure of the enemy? Not that I know of. No. You can create devastation. Sorry. It's not even devastation. It's just negative prosperity. Where is prosperity? There it is. It's like down here. This is definitely our fault. We definitely did this. The prosperity here is minus 72.2%, and it gives all those negatives. It's very bad. It's very, very bad. It does give you increased construction speed, though, I suppose. So that's really the only way that you can influence that. And I believe prosperity just goes down per month from an occupation. Weather can also affect it and lower prosperity as well. But yes, that reduces the RGO. Not only does it reduce the RGO output, but it also reduces the food production output. So it's kind of like a double whammy. You produce less of the good, and the good that is produced is less effective. You need to figure out how you can starve people. It's just like, I mean, you can starve your own people. You can starve your own people, but it's difficult to starve other people. But that's kind of the basics of food. kind of the basics. Long term, you want to make sure that you're choosing more than a couple, but you want to make sure you're choosing rural locations that can supply food to your urban locations. And that kind of ties back into the idea that we started with, which is why are we building towns in certain spots compared to not other spots? And the answer is food production long term. We know we have the river map mode, right? Rivers, very good. Let's take a look at food productivity, because this is super, super important. You want to make the bulk of your food in high food productivity areas. Work smarter, not harder, okay? If we look at the food productivity map mode, we can see that right here, there's 114%. And right here, there's plus 100%. Very, very good stuff. What you really want, what you're looking for, is farmlands on a river with a decent RGO. That will give you a ton of food productivity and a ton of food. In our case, that's not really an option. Well, you can look here. We can look at food productivity. So we know that the topography that we talked about earlier and the vegetation can affect this. So Comarome has minus 10% from the wetlands, but it gains 33% from the farmlands. The river flowing through gains 25%. Now I'm pretty sure, yeah, different rivers give different percentages of food productivity. Do not get me started on that, okay? Because I don't know what determines what rivers give what food production, okay? I don't know, and it's very frustrating that it doesn't tell me. Like the Nile gives 15%. It gives 15%. Now, why does the Nile give 15% when this one gives 25%? I don't know. Is it the amount of river in the location? Is it the amount of borders that it has with rivers? Is it the amount of rivers that enter into it from different locations? I don't know. I don't know, but it's something, okay? But every river will increase some amount of food productivity at least a little bit. Okay? Nile said 25? No. Nile did not say 25. It is the river flowing through gives 25. Oh. Am I stupid? Did I not look at one that didn't have that? Or am I just stupid? Okay, that one's at 15. This one's at 15. But this one's at 25. Now tell me, what's the difference? Why? Why? No, that one says 15. And this one says 25. Okay, so why is this one 25 and this one's 15? And this one's 15? Is it because there's a river on the other side? Is it because it's further up the river? I don't know. Whether it's 1 or 2 pixels wide, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But it's something. Something is determining that. I won't even get into pop good demands today, because that's a whole nother rabbit hole to go down of locations affecting pop good demands. That one will make me lose my mind. But yes, river, food RGO, that's going to be what you're looking for. Obviously, as Hungary, we have quite a few of them. Yeah, I like this one. But this here, this is farmlands, flatlands, on a river. It has plus 99% food productivity, which is pretty good. Now, being rural gives 10%. Very quick little side note about this, about the food. Rural has a base of 10% food production. Towns have minus 20% food productivity. So that's a 30% swing if you town over a food RGO. And then cities have minus 33%. Yes, minus 33% local food production. So if you want to make food, you don't town over it. You have to leave it rural. It's a huge loss that you get by towning over food RGOs. Now, there are going to be some places where you do just town over the food RGO because you don't care that much about the food itself and you'd rather have the town. That is a trade-off that you're just going to have to make based off of kind of how you're feeling. Like before they made this a town, I would usually town over this farmlands because I'd rather have the pop capacity than the food, and then I would make Fervorar into food. But that was also when wheat was 8 and livestock was not 8. But now that livestock is 8, maybe this would be better to have rural. But I don't know. More pop capacity is good. But more pop capacity is still fine for rural locations because pop growth is faster in rural locations in general. Flat bonuses at least are faster. But you'll see it's at 99%. Development is pretty important. Highly developed rural provinces on a river with a food RGO can feed a lot of pops. A lot of pops, and is very good to have. So it's not like if you're developing a capital province and you have a rural location, that's not necessarily a bad thing long term. Kind of. It depends. It just depends on what you're looking for. Farmlands here, obviously huge production to food. We're full traditional economy, which means we have more food production, and then tax will also give you food. And then your peasant estate satisfaction will give you more food the higher it is. Obviously, we're taxing them at 50%, so there's no bonus, no negative. But in general, if your peasants are happier, they'll give you more food. So this is a really good food production spot, right? Livestock gives you 8 food. There's high food productivity, so we'll probably keep this rural for the rest of the game. And we will simply build this up, and we'll get more and more pops. Now, we don't have a lot of pops here in general, which is kind of unfortunate. But as time goes on, more pops will grow, and we can always try and force people to migrate there if we need to. To repeat the question, is there a downside to centralizing food production, or do you gain anything from having local food production? Yes, there is technically a downside. Remember that food is first stored on the province level, and if the food is stored on the province level, you don't have to buy the food for those locations. So if you wanted to feed your capital with this fish farmlands, which good luck, but you could try, and you made enough food in this location to feed your capital, then that would work. Right? Then you don't have to buy any food for Buddha, which we're not right now, because we have Tata and we have Komorom. Though eventually we'll be sitting over Tata. Spoilers. So it can be good to do that. Eventually, though, again, like I'm going to city over things because I want to do some urban production and I want to get some control bonuses and whatnot. And so you might not want to have this, in which case you will need to make your food elsewhere. And remember, of course, market access affects urban buildings very heavily. So you want to try and urbanize around your market center. So having a bunch of rural locations around the market center might not be worth it because you would rather have the actual goods produced from urban buildings instead of having the food produced there. And then you just accept that you're going to buy food for the pops, but you just have to make sure you grow the food somewhere else. Any excess food gets sold for the amount you bought it, right? Yes. Yes, but remember, you're only buying food for pops that need it. And if you sell food to the market and the market food is stored, the food just disappears. Feels like compared to Rome, you have enough suffering with managing food there. Here's the secret food tip. Are you ready for this? Ready? Just build food RGOs and don't town over some of them. That'll get you most of the way there. That'll get you most of the way there, for the most part. Is pop growth imperator like? So the 1% from a settlement is like an imperator where it contributes 1% monthly to the growth of a pop? No. No. Because Imperator has pops like Stellaris used to have pops, where it's like you have 1 unit of pop. Here it's like a full pop. Like every single person is a pop. And it's yearly pop growth, not monthly. After a year, we'll gain 1.43% more. Can you destroy food production of your enemies, force them into famine, and an inevitable decline in population? Again, it's really difficult to starve people. Really difficult. Just by occupying things, you will absolutely lower their production, because prosperity will go down, but it's really difficult to starve people. There's not devastation, but negative prosperity, which is kind of the same thing. How do you increase the food production? Great question. There are ways to increase food production. The biggest one being villages. So farming villages give a flat 4% local food production here. Which is very nice, and that's 4% per level of farm village. Now you can only build farm villages on wheat, maize, rice, sturdy grains, legumes, potatoes, livestock, olives, fruit, and wool locations, and it has to be in a rural area. It will give some peasant power, it gives possible laborers and soldiers, and also increases your food capacity. It does cost tools and 1 clay, and it will produce 0.5 livestock. Now there is a somewhat issue here where that we kind of touched on earlier, where food RGOs are oftentimes not worth very much. So farming villages are a lot of times not profitable to have, especially because getting 1 clay per level is kind of expensive. So oftentimes you'll have to subsidize your farming villages to make food, to actually make them hire people, because they can't afford to keep it open. Is farm village separate from the RGO, so you can max the RGO, then build farming villages? Yes. Correct. Farming villages hire an additional 1,000 peasants. So an RGO will promote peasants into laborers. So it'll take 1,000 peasants, turn them into 1,000 laborers. The farming village will just take 1,000 peasants and put them to work. There's also windmills. Yes, there's windmills. Those are built under the laborers, and for that you need wheat. You need a grain of some kind. I think it has to be rural as well. We can go to our sturdy grains here. Down here's the windmill. So this increases wheat, rice, and sturdy grain output by 10%. So it's not food productivity, just a flat bonus output, which is then affected by the food productivity of the location. For here, you have to build them in wheat, rice, sturdy grain, rural location. These are good. I build windmills pretty much everywhere that I can. Is clay a ubiquitous good from river locations or only specifically from specialized locations? Both, technically. So there are clay RGOs. Hungary has a few of them. Not all too bad. Not all too bad. So you can just expand these and you'll have clay. Each level for us gives 1.26. And there is also a rural building, which you cannot build in clay locations, by the way. And I believe they do need to be built on the coast, a river, or a lake. And it cannot produce clay. But you can build these in cities, towns, and rural locations. I would really only build them in rural, for the most part. But technically speaking, you do get higher building levels in urban locations. So if you really need a lot of clay, the best place to build them would be in a town or a city. But I don't know when you would need to run into that. But you could. Do keep in mind, though, that to make these, it requires wood. And that is a very expensive input to use. Not from the price of the lumber, but from the fact that everything uses lumber. There are a ton of rural buildings. Okay? A ton of them. And a lot of them need wood. So you do have to be careful about building too many of these up. Because, well, you can make your wood price go high, and then all of your RGO expansion and your buildings will become super expensive as well. Can a region have multiple resources, such as iron and lumber? It can only have one RGO. Okay, so this province will only ever produce sturdy grains. But if you build a rural location like the bog iron smelter, you can then also make iron, the iron good as well. What ways do we have to make lumber? There are, to my knowledge, 3 ways. Well, I guess 4 if you count trade, but 3 ways to make the lumber. Number 1, lumber RGO. Pretty basic, pretty straightforward, just like anything else. Expand it, your pops work it, you get the lumber. Number 2, you have sawmills. These can be built on any woods, forest, or jungles. Wood, forest, jungle locations. And lumber mills. Sawmills are technically different. Lumber mills can be built in any kind of location. Has to be woods, forests, jungles, or farmlands. I did not know that. Well, there you go. I guess you can also build them in farmlands. And that will cost you 0.4 tools per level to get 1 lumber. The third way to get lumber is from common goods. Common goods are just like goods you get from having locations. Lumber, stone, clay, sand. I don't know if there's any other ones. There might be. I don't know where to look at the common goods. But if we go to lumber production in our nation, we get 3.27. Well, the game did not appreciate me hovering over common goods. Not one single bit. Game crash. Game crash. Rippy dippy. We must build roads. Why did you do that? Why did you do that to us? Why did you crash the game? Common goods banned. Privatize everything. The public-private partnership will succeed. The tooltip's still on embargo. Is there any reason not to go for lumber maxing first to make all the other buildings and maintenance cheaper? No, that is kind of what you want to do. But your burgers don't like that, fun fact. Because your burgers will export goods on their own. So in a vacuum, yeah, you do want to crash the price of lumber, for sure. But your burgers will then see that is very loud. Is that the first game crash? First one I've had in a while. Your burgers will automatically import and export goods. And if you overproduce wood a bunch, they still like to export it. Follow-up question, can you show the lumber production of the good people in Portugal? Portugal is where I actually ran into that problem with the burgers. I need to unpause for another month now because it didn't save. Is that even if I tried to crash the price of wood in Portugal, the burgers just exported all of it. Portugal has a decent amount of lumber. And they also have a decent amount of woods as well, and farmlands. So Portugal doesn't really have a wood shortage. Spain is, yeah, Castile is has eaten a little bit though. A little bit of munching. Where are we at? We were talking about common goods. They're just goods that you get automatically for having locations. Lumber, stone, clay, sand. I'm pretty confident that those have common goods. Yeah, common good. Glass is not a common good. It's all like raw materials that you can get common goods for. Is it resource depletion? No. Your burgers export goods? You thought burgers were goods. Well, I guess for some people that's probably true. Not for us though. Let's see. We get lumber from the RGO, from the building, and from common goods. You can also import it. There is a building you can build in lumber RGO provinces, locations, which is the sawmill, which increases lumber output by 10%. So those are good to build as well if you do find yourself running a lumber deficit. How much different is, say, a lumber RGO versus a lumber mill? Good question. So a lumber mill will always take 0.4 tools and produce 1 lumber. You're not going to get a, well, actually, I guess you could. It is going to be a building, so you would get a production efficiency bonus. You would get a 0.63 production efficiency bonus. Here, don't I have a lumber mill somewhere close by? Here. Yeah, so we produce 1 point, or we just 0.1. Okay, do I have any full lumber mills? This one's pretty full. So we produce, please let me hover over this. So this goes back into the market access, where if you build a lumber mill, that's a building. And building output is affected by market access. So the higher the market access, the more goods you actually get out of your lumber mill building. So in this case, we are only getting 0.85. It's multiplied by 0.85 because we don't have full market access here. And then it's affected by average literacy, burger satisfaction, and building level, just like any other building would be. Lumber RGO does not take tools, correct. You hire the laborers and they get you the good. Would not be smart just to build a bunch of lumber mills outside of lumber RGOs. It very well could be, because yes, it does take tools to build the lumber mills. That is true. But that means that you're increasing tool demand in your market, which means if you have a ton of iron, which we do, you could then build a bunch of tool guilds in your cities, and that could make it to where you have a larger economy. But in general, RGOs, you just invest in them once and then you get them, right? And then the pops just work them and you get the value from them, right? I do still like maximizing out my RGOs, but if you don't have lumber RGOs, well, you know, you're out of luck. You have to build lumber mills. Are we doing the AI things? We need to increase tool demand, so we make lumber mills to need more tools. Yes. The question is whether there's another use for your ducats and pops that are more productive. Not that it can be productive at all. Correct. Correct. Distribute tool guilds in areas, then build lumber mills in provinces around the tool guilds. Well, it would be that your lumber mills would be more effective the closer to the market center they are. But obviously, if you're close to a market center, the question is, do you want those pops making you lumber, or would you rather them make you fine cloth, or jewelry, or paper, or books? Right? Building becomes better by late game as the Industrial Revolution kicks off. Yes. Building becomes better when you get access to the tier 2 production buildings in the Age of Discovery. Over here in, I believe it's printing press, the paper workshop, and the printer's shop. The weapons workshop, naval supplies workshop, and then the rest of the upgrades are in the Age of Reformation. It's almost a different game when you get those unlocked. Because what will happen, usually, is my economy
Damn, it's been 32 months. It really doesn't feel like I've been subbed for nearly 3 years.
Dave Dragana Metal, thank you for the 32 months. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. What will happen is our economy will grow at a pretty fast rate into the 1400s, through the 1400s, and then in the late 1400s, it will start to stagnate a little bit. Not because you can't expand it, but because your pop demands won't be able to be high enough, right? Because you're still recovering from the Black Death at that point, or like you have recovered from it, and now you're starting to get to more pop growth, but there's not enough demand out there to make it worth it to build a bunch of fine cloth in a bunch of different towns because of the economies of scale. It's better to build all in one spot, but you will cap out on how many buildings you can build. The workshops usually have better production methods, and you can build more levels of them. So you'll unlock them, and your economy will just explode as you're able to, number one, increase the amount of pops that you have working these jobs, which means they're higher level pops and higher class pops. Higher class pops have more pop demands and usually for more valuable goods, which means you can build more of those workshops to meet those pop demands. And at that point, your economy starts to explode. And you run out of pops. You'll be fine on pops for the most part in Europe until that point. But the moment you hit workshops is the moment when you actually have to start thinking about what is it worth for my pops to work because I don't have enough. If you're playing in India, you don't got to worry about that. You just keep building. You've got plenty. But for Europe, that is when you're going to start having to actually think about what you want to build and what you need. Fairwees, thank you for the 10 gifted. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. It's still August 1371. Well, you'll be happy to know that technically we've unpaused twice. We just had a game crash. This game forces you to study Economy 101. It forces you to study EU5 Economy 101. Yes. Does output bonuses work on buildings like we just saw? 25% lumber output as an advance. Does that only apply to RGO or to everything? I believe that applies to everything. It's just lumber output in general. So anything that makes lumber. I don't think it affects common goods, but I do believe it affects the building. But yeah, it's good stuff. And I guess all of that leads back into why am I building towns where I want to build them? It only took us a couple of hours, but now we can finally talk about, now that we've talked about control and market access and food and a little bit about goods production, okay, now we can finally talk about building towns. Why am I building towns? Where I'm building towns. So if we look at the location rank map mode, we will see three things. Red is rural, gray is town, yellow is city. What we want is to have at least one town in every single province. That way I can build granaries in them. That way I can get more pop growth. Where do we want to build the towns? Who knows, right? Who knows? Let's take a look at, hold on, I need to do an input binding for areas, or for provinces. I don't want to click the button over and over again. Provinces, I usually had it on, I think I had it on Y. No, I had it on Shift Y, and then locations I had on Y. And then I think I have to go up here and remove, no, I was Control Y. Okay, cool. So now I can go and we can look at the province map mode here. Let's see. So you already have a town. We could work on having a town here. We've already built a town here. This has a town. This has a town. This has a town. I don't think this one has a town. No. Okay. So let's check out this province. It is a 4-location province. We have wheat, wine, fruit, and livestock. If we look at, it is flatlands, woods with one grassland in the south, and it is all continental. There is a river that flows through the bottom 3 locations. So where do we want to decide to put our town? Right? And where do we want to build food is the question. If we look at the food productivity map mode, we see the highest amount of food productivity is here in Zalaegerszeg. Close enough. Close enough. But that produces fruit. And fruit only has an output of 4. So even though it's 100% food productivity, that just makes this one fruit from here as good as one livestock from here. Not necessarily the best trade-off for us, right? It's not very good. Now, of course, we do care about development growth in our towns, in which case this bottom one, grasslands, flatland, no negatives to its dev growth from these woods, because woods will lower the development growth by 20%. But this grassland also, where does it get proximity from? It cuts across all these woods, which means it's going to be difficult for us to get our control here because it has to go through 3 woods. And I believe there's already a road here to the capital. No, there's not actually. We're missing roads in a couple of spots on this path. So it could be a little bit better. This is on the border, so we'd probably need to build a fort here if we did want to build up a town. And that would leave us with a wine, a fruit, and a livestock province, all rural. This location also has more pops than this one does. Something to keep in mind, right? Because obviously you want a lot of pops in your urban locations. There's a good bit of fruit demand, so that is something to consider. So, another thing about towns, well, technically about rural locations. Rural locations increase maximum RGO size by 100%. So you can have double the size of the goods. So yes, if we left it rural, we have twice as much of the RGO as possible. Now I think eventually your urban locations will have more RGO size, but that's not until like super late game. And not something that we need to consider or even think about at this point. It's not worth planning around because it's so far down the line that we would lose much more value by worrying about that right now. So technically you want towns and places with RGO you have a surplus for. Bingo. You want towns and places of RGOs that you don't care about. So for example, gold, you do not want a town over gold because you reduce the amount of gold that you can actually output. You'd rather have it rural. So in our case, this wheat here, I think it is probably going to end up being our best spot for the town. Now, wine is a great place to town over because wine sucks. Wine sucks so much. I hate this trade good. I really, really, really do. It's only worth 2 ducats, and in the vast majority of places in the world, I'm talking vast majority, you have a surplus all the time. Especially if you're anywhere close to Italy, they have so much wine. I mean, look, we have so much wine. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. We don't really care about wine, which kind of pushes me towards wanting to town over it. Now, keep in mind, we can make 2 towns. Look, there's nothing illegal about having 2 different towns. But for our first town, I think it's better if we put it here on top of this wheat. Even though there is 80% production, there are other places that we can get food from that are also good. I think this works out pretty well. Do I think Ambinar will be good with EU5? I think it'll be great with EU5. I didn't talk about it much a couple days ago because it was like a sponsor stream, so I didn't want to talk about Ambinar too much. But I am super looking forward to EU5 and Ambinar. I think it's going to be incredibly good. Just if they just bring the setting of Ambinar over to EU5 mechanics and like that's it, that's all they do, I think it'll be incredibly fun to play. If you think it'll be so good, why don't you make it real? Real. So much of Ambinar's missions though, it doesn't have to be though. EU4 Ambinar is very mission focused, but it doesn't have to be mission focused necessarily. Isn't there a lot of wheat demand, though? No. Not really. Look. In our market. Wheat. We have 30 surplus of wheat in our market at the moment. 30. So we're like super fine on wheat. We produce most of the wheat in the world. Maybe. Okay, that's a bit dramatic. There are going to be other places. Well, actually, we do produce more wheat than Alexandria market does. We have a lot of wheat, okay? We have a lot of wheat. I mean, part of it's just because I'm actually expanding my RGOs faster than the AI is. My hair is all messed up. It's bothering me. So we have plenty of wheat, so we don't really need to worry about that. So let's go ahead and make our town here. Boom, we're actually doing something huge. But now we understand why. The control here isn't great, right? It's pretty bad. But you can build temples in towns, which increases control by 5%. But really the purpose of this town is not to produce things. It is to have granaries and marketplaces. And that's kind of it. It's a very rural town, if that makes sense. But it's more about making sure that my pops continue to grow at a decent pace. So we'll go ahead and we'll expand that. Huge. Huge. We still have a little bit of money, so I could do another town here. And this province could use a town. We have wheat, wool, livestock, and iron. So this one's interesting because these are all pretty good RGOs. All pretty good RGOs in general. I always hate towning over iron. Even though we do have a lot of iron as Hungary, we will eventually run into a shortage just because we'll be building a lot. So it really comes down to the other ones here. If we look, this livestock province is on a river. Has no control, by the way. 0, 0, 0 control. And it's not a core either. It's just integrated. Interesting. Very interesting. Maybe we should do some conversions down here to core that up. Is that the same thing here too? Is that why this is so rough? No, that's a core. This one just isn't. Huh. Well, that's okay. I still want to build the town here. Remember, we want development growth, and this is flatlands, woods, but a river flowing through will increase our dev growth by 5%. Well, I guess it actually probably still be higher here off of the river, and then we could make food on the livestock. Counterpoint, eventually we might make it into a city, and a city can have a pound lot canal, and a pound lot canal reduces proximity by a flat 5, I think it is. Now, will this be a city for a long time? No, but if I ever plan on making it a city, then I should build it on a river. And I do kind of want to build it on a river. Also, I care a lot less about livestock than I do about wool at the moment. So I do think that I want to build my town here on the river still. What benefit do rivers have if it isn't leading to the capital? It gives you pop growth. It gives it gives pop growth speed. It gives development. Gives food productivity technically. Yeah. But I do think that I want to put my town here. I can't actually afford it at the moment because it's so expensive. But that's because our masonry and our wood, our lumber is expensive. So we should really be expanding those. And I think we are expanding our masonry at the moment. And we could start to work on expanding our lumber. I can build a sawmill here for 10% output. And then I can expand that lumber. That lumber is not done yet. Like, I could be expanding this lumber. I wouldn't get the money out of it, but I would get the actual RGO. The other option could be that I could build those lumber mills that are somewhat close by to my capital. Like, we have 7,000 pops here, and we can't expand the gold for a little bit, so I think getting a lumber mill here is not the worst idea in the world. Same thing with silver in Haunt. I might as well put these pops to work. They're not really doing anything else. I don't particularly care about this fruit, so I'll build another lumber mill here as well, and we'll just start to expand our actual lumber output. Medicaments I don't really care about, so I'll build a lumber mill there. And wild game is another one that I really don't care about. It's got 90% market access, which isn't too bad. Control could be better, but I'll build a lumber mill here too. And that should increase our tool demand by a little bit, in which case I might want to expand our tool production. But it looks like we already have the max tools here. What's our price of tools? It's 12% below. Okay, that's fine. Then we'll let the demand go up a bit. What am I refusing to show? Hey, Sparkling Wallflower. How's Hungary doing tonight? Good. We've unpaused for 1 month. The mission UI? Oh, well, it's not that I'm not showing it. I just don't have them enabled. I just don't have them enabled. I don't even know if I can turn them on if I wanted to. I need to go into game rules, maybe? Missions enabled. Here, let me make a save before I start clicking things. Just in case. You never know. Game rules. Missions enabled. I don't know if that will actually enable them or not. We might have to unpause for another month. Okay, there we go. Start a new mission tree. So there are missions. There's like a learning walkthrough. The learning walkthrough is really good. It's really useful for learning how to play the game. But at this point, like, I already know everything they're going to teach me. And sometimes they get a little weird. It's been a while since I've used them, though, to be fair. Let's do economy. Why not? And we want to develop a traditional economy, right? Designated location will gain the Great Rural Center for 20% production efficiency for 20 years. Okay, so this is the missions. This is how they work. You have to start off with the top one, and then you can go down your branches. We don't have it set to where you can get the rewards, but there are rewards that you can get from the missions. I just don't use them, so I don't have it turned on. And they essentially just teach you about different... Oh, irrigation! I forgot about irrigation when we were talking about food. Throwing. Irrigation is another way to get more food production. But then you can just go down, and it'll give you hints on how to do them. I just don't like doing them because I don't like being told what to do. I don't like being told what to do because I know what I want to do. And sometimes they make you do weird things that I just don't like doing. But they are here. Yeah, you can't have multiple trees active. This is the only tree that's active. Technically, you can ignore a lot of the side ones. You just have to complete, I believe, one branch. I think you just need one branch to get down and technically complete it. Obviously, you have to meet all the requirements. But like these side ones, you don't have to do. The fishing villages, you don't have to do. The roads, you don't have to do. But there are missions. I just don't like using them myself. But I'm sure you could just redo it if they did want to do like Ambinar mission trees, to where it's just like one big mission tree. I don't know. Any mission lore, are they all generic? These are all generic missions. Where did my missions go? I clicked them away. I don't remember how to get back to them. Hints? No. And then no. I think I just got rid of them. Yeah, I don't know where they went. I'll be real with you. I used the missions one time and then I stopped using them. So. I just don't like them. But that's because, objectively, I don't necessarily love mission trees, especially when I'm learning the game. It runs into a problem, and I know not everybody's going to agree with me, but it teaches you the answer. It doesn't teach you how to play the game. Okay? That's really how missions work, especially if they give you rewards. And so then you don't understand the mechanics fully. Instead, you just learn what the right answer is, and I don't enjoy that as much. But the goals, having the goals can be good if you don't know what you want to do. That's probably the best part of mission trees, for sure. And the telling the story part also, yes. That is why I enjoy missions in Anbanar, but I don't really enjoy missions in base EU4. Because in base EU4, I'm going for achievements anyways, and I couldn't care less about the missions because I just want the achievement. And I'm going to do whatever I got to do to get the achievement. So that's just kind of how it goes. Okay, I think we can unpause. We can let some time pass. We can actually let the game play. Whoa, crazy, crazy stuff. We're building up our masonry. We're building up our lumber, so that way we can upgrade towns for cheaper. I don't remember. Do we have the tech that makes it cheaper to upgrade towns? Yes, we do. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. We are close to being able to embrace institutions. Banking is probably going to be the first one. It's starting to spread to all of our towns. Then it's going to be professional army, then probably Renaissance. Have I looked at the EU5 achievements at all? I've looked at some of them briefly, but nothing in depth. The answer is like, yeah, I'll go for them probably, but maybe not for a while. We'll see. There's already a gravel road from Buda to here. Well, that's interesting. Oh, right. Wait. Did I upgrade the wrong one? No. But it's telling me that if I built the road from here back to Buda, it would go on a different path. And then it would be faster. Is that true? Is that real? Where are you tracing your proximity from? No, it's definitely going straight across. I don't know if that's actually true. I'll build it, though. We'll see. We'll see if that actually changes how it traces its proximity. Because it does go through more flatlands, I guess. I guess it goes through these grasslands instead of through more woods and farmlands to get up here. But we'll see. Our ruler's older brother and cabinet member has died. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, good thing we got some sons. Or nephews. We'll put this guy in charge. Remember, we want crown power from it. And I do now need to promote a head of cabinet. I think I'll promote my heir to head of cabinet. That'll just cost us 300 monies. Difference between towns and cities. So a city gives possible nobles, clerics, burghers, laborers, and soldiers. It has more supported building level, more pop promotion speed, 5% more control, sorry, 10% control, more pop capacity, flat capacity, and percentage capacity, more food capacity, that's storage, less food production, slower speed of integration, +1 construction capacity, and 25% construction speed, compared to a town which has a lot less possible guys, higher class pops, only 25 supported building level, 5% max control, 20,000 pop capacity, 10% pop capacity, 250 food storage, minus 20% local food production, minus 25% speed of integration. So cities are just better. It requires, I think it's 30,000 pops to turn a town into a city. And I think you can town over anything. But yeah, cities are good. Cities are very, very good. Cities can also build pound lot canals eventually, which make it much easier to spread control. So, definitely something we'll be interested in. Our ruler's mother has died, rippy dippy. And we've reduced the cost of purchasing food. That's nice. There's a resolution being debated on in the Catholic Church. Can I be involved in this? I have yet to vote. So who do I want to support? Do I want to support Rome or do I want to support Bazas? I think I'm going to support Rome. How much support do I actually count for? Is the question. I'm going to side with Naples because they're my ally. One support. Wow. Glad I could give one support. Huge. When there's extremely high market access, is it worth it to pump cities and go with RGO equivalent buildings instead of RGO locations themselves? Maybe? It depends. That's kind of going to be the answer I have to give for everything. It depends. You'd probably be better off building actual urban buildings. But if you need those RGOs, then yeah, I guess. I suppose. Wallachia left the coalition time to eat them. Well, I need to get a CB on them. And that's going to require parliament. Okay, so we built those lumber mills. You filled up already? Okay, I didn't build one there. I don't think. Did I? No, I must not have. I probably should have, though. I don't really like that the price of clay is not super low. I mean, it's at minus 25%. I think I'll build another lumber mill here. Why not? And then I can build a road out to here. I'll even put one to there as well. We'll just keep expanding that out a bit. What is my cabinet doing? Right, you're converting down south. That's fine. That works. Are we still, we're talking about missions? Missions? Look, I think missions are fine. I think it's fine they're not here though. It will take some adjusting for sure. And I don't think this is the final iteration of what they want missions to look like either. I will do that. So maybe we see more of a mission tree focus coming back, but I don't know. I don't really need the missions in EU5. I'm just kind of vibing doing my own thing. In general. Dang. That's a lot of snow. That's a lot of snow. I do need to figure out what I want to spend my money on, though. The answer is roads and towns, I think. Roads and towns. Roads and towns. Let's build out into here. Should definitely build a road out to that lumber, so that way I can actually get better control to it, so I can make a little bit more money off of it. Kind of expensive to move up into there. And we have gotten maximum RGO size in rural, so that means we can build even more gold, hopefully. No more silver, no more gold. We'll need another tech. How close to these ages are we? 5.67, 6.63. We still have a while to go. Okay. Well, let's grab the noble estate satisfaction then. Then maybe we'll grab the construction speed afterwards. We'll see. Why is it 44 music? Because I ran out of the thing. because I'm playing the music on Spotify. I got to figure out if I can get rid of the like auto adjusting music, because it makes it hard for me to balance the sound out. It's probably a skill issue. There's probably a way I can do it through OBS to where I make it quieter. Like I'm sure I could put a limiter on the sound that comes from the game, which would be a decent idea. Now that I've said that out loud, it seems pretty simple of a fix. So I'll have to look into that tonight maybe. But it was too loud yesterday, so I just put it onto Spotify. Except the dynamic music, coward. I like dynamic music, but it does get too loud for people listening. And the last thing I want to do is be adjusting the sound of the music all the time. I need to invest into the town I built up. So down here. And then this needs to become a town. I will upgrade that. And then I want to build a temple. Always build temple first. It's 5% control. You always want to build a temple in a town. Then I want to build granaries. I ran out of money. I want to build granaries so we can start working on that pop growth. Then I want to build as many marketplaces here as I can. And then I want to build a bridge for better proximity. Well, yeah. I mean, I do want to do that, to be fair. I do want to do that. Then, am I building it in the wrong spot? No. We do have invite German settlers, though, which is going to be very expensive. I'm almost to the point where I don't want to pay for this anymore, but it's Pops, so it's so very good. It's so very good, but when we do get to a larger income, it becomes kind of a pain because it's always putting you into debt, because I don't just sit around with, 400 ducats, but maybe I should just sit around and keep a couple hundred ducats spare every time. Maybe that is the play. There's a loan. It's only one loan. I mean, it'll only take a couple months to pay off, but still. We'll also want to build a fort on this location. So that way, if we do get involved in a war against Austria, or someone that can walk up to here, that they don't just immediately siege down the town. This is also the... Ooh, stability. This is also the province capital. So if this gets sieged down, it will automatically siege down the rest of the province. So we do want to protect it, especially if it's on a border. I kind of wish you would have more than one RGO per province, maybe percentage based with some uniques. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, I agree, but I understand why there's only one. And then you can build buildings to get other base resources out of it if you want to. But I understand. You have a lot of pop. Seems like it's time for more war. Well, I don't have a CB on anybody. And more war to what end, I ask? More war to what end? To do what? To get the map color, our color? I mean, sure. It could work. Like, we could. We'll do it with the next parliament. We can go to war with Wallachia. Obviously, I'll have to annex them because they hate me a lot. Yeah, a lot. So I'll have to annex them and then release a vassal, but that's fine. Can I ask the Pope to be an emperor? Am I allowed to do that? I don't know of any way to do that. Am I allowed to ask him to become an emperor? Is that under religion? That makes the Pope mad. You can't all because there's only one empire. Yeah, I mean that's I'm pretty sure. I don't know of a way to become an empire if I'm Catholic. Because there's only one empire. The Holy Roman Empire. Because they're like the empire, they're the emperor of all Christianity. Catholicism. Which means I'm not allowed to do any shenanigans. Maybe once the HRE is destroyed? Maybe. I mean, the easiest way would just to be flipping religions. We cannot form any tags. There is no tag formables for Hungary. We are just hungry. Hungry, hungry, hungry. That is it. That is all we are. That is all we need to be. For those wondering about the Western Schism, it looks like Rome is going to win the Western Schism by a long shot. I don't think I've ever seen them win. For 250 ducats, I can show a unity of faith. I don't think I've ever seen Rome win. Usually it's France. I'm not sure what France is doing. They are at war with England again, though. And they're probably going to win. Who knows? Maybe they'll actually kick England out of France. Speaking of HRE, is it possible to join? Possible to join? I don't know. I wouldn't want to. Yeah, I could ask. They will say no. We're too big. We're too big and we're too rich. They don't want us in there. And it looks like it's pretty difficult for us to join. France is going to be the next HRE emperor. I'm not sure how France got to join. I am a little worried, though, that if France becomes the next emperor, that I will lose my opportunity to ever conquer anything in Austria. Because I can't realistically beat France for a while. So... and this guy's 59. He could die at any time. So maybe the next war needs to be Austria. Maybe we need to get up in here and make some vassals. If you get elected? Yeah, but they don't want to vote for me. And because France is in the HRE, I think France is just going to win forever now. But there was a time when influencer builds to AI could only support France. France on top. France on top. All right, temple and granary. Get the bridge. Then build a bunch of marketplaces. I do want to build libraries. I don't remember where. I haven't built them yet. Okay, we'll build 2 at a time. No, we won't. We'll build 1 at a time. We don't have enough books to build 2 at a time. I don't think. Yeah, we're technically at a book deficit because our burgers are exporting books, even though I'd like to stockpile them. There's really not much that I can do about that. They just kind of say no. I know that I want to turn Tata into a town. The question is, do I want to do it right now? I mean, no, not really, because I can just get pop growth here for a while and just sit on that. Because, you know, I'm not really going to get anything else. Like, I'm not really going to build. I'd rather build my capital than in that. So I think I'll just leave it for now. You have iron in your state, which means this is actually a pretty good place to build tool workshops because we'll get more production efficiency for building tools, but they're busy getting other things going right now. Past, I could build some market warehouses here. A little bit of trade advantage and a little bit of trade capacity. It does increase burger trade capacity, unfortunately, if I do expand it. But it would allow us to store more things in the market. Which just means that we're voiding less stuff like fine cloth and glass and whatnot. I don't love the idea of letting my burgers export more, though it could help stabilize prices, but they're just going to steal my books. I know what they're going to do. They're book stealers. But I'll build it. I'll build it. Let's go ahead and build all 2 levels of that. Then, okay, there's the noble loyalty. Let's go for the construction speed. Actually, we'll get the peasant levies. We'll do that. Okay, I need to make sure that my granaries are maxed out in my towns. So that way we can actually make this work. I don't have a town up here yet. That's a pretty good one to do. I do not want a town on the dyes. Or the... I guess we put a town on the stone then. It's hills forest, so it's never going to be like a great town. But it's better than nothing. That's probably what we want to do. When are we giving the crown to Dak? Well, as soon as he shows up, of course. As soon as Dak shows up, he gets the crown. Is there a throughput modifier? As in, can you make it so a lumber mill uses more than 1,000 pops and 0.4 tools to produce stuff? No. Not like... the answer is higher level buildings. Higher level buildings hire more people, I believe it is. But lumber mills are always going to have, I think, just the base amount. I think. I don't think there's an upgrade to them. Why no town on dyes? Because I want to make sure that I can max out the dyes to 9. So that way I can support dyes for my future books and for anything else that needs dyes in their production method. Because if I build a town over it, then it'll cut this in half. Will they use the same ratio? So just 2,000 people and 0.8 tools to make 2 lumber in this example. For what? Are you talking about like economies of scale? If I have 2 lumber mills in the same spot, then yes, we just use 2,000 people and 0.8 tools. It wouldn't reduce it. But you do make more money from it. Because you get the production efficiency. If I'm answering that, if I'm at the right question. Like this has 0.2. This is technically using 0.68 tools to make 1.73 lumber. Not sure why it's using less than 0.8 tools. I'm assuming it's because it's making less lumber because it has less market access. That would be my assumption. It's because it's making less lumber from the base because of its market access. It's using less tools. Maybe. Maybe you can't buy enough tools? No, that can't be true. We have a tool. We're positive in tools. Shows market access there as a modifier. Yeah, I just don't know if that affects the inputs as well. I guess it does. Maybe it just affects the input and that's what affects the output. On the 1.73? Yeah, no. I know that the output is affected by the market access. Right? And the market access is lowering it to 1.71 and then it gets increased back up to 1.73. But it's here that we're using less than 0.8. I would assume if I did the math that it would be the same ratio that's reduced by. So the market access, the inputs are also adjusted to the outputs based on market access. Have we conquered Austria yet? No, but I think we're about to conquer some of it. How many tools do they need? 0.8. If they're missing 25% market access, that would make sense. No. Yeah, I mean, we're at 85% market access. Just about. So it's 50% less. So it does affect the input, but it just doesn't say it right here. But I do wonder if it's actually affecting this directly, or if it's determining the input that we need based on the output we provide. And because the market access here is lowered, it's lowered here. Or if it just doesn't say. It might just not say. right here in the tooltip. Either way, it is reducing by 15%. How's control going? Decently. Decently. We're building out more roads and whatnot, and bridges, so we're working on it. But all of our core territory is doing pretty well. Okay, Parliament, I would like to succeed, I think. We're going to host army exercises. And I'm going to give +5 to decentralization. No thanks. Move towards free subjects. No thanks. Support communal values. I'm willing to give that up. And then we're going to, I think, go after Austria. Because it's kind of now or never. Because if I don't do it now, France is going to get elected emperor, and I do not want to fight France. I do not. I do not. Can I get more formables somehow? Like accepting Austrian culture and getting access to, you assume, Austria-Hungary? I believe the formables are based off of primary culture and capital location. Bavaria's troopless? Well, Bavaria just won't join at the moment because they're rival to Austria. Why to release Transylvania 0 control? Yes. Long story short, it's because the control is going to be bad for a long time there. Does France get a CB on you eventually if you take Austria-Calais? Maybe. But, you know, that's a risk I'm willing to take. Wait, let's fabricate a CB on Austria for their capital state. Okay, we're already paying for everything. That's good. How long till I get those peasant levies? Kind of a long time. Austria does have the beginnings of a professional army. They'll probably have better levies than I will, but I think we're strong enough to where it's not going to matter. We do have a royal marriage. This is going to cost 20 stability for us to do because of that royal marriage. I don't love the idea of losing 20 stability right before I'm about to embrace institutions, but I'm gonna do it because it's kind of now or never. It's kind of now or never. So let's raise all of our levies up and let's go say hello to the Austrians. And my heir died in a hunting accident. Classic. Classic. Okay. Well, I guess you're here. We'll have to promote a new head of cabinet. Who's my heir now? This child. Our grandson. Alright, that's fine. Classics are still the classics. Your heir just be dying in a hunting accident. For sure, for sure. Alright, so they're going to walk over with their troops. Now, if we wipe these professional armies, they have to rebuild them. Which is kind of nice. I'm pretty sure that our vassals will be able to help overcome any difficulties we may run into with Austria. And we do have this guy who's a general. We could put our king in charge. He doesn't really have... He has an admiral trait? What? What? This guy is definitely going to be our general. What do you mean he has an admiral trait? From what? From when? Was he going out on a river and claiming to be an admiral? Is that what's happening here? Because that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. We'll just wipe these troops real quick. I guess we won't wipe them. Ooh, assault ability. Kinda nice. Kinda good. Alright, I see a flag here. Let's go ahead and grab it. I don't know how many troops Austria has. It says that they have about 7,000 troops running around right now. What is this? Oh, these are prisoners of war. That's right. So during war, you can actually capture prisoners of war. I always just execute them. But I can sell them back to lower antagonism and gain a little bit of money. You can also hire them as mercenaries. I guess we could sell them back. Gives me 2 ducats. Then they retreat away. It just means they come back again. Burgers have passed. I mean, our parliament's not going to pass, so it's not a huge deal. We have 168 guys. We don't have cannons yet, which kind of unfortunate. Right, kind of unfortunate. We're gonna build a town there. Apparently the price of stone is increasing, so let's do that. And yeah, my vassals will siege down Graz and I'll siege down Wien. And hopefully Austria just pieces out relatively quickly, you know? I don't know exactly what I want to take in this war. Probably their capital, and there is silver in this province down here. But if I take their capital, I need to take this state or this province so that way I can actually feed the pops there. Otherwise they'll starve. Committed war crimes in the 14th century? No. We just... Okay, maybe. Maybe a little bit. But it's fine. It's fine, okay? They're mostly just annoying to deal with, is why I just execute them. Because you ransom them, and then they retreat, and then they just come back. And it's like, okay, I guess. Ooh, here's their main army. They might get some occupations down in here, which would be kind of unfortunate. Ooh, they might also contest this. No, Bosnia! No! Oh, they got out. Never mind. It's that easy. It really is that easy. We do have a breach. It's saying we are very likely to fail this assault. I'm gonna do it, though. They're kind of close, actually. Maybe I won't. I thought about it, though. I thought about it. Take the entirety of southern Austria so you can take Venice and actually make use of your ruler's admiral trait. Huge. Huge big brain plays. Let's promote you to head of cabinet. Like, we could take this to try and make our way down towards Italy more, I suppose. Naples has called us into a war against Ferrara. Okay. Whoa. Sicily taking a lot of land. I'm surprised Sicily is still alive. They usually die to Naples. We look weak. I don't know if that's true. I'm sieging down Wien right now. I don't know if that necessarily makes me look weak. In fact, I would argue it makes me look strong. Yeah, Ferrara's having a bad time. Very bad time. Albania wishes to improve our cultural opinion of them. How in the world does Albania have favors on me? What? Wait, are they going to use Naples' favors? Albania is Naples? No, no, no. Albania is Albania. They are a subject of Naples, but they are their own nation. They might be a fiefdom. Yeah, they're a fiefdom of Naples, but they are technically their own country. I mean, sure. I will accept that. But now... No, no, no. Those were independent favors. Somehow Albania had separate favors. Scammed. Scammed. Okay, we're going to expensive education for this kid. And he is rowdy, so he gets 0.5 military ability increase. That's fine. Would rather have admin. We do take Wien. I'd rather not take a crossing penalty here. So we could walk up and around. Okay, or not. Or that does actually give us a crossing penalty. Very well. Apparently we're fighting the Austrians here. We get a -1 from crossing. Luckily, their general's not all that good on initiative, so we should see that we engage faster. I say that, but they're here already. But our left flank has engaged very quickly. Okay. Oh yeah, we are engaging much, much faster. They just got some lucky rolls early on. We should just obliterate them at this point. I'm not sure which of their flanks will collapse first. It's looking like it's going to be the right one. But yeah, we are fully engaged, and they are not. I mean, they're doing decent damage to us, is the thing. It's probably because they have those better levies. So they do a little bit more damage. But our discipline's pretty even, and we have a bit more morale. We just have enough troops, so it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Like, we will just win. And now we're flanking into the center, and that's going to collapse. And the left flank's about to collapse on its own anyways. Rolled a couple of zeros. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. I mean, that's not bad, all in all. We killed a lot of their cavalry, which is nice. That's 10 war score right there. The earlier in the game it is, the more war score you get from battles. So early on, one decisive battle can kind of just win you a war, which is super nice. Now, Austria, I want Unter dem Wienerwald. Don't chat. Don't. Be adults. And that's going to be a decent chunk of aggressive expansion. I could go after Styria. Are there any... So yeah, Styria does have cores. We could release Styria as a vassal. That's not a terrible idea. Precise pronunciation of Wald, it's pretty good. Is the Wald a W? Or is it also a V? I do like the idea of releasing Styria. Could we... Yeah, I want this province here. Even more than I want their capital, I think. Because there is silver here. There's also coal. And remember, we only have one source of coal in our market. So I'd have to build buildings to get that. But if I can get it from my vassal, that would be super nice. Super, super nice. Silver, lumber, sturdy grains, wheat, stone. Like, this is actually a decent place for... Well, it's an okay place for a capital. Oh, that's a different province. It's a soft V, so like Wald instead of Wald. It's like Wald. It's pronounced F. Wiener Wald. Well, why put a V if you pronounce it like an F? Are you telling me the languages are different? Yikes. Yeah, it turns out conquering into the HRE, people do not appreciate that very much. Nah, I do not appreciate that much. Would France's HRE defend Austria or the historical rivals? There are no historical rivals as far as I'm aware. And no, Austria is way too weak to even think about being rivaled to France. To even consider it. I should improve with France, though. Just because it's a good idea. Just a couple of OPMs. Oh, yeah, I'm not worried about the actual coalition. Might be kind of annoying if I try and conquer Wallachia if they join in, but But I do think this is a decent peace deal for us. If I was going to keep this land... I think I would also take this, because it's along the river here. But we're going to have a tough time getting any amount of control. I'm not going to give this to Styria, by the way. I'm going to release this province as its own tag, so that way I can integrate them. not too far into the future. But I do want to have Syria as an actual vassal for reconquest. Middle Styria? Middle Styria... I just don't think that's worth it. Like, it's not even that it might declare, it's that it'll make it difficult for me to expand into the rest of the Balkans. And whatever shall we do if I can't declare a war? But yeah, it's a lot of antagonism to attack into the HRE. Again, I don't think the coalition would actually fire, especially since I'm allied to Poland and to Naples, but why? Why take the risk? Croatia will leave due to cognatic primogeniture. Everybody say goodbye to Croatia. They're leaving the personal union. Because my daughter can inherit Croatia, which means she's further in the line of succession. She's closer in the line of succession than my grandson is. That's why I really don't think taking the special Hungary thing is a good idea. I think it's actually quite bad, but it's fine. Or kill her. Okay, well, I don't know about doing that. Oh, I accidentally fought them. Didn't realize they were standing there. I don't know about that. I mean, you can assassinate people in this game. You do take a bunch of penalties from it, though. I haven't done it yet. You get 75 spy network. And then you get assassinated a character for 50 years, which lowers your Diplo rep. I think it's even worse. I think it depends on who you assassinate. If you assassinate a ruler or an heir, I think you get even more debuffs. But I guess you could if you wanted to. Sad news. The general of our army has died on the march. That is very unfortunate. There is a merc captain here. I will go ahead and put our king in charge. And he will be there in May. So we do have to wait a month. Hopefully they don't come to attack me, because that would be kind of unfortunate. I don't think they're going to. Okay, they're going back up to their capital. Well, I will march back up, and I will fight them. Hey, there's peasant levy. Obviously, it doesn't matter for this one. This war. Do I want the stab investment, or do I want construction speed? I'm an impatient gamer, so I will take the construction speed. And I will build a road. Where will I build a road to? Here. I can also just sort by distance. That's probably the best way to do it. Because sometimes there are roads, but there's not roads from the capital to the spot. Probably naval morale, real. When we get a coastline eventually, we're going to need that naval morale. Alright, we should just decimate them here. They can't even fill out the frontage, even a little bit. And now they have a -1 from river crossing penalty, I guess. I'm not sure how that works. I guess there is a river here, so we went into it to defend, so they get the river crossing penalty. We don't need to watch it too closely. They're going to be obliterated. All right, that is 48% war score, and that allows us to take whatever we want. I will take 200 ducats as well. And why don't we take some money, money, money? Could humiliate them. I'll get war reps from them. And what treaty do you have with Bohemia? Probably access. I could force them to demilitarize, but again, I don't like hitting demilitarize unless I control the province. But Graz, we could. It is a little bit of antagonism to do so. Oh, actually, let's not do that, because that brings Upper Bavaria into it. And I don't really see a reason for them to join, because then they might not leave for a while. And I don't want that to happen. Could force them to release some tags. If I was feeling nice. Where's this guy? Oh, he wouldn't accept that anyways. Sure, we'll do that for fun. Boom. Hungary will grow larger. Technically, we're still in a war with Ferrara and Pisa. Don't care. I'm just banding my troops. My vassals can go and help Naples. Like, they don't... I can't really participate in this war anyways, and I have no interest in doing that. I don't think I can release tags while at war. Can I? No. Okay. So we'll have to wait on that one until the war is over. Can I embargo Bohemia to increase your gold? Well, embargoing Bohemia would not allow me to increase my gold. Because they can still export their gold to other people. That would be as if Bohemia was importing gold from me and then selling it to other people, then I can embargo them. I have a question. How's the game flow? Generally speaking, how many years can you get into an hour-long session? Not streaming / commentating, you mean? I don't know. That's going to be a hard question to answer because it really depends on how much time you want to spend sitting there thinking about what you're doing and keeping track of what's going on. Like, you could spend a long time for each year really like adjusting your numbers and trying to plan and track what you want to expand, or you can just kind of let it ride. I tend to let it ride a lot of the times, but I have also found myself enjoying sometimes slowing down and really trying to figure out what I need to do. If you surround them and then embargo, they can't route their trade routes through you. That's true. I could build all the way around Bohemia, or go all the way around Bohemia and then embargo them. And that will be rough. We have popular support for Bazas in the Western Schism. Well, we have sided with the other side. So our side will lose a little bit. But at the same time, play both sides, never lose, right? France also gains 40 opinion of me, which is kind of nice. So we'll do that. We'll say, hey, France, let's be buddies. Let's be friends. We don't have to be enemies. We can keep expanding RGOs. No, I just need to get the towns built up. Just need to get the towns built up. Now, where in this province do I want to build a town? I think it's pretty easy that we build the town over this fish. Because it's fish. And I hate fish. I'm a big fish hater. Okay? I don't like them. They're bad, they're stupid, they're ugly, and they're not very good food RGO. It's also on a river. So let's get a town built up there. Then I will need a town somewhere in here. Now this one's a little bit trickier. I think we built it over the horses. We're not going to have a big demand for horses for a long time. Though this is farmlands down here compared to the grasslands. So we could get more food production out of here. That 33% offsets the minus 10% from the wetlands. At the same time, though, this would make a much better town. And the dev growth from the farmlands helps offset some of the loss from the wetlands. We could just leave it entirely rural as well, but again, I like one town. So, RGO-wise, I'd rather build over the horses. Long term, though, I think it's better to build on this guy. And we are at peace. Just sub, because say you learn if you are sub to a channel, you can rewind the stream while it's still alive. Yep, you can now. We are not keeping all the land, no. We just couldn't release it because we were in another war. We are going to release the historical subject of Styria as a vassal. They'll become loyal. And then I want to release the custom subject of you. I'm going to make you a fiefdom. Of unter dem Wiener Wald? Wald? Just like a very soft V, Wald? Instead of Wald? It's closer, probably. Alright, so that's 2 more vassals that we now have out and about. Loyalty's looking okay. Some of them are getting a little bit uppity here. Which is telling me that I need to make sure that I am improving relations with all of my subjects. We definitely don't want them to be disloyal, and if they love me, they won't be disloyal. And that kind of makes sense. I'm not really using my diplomats for anything else at the moment. I don't really care about building up a spy network or anything like that. So let's just improve with them all, make sure that they're all big fans of Hungary. The pleading in Hungarian Act. Ordinary Hungarian folk are being forced to have their legal trials heard in Latin, a language they do not understand. There's growing clamor for the judicial system to adopt common Hungarian so that pleas and sentences are more widely understood. So this is because we have Latin as our primary language. This is one of our dynamic historical events, I do believe. Our court language, which we can find here in laws, is Latin. Now, it does have super high language power, to be fair. But I think I want to swap. So when it comes to court languages, the nobility prefer a high language power, so they like Latin. The clergy prefers the liturgical language, they like Latin. But the commoners prefer the common language. Using the market language of our capital will increase trade efficiency as well. So really, it's do we want the nobles and the clergy to be happier, or do we want the commoners and make more money from trade? And I think that I'd like to make more money from trade. Also, as time goes on, Hungarian will become stronger. And plus, I don't know, it just feels kind of nice that our national language is also our court language. But there is definitely an argument to be made to staying with Latin. We could move the common language to the language of pleading. Or we can retain Latin as a universal language of law. I do think that I'm going to swap it over. Well, we lose language of pleading completely. Ooh, this does give 10% cultural influence, though. And monthly progress to serfdom is the thing. I do like that 10% cultural influence gain. Long term, that probably makes Hungarian stronger. Any way to make Latin the national language? No, I don't think so. Because I believe language is tied to cultures. That's true. For what reason do the peasants need to know what's going on? They only need to know how to harvest things in the fields. So let's retain Latin as a universal language of law. We could swap it at any time, by the way. Your options to swap are your primary culture's language, your ruler's culture's language, and your liturgical language, I believe. You can swap it to any of those. So because our ruler is... Wait, they're Hungarian? Is it our dynasty head language? Is that what it is? That might be what it is. Because you can switch it to your dynasty head's language. Court language. Receives increase in language power relative to total political power. We can change court language to our common language or liturgical language to that of a great power in our religion group or to that of our overlord. I don't know. Orange juice are from Naples. Right, but they're not they're Hungary. They're Hungarian. So I don't know why I'm allowed to swap over to Italian. Maybe it is based on our dynasty's leader. We can look at this, by the way. we can look at our dynasty tree. It is here. There is something called dynastic power, which is used in the HRE, really. But this is Naples down here. That's that guy. He's the Count of Provence, Albania, and Naples. Well, actually, he's King of Albania. King of Naples. So we do have it. Head of the dynasty is Duke Luigi de Angio, ruler of Achaia. What? The most prestigious and most important character in the dynasty. The dialect of a dynasty is defined by that of its head of dynasty, and some events and other content may require head of dynasty. How is this guy the head of our dynasty? What the? What? I feel scammed. I won't lie. I feel scammed. We're much stronger than he is. There's only one thing to do. We gotta go annex him. Obviously. That's how you're supposed to do your dynasty, right? Is you just go and you kill people who've taken your spot, surely. Oh. Is he just closer? That's what it is. He's just closer to our great-grandfather, who was, I guess, the dynasty head at that time. Yeah, he might just be the most senior of our landed dynasty. But here's the thing. He's going to die without an heir. He doesn't have any kids. Well, I mean, he could still get a kid. She's definitely still able to have kids. I don't know if he is, though. He might be too old. Ruler trade in minus 11 days. What? Either he literally just became ruler, or it didn't give him a trade until I looked at him. He did. He actually just became ruler not too long ago. Well, you know what? Fair enough. Okay. I guess. I don't know what the odds of that are. Like, I just barely figured out that he existed. But okay. So you died. You died November 16th, 1375. Wait, what? Huh? So then, how did you... 16 November, 1375. Yeah. Yeah, okay. He did. He did. This guy just happened to die right as we decided to look at our tree. Interesting. Interesting. Well, he'll die, and then it will probably go to his brother. If I had to guess. Yeah. And then his brother will become the leader of it. That's unfortunate. How embarrassing for Naples, too. Like, Naples is biggest and strong, but this guy's the dynasty head? Also? Okay, that's clear. I thought that was the Mamluks. I got scared. By observing you influence, that's right. The player looks, the AI reacts. That's how it goes. I said that I wanted to put the town here. Transition was a year ago, though? Yeah, I know. That's what's weird. I don't know. There's something weird going on there. I can't place it. But he didn't get a trait when he was probably supposed to. Some nice snow. Would be a shame if someone global warmed it. No one would do that. No one would do that. We're gonna import more wine. Unless... Nope, we're still importing Renaissance. We import more wine. This is actually super good. I'm super happy with our institution spread. I think we did pretty well. Usually, like, we're not even at this point in Hungary in 1377. The AI most certainly will not be. The AI will look like Poland, where maybe it gets to their market capital and that's it. So I'm super happy with how our institutions are spread in here. If only I could embrace them. Professional armies are getting close. Veneration of the Virgin Mary. I will take the stability. Is one spot of green in Poland Krakow? Yeah. It is. It's their capital. It's also the market center, which is why. It's urban, it's market center, so when they trade, it goes there. That would be why. Okay, you already have a town. You do not have a town. And this one's kind of a tricky one as well, because there's farmlands, wetlands here, which is livestock. So it's okay food production. It's not great. Winter reduces it by 50%, so it's actually 110. It's actually pretty good. I'd rather town over the medicaments, though. Because I don't care about them. It's also flat land. So it's probably better for development growth in the long run. This goes up by 0.0041. This one goes up by 0.0057. This is clay. We're going to need a lot of clay, I think, long term. It's not something to really build around because you can build a rural building, though. But eventually, I think I do want both of these to be cities because we can... I have a funny idea where I want to build pound lock canals along all this river and then up this river as well. Maybe. I don't know if that actually be optimal, but it would be kind of funny. So both of these need to be towns at some point. For now, I'll put the town here. High wind warning. Oh, yippee. Well, hopefully my power doesn't get knocked out. The Grand Market of Dinklesbull? Of course, don't you know about the economic powerhouse that is Dinklesbull? This market starts off in Nuremberg, but somebody beat him in a war. That somebody being Dinklesbull. And that was kind of it. I'm going to grab the stab investment here. That works. Then we need to move on to the next town, which is going to be in here. There are some weird looking provinces. This town's a tough one. Fiber crops, livestock, wool. My great nephew has come of age. Congratulations to him. I do not want you to marry Lowborn. I do. I do want you to marry Lowborn. Like, this is actually one spot where I could consider leaving it completely rural. Fiber crops. So fiber crops early on are really good for making paper. They're really, really, really good for making paper. But eventually you could use them to make cloth workshops, though that's not a super great production method. You're better off using wool or cotton. I think I'm going to town over the fiber crops. Again, you can make fiber crops with a rural building, so it's not like if we town over it, we lose it forever. Fiber crops do not provide any food either, so it's not like we're losing food. We're just losing the max RGO level. In fact, we'll lose one of these that we've expanded, which is kind of unfortunate. We do have another one closer to our capital that we haven't towned over. And also Veen has fiber crops as well, which is another level that we could build. If we look at the market, by the way, the pest market has pushed out into here. There is definitely an argument for making another market in Veen right here, right now. And maybe I should. Ooh. Ooh, that is an interesting idea. Wait, integrated city. Oh. Do they no longer get to have a free core when you release a thing? Interesting. Interesting. We do need 1,000 ducats dues to make a new market. I do think that's probably worth it, because we can kind of eat up a lot of this dead zone. It won't be a huge market, but it'll be pretty good, and it'll make my vassals a little bit stronger. And I will lose some provinces over here, but I do have two. Well, see, here's the problem. If I make this market, and if these two locations flip into that market, I'll have more trade capacity in that market, but I'll lose it in the market where I'm trying to trade gold. So maybe I don't want to do that, because I'm making a lot of money from trading gold right now, and even slightly risking that feels kind of bad. Save money for 10 months challenge? No. No. No saving money. Money here is useless. Money being spent is good. Very, very good. USA do not lay the power cables underground normally or having redundancy. Well, some places do, but not everywhere. Not everywhere. Invite German settlers. Haha! I have enough money. Take that, game. Take that. No debt for me this time. Ferrara has been cut up. I'm sorry, does that say Savoy? Savoy, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing here? You don't have any control there. I mean, that is damn near useless for you. It is useless for you. What are you up to? What are you scheming about? I guess they wanted to get a coastline. I guess they want to get a coastline, and they were successful in doing so. Right. Now we're going to upgrade these towns that we've built. Granaries, and then I'll need marketplaces. I need more libraries as well. As time goes on. Unhappiness amongst the commoners, they'll get over it. They'll get over it. Max marketplaces, please. We'll do the same thing for this town, and then this town, and then this town. This town is still building their stuff there. Huh? Why did I get excommunicated? What'd I do? What'd I do? I didn't do nothing. I should have paid more attention to what the vote was on. It did tell me there was a vote, and I was like, I don't really care. I should have improved relations. Maybe I should have chosen the other side. Well, that's unfortunate. We get less religious influence, less prestige, and papal relations. Oh, I don't really care. None of that's that bad. I mean, sure, I do lose my religious influence, which kind of sucks, but I only have 32 at the moment anyways, so doesn't really matter. Nobody's going to declare war on me with the excommunication CB, so I'm not too worried about that. It's just kind of annoying. Jerk. Requirements not met. Clergy say has less than or equal to 15% of state power. Okay. Minus 100 relations with all Catholics, though? That's true. That's true. That is kind of rough. Pope man, can you stop being mad at me? What'd I do? Surely there's other people to excommunicate. I will say the AI does love to excommunicate, and sometimes I don't know why. I shield Catholicism too hard. That's it. I'm flipping Orthodox. I support the anti-pope. Right, which means his excommunication... No, I didn't. Wait. Pause. Okay, I supported him one time. I supported the anti-pope one time. Can a guy not simply show love to his fellow Catholics? Hello? Is that a crime now? Is it a crime to support my fellow Catholic monarchs? Interesting. Very interesting. I'm starting to think this Catholic thing ain't too good. I'm starting to think that we should post some papers onto some doors, you know? That's all I'm saying. Hey, God forbid a man decide to support the French. Actually, you know what? Maybe I deserved it. Now that I've said that out loud, maybe I deserved it. Oh, it's not even permanent. It goes away. Oh, that ain't nothing. How do you flip religion? You gotta convert enough stuff in your country and have a large percentage, and then you go somewhere. There's a game rule about it too. The game rule is kind of funny. I think here, something like that. The game rule is kind of funny because there is where you need to. It has to be like a heretic religion or something, and you need a certain amount of it in your country. And then there's a rule where you can flip to any religion at any time. So you just load in the game as Hungary and you just flip Shinto. Very funny. Very funny. Is this ready to go? It is ready to go. Temple. Granary. Marketplace. Boom. Corbett flipped Norse at 0.23% with that rule. There you go. Yep, I haven't messed around with it too much. You know me. I'm not a big culture or religion swapping kind of guy. I usually just stick with what I've got. But it will definitely set up some interesting possible starts that you could do. Imagine when you start in Mexico, flip Christian, and when the Spaniards roll up, you excommunicate them. Well, that is if you don't die. If all your pops somehow survive the Great Pestilence, then yeah, maybe. Praise the commie. That's right. Praise the commie. All right. We have another town that's about to be done. Let's get all the basics built up there. We'll need to build the basics up here. And then we need a town in Podravina and Slavonia proper. Western but not. I mean, we still have a couple of towns that we need to get to building, for sure. But then after that, we can start to expand our RGOs and our money can go up more. When will you have a professional army, or rather, when will you start producing weapons for it? Well, that is the question, isn't it? I don't really plan on having a huge professional army for a long time because it's not really worth the money because my levies are good and I have lots of levies. That being said, building armories does increase demands. But we're going to go on a tear of increasing RGOs to their max level here pretty soon. That's where we're going to spend most of our money for a while. No Black Army LARP. Okay, maybe we build a couple for that. Maybe we'll do some Black Army LARP for you, and then that'll be our big thing. How close to the next age are we? I'd really like to embrace one. 14.5%. We're getting there. We're getting there. Could go for Inquisition Law. Be faster conversions. The monthly diplomats is kind of nice, though. I'll go for Universal Christianity. Mixer, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. DS Vault's the innovation, no religious ideas. Nope. No ideas at all. There are no ideas in this one. In EU5. We can take a look at our locations. We are building up more towns. We're getting there. Attracting the right people. Ooh. Very nice courtier. I should go to my cabinet. And the guy who's converting, I should invite him to the Order of Chivalry. So he gains 15 mil ability. Because you are in it, right? Yeah. So that'll make him a little bit better at converting stuff. Ideas are dangerous? Real. People start thinking for themselves? No good. They don't need to think. They just need to learn how to harvest the crops. That's it. That's all they need to do. Okay? Nothing else. They don't need to worry about learning. Reading. Oh, wow. Do we really need that many sturdy grains? Oh. Yeah, this is in the Venice market. That would do it. That would do it. I definitely don't want my town in the Venice market. I already have Zagreb in there, and I don't love that. We definitely don't want to build over the fur. I'm thinking this stone is a pretty good spot. It's grasslands, flatlands. On a river. It doesn't have a ton of pops, unfortunately. But it's better than nothing. My poor masonry price. There is a downside to building all of these. All of the, what's it called? Granaries. And that is, it costs a lot of masonry for their production method. I'm not sure why they're not hiring people for these masonries. Because, I mean, I know why. It's saying it's not going to be profitable, but I don't know how that's possible. Because my burgers are importing. That's why. Freaking burgers, dude. I hate those guys. The lumber mill is also not hiring. Is that because the burgers are doing things here? They're exporting. Okay. Okay, our nephew has come of age. That's cool, I guess. That's fine. We're going to lose Croatia. There is nothing we can do about that. So we'll just say goodbye to them. Goodbye, Croatia. We start to upgrade that town. I want to upgrade these horses. Yeah, for sure. We for sure want to upgrade this one to a town. I don't really care about horses. It's on a river. It's on flatlands, grasslands. It's good. It's good stuff. What happened to the other market that Naples had down there? What other market? It's always been Dubrovnik and Napoli. Which Napoli is struggling. I think it's because they own Dubrovnik, so it like jumps over. Even though they're gonna have terrible market access over here. Though to be fair, it's because they're not improving their market access here themselves. I don't know if it'd be worth it to build a second market in southern Italy. Like right down in here somewhere. Really what they should do is just improve their maritime presence, and that would solve a lot of their problems. But they won't do that. At least not for a while. Okay, that'll be all the towns in the south done. And of course, we are building these marketplaces, which means our trade income is going up. Ooh, I can do Practicum Regium. Clergy loses 15% of state satisfaction, but I gain more crown power at the cost of papal relations. I don't think I will, because I don't want to make my clergy mad. That's really what it comes down to. I don't want to make my clergy mad. Let's see. Okay, those guys are recovering slowly but surely. That's in Venice. Rebel movement. Orthodox zealots are getting up there. We can put them down pretty quickly, though. My great nephew is here and of age. Congrats to them for living, I guess. Where else do we have? We do have down here, though. I'm not sure how much I really care about building a town down here. I should do it. It should probably be on this beeswax. Of course, the people here are not thrilled. It's because they're Orthodox. We don't have great tolerance. The nobles are also a little upset right now, and they don't have rice. That lowers control even more. Proximity is also not great. But we'll upgrade it. It's a place we can slap down markets. It's fine. It's fine. Now we have this huge province here. I don't really want to build over the sand. I think the fish is the way to go. I could build over the farmlands, though, is the thing. Could build over these farmlands. Long term, this is where I'm going to want to have my big ol' control area working. But it's also pretty good for food. I think I'm just going to put the town here for now. I think it'll be best. Dubrovnik is pushing north. Yeah, I mean, there's not much I can do about that directly. Unless I want to build more roads. And I do. But I want to get these towns built. Ooh, that is a terrible, 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 terrible parliament. We can get the cathedral built in Pax. I don't know why the nobles get mad about me addressing that. I can make the clergy a little upset. I can get rid of some spiritual retreats. I think that's fine. Now we can just hope that we get a good event here. Are there marshlands for those bog smelters? Are you talking about Yin Valley? If you're talking about Yin Valley, I don't know. If you're talking about here, yes. Fair enough. All right, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Faith of Modos. They lose me 5%. That's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Look at our poor tax base. Well, to be fair, that's what happens when you stop building buildings that make you money for your tax base directly. That's what happens. But it's worth it in the long run. When we have more pops in 100, 200 years than we would have had, it'll be great. Why was it Croatia? Because they have a different succession law. They have primogeniture, so They can have a woman inherit the throne. We cannot, so our grandson's taking over, but they choose the woman over the grandson. So they will leave. And there's nothing I can do about it. Literally. There's nothing I can do about it. Faith. Yikes, we're going to fail this parliament. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Okay. Where do I want a town here? Ooh, flatlands, farmlands. Not on a river, unfortunately. Decent food production long term. But also pretty good for a town. For a city, really. The other option would be moving to the clay. What's PopCap here? 231,000 versus here, which is 113,000. Yeah, I feel like I've gotta build a town here. Just marry grandson to daughter. No. This isn't CK3. That's not how that goes. I don't think we'd be allowed to do that. Is there any building decay? No. They are permanent. Would be weird if your nation was built up by the end of the 1400s. Well, you get access to higher tier buildings. So your buildings become outdated and then you need to update them. Can I send my daughter to a monastery? Could I have her take the vows? Too late. Yeah, I made one of them the ruler of Raska. Because I didn't think it was going to be a problem. She's the consort in Austria. And she's the consort in Nice. So, no. Kind of sucks you have a useless succession law forever. Well, hey. If Poland ever dies without an heir, then they join us in a personal union. And then, of course, if we ever get a daughter and grandson split again, we could lose Poland. No, Poland would stick with us. Unless we only had daughters. And then Poland would break apart and leave if there wasn't a male heir. Fun. So now we can build a temple here. We can build a bunch of granaries. We can build marketplaces. We're in infrastructure zone right now. Not money making zone, infrastructure zone. Speed 5. While we're doing this. Also, if you guys have questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them. And even if not, it means you have Poland as an ally for basically forever, right? Yes. And I will say, I am surprised that they have not had as many noble rebellions. They've only had one. It used to be they just got destroyed over and over and over again. Why do we have a truce with Hungary or with Poland? Also, we're now at war with Sicily. Sicily's not a pushover. Who are they allied to? Allied. Stop scrolling back up. To Aragon and Verona. Naples might actually need my help. Because Sicily also has about 10,000 troops. Ooh, I can embrace professional armies. Yes. Immediately. Boom. We have now embraced professional armies. Which means we can actually do some advancements that are not just the default ones. So, where do we want to go from here? Coastal forts are pretty good, but not for us. I think we want to go for plated knights. Because plated knights are part of the levies. And remember, we're really good with cavalry. So we want to make sure that when we raise levies, that we get these cavalry units. So I'm going to go for those first. What is the green cross banner up top? This one means that I have a religious action. Essentially, I can tell the Pope to piss off. But I don't think it's worth it for us to click the button. What succession laws are available in the Union? Technically, if you have a default succession law, you can vote in the Union for everybody to have the same one, but we have a special succession law that we got from an event. So we cannot change anybody else's succession law, and we cannot change our own. So we're stuck with it. Military tactics are good? Yeah, they're good. They are good. They are. But I do want the plated knights. Then we'll probably grab that, depending on when we can get banking, because there's a lot more in banking that I want compared to what we have. I also might want to swap off of autocracy. I don't know what I would swap it to, though. Probably royal decree for the centralization progress. Noble bearing is actually kind of an interesting idea for max literacy of nobles. Local army organization. More peasant levy size. Really? More peasant power, though. Okay, but that's kind of good. Is the thing. I need to get centralization over 50. If I get it over 50, I believe I already have access to a better reform. Right? Maybe not. Maybe it's later. Yeah, I think it is later. Harbor administration is really, really good if you're a coastal nation. Super, super good. Definitely would recommend trying to get that. It does require you to be at least 50 towards the naval value. There are some reforms like this all over the place. There is a centralization one. I don't remember where it is. It's not here yet. But it is very nice. It's very nice. Patrimonialism. Country rank less than or equal to 2. Religion is a folk religion. Less tax efficiency. Less estate satisfaction and equilibrium. Less cabinet seats. Progress for traditionalist. Minus 50% estate power. Interesting. We might want to go for royal decree. But it costs stability, and I'm not interested in losing stability at the moment. Do you unlock new and different government reforms over time with tech? Yes, you do. You do, you do, you do. Oh boy. Did I lose track of one of my towns? You're being built up. I did. I did lose track of one of the towns. Oops. Oopsies. Oopsies, oopsies, oopsies. Let's get those marketplaces built up. Very nice. We now have unlocked Inquisition law. This will cost money to implement. And I think we'll go for papal control. Because I don't really want the negative tolerance of heretics and heathens. Unless I do. Unless I do, is the thing. It's gonna suck when the Reformation happens. But we are the bulwark of Catholicism, you know? So, we'll go to local courts. Plus, we don't trust the Pope. Pope excommunicated me. Not cool. Is Austria at war? They are. Austrian Strasbourgian war. Well, rippy dippy in Strasbourg. Roads do show up physically on the map. You can kind of see them here. It's these yellow lines. And if you zoom in real close, it's much easier to see them. You barely have heretics? For now. I'm gonna have to help. I don't want Hungarians to die for Naples, though, is the thing. That's the calculation I'm making. I don't really want to leave my ally hanging here, but I don't really want to get in there. How long till I get the... Oh, it's going to be a while till we get those cavalry. It's going to be a while. Well, let me build up another town here. All right, let's do it. Let's get in there. Raise the levies. Why not? We'll go help out. I'll be a good ally. I will not leave them hanging. Let's put our king in charge. What's the worst that could happen? Cantley Mark's theological works, or artist. We don't really need to get into artists. Mostly because they don't really do much. We do have them. And he is making art. I can move us more towards innovativeness for 193 ducats. Yes. I'll take the loan for that. Artists make art super important. If only it was important. It's not really all that important. Doesn't really do much at the moment. Alright, off we go. I do need to get food access through Naples. You get access automatically through your allies. Okay, we already have it from earlier. You automatically get military access through allies, but you don't automatically get food access through military allies. So we want to make sure that we're actually getting that. Privilegium pro Slavis. A conflict has erupted within our kingdom between the Slovak and Carpathian German communities over the long-standing tradition of alternating city mayorships and maintaining an equal number of seats in city councils. The Carpathian German representatives, emboldened by their growing influence and economic prowess, have shown disregard for these ancient customs, leading to rising tensions and discontent among the Slovak populace. A decision must be made regarding our stance in this delicate matter. Privilegium pro Slavis was a decree made by King Louis I in 1381, granting privileges to the Slovak communities, which complained about the Germans not respecting old customs, such as the right to alternate city mayorship and maintain an equal number of seats in city councils, often leading to conflicts with when these privileges were disregarded or violated. We can support the Slovak side. The Carpathian German culture loses 15 influence. All Slovak pops in Slovakia gain 10% pop satisfaction. Support the Carpathian German side. The Slovak culture loses influence. They gain satisfaction, or will not meddle in this affair for -10 prestige. I think it's fine for us to support the Slovak side. We'll get some pop satisfaction with them. Do you have passive conversion only with your cabinet? We can double check. There is monthly conversion, but it is super slow. It is super, super duper slow. In higher... I mean, it's still only +2. It's still super slow. You have to do it with your cabinet. Oh. Apparently I found Aragonese troops. On accident. Wait, am I at war with Verona? Oh. Okay. Well, I guess we siege them down. I am getting food from here. So we should be fine. Oh, and our ruler died. And we enter an interregnum. Is that real? That's real. Okay, our grandson did not inherit. Okay, no, he will. That's just what they're calling our regency. This will last until the crown prince comes of age, in 1388. Okay. That works. So our flag does change, at least temporarily. When our heir takes over, though, it will flip back. But for now, we're going to be ruled by this guy. Just a guy, huh? From the nobles. All right. Of course, the bigger threat is that my army no longer has a general on it. We'll put this guy in. He's got a high admin, so he'll siege faster. I guess King Leading wasn't a good idea, yeah. Who knew? Who knew? Now, I do believe that supercharges noble power. So they're going to be kind of strong for now. I can embrace banking, and I will do so. Because it speeds up our research. Now, I don't know if I actually want to go for the full cavalry thing that I was talking about, like trying to get to that cav tech, because I'd rather get things in banking that are better for me. We'll see. Our income has also been obliterated. Absolutely obliterated. But that's mostly because we have all of our troops risen up. And I think cost of court's more expensive when we're in a regency. I might be crazy, though. Yeah, it is, because it's going down by 0.2, which means we have to spend more to keep it up. So, that'll be fun. We're also paying off interest on a loan. Okay, we're losing food in the Venice market. That's fine. We're being helpful allies. And our ally is losing. Again, Sicily is not a pushover. Especially because you have to cross onto this mountain fort. So unless you overstack this, Sicily can very easily just keep fighting you here. And beating you back. So, I was going to say something differently. Then I thought about it for half a second. And then I didn't use that word. I was going to say off, but that's not going to work. The Council of Velletri. We're riding court summoning representatives of our clergy to attend a council in Velletri. Although the legitimacy of the council is already called into question. Important questions about the Western Schism. Well, I would show a unity of faith, but the Pope excommunicated me. I mean, I'm not excommunicated anymore, to be fair. Because it excommunicated my ruler, not me. Sicily own east of Pope? Yep. Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if Sicily takes land in this war from Naples. I don't know when we're going to be allowed to leave. Okay, they crossed onto... Uh-oh. Bohemia declared me as a rival. That's very scary. Somehow Transylvania has crossed onto Venice. So that's something. That's definitely something. Let me pay off that loan. I don't need to have it. Just win the war? I mean, I can win the war. For sure, but... do I really want to sacrifice a bunch of my pops for Naples to win an offensive war? Not really. I can improve my cultural opinion with Naples, though, so I'll do that. That works. For the eventual one day when I kill them. Transylvania has a navy? I don't think they do. I don't think that's real. River Admiral is best. Oh, it's those river boats. I see. It's the secret Transylvanian river boats that they have. I need to make sure. Yes. Temple. and granaries and marketplaces. Are we still trading lots of gold? Oh yeah, we sure are. And we're trading silver now too. That's all because we're expanding our trade capacity. I don't think I did anything up here. I did not. Let's get the temple built up at least. I might want to start reinvesting into my RGOs sometime soon to scale my economy. Oh, they got a lot of troops around here. Any objective for this session? Well, we spent the first couple of hours kind of talking about why I was about to build all of these towns, and that's kind of been the objective, is to build the towns. Do I aim for roughly one town each province? Yeah, that's what I like to do. 618 days to get that siege. And now we're going to walk down here and we're going to fight. Boom. We should obliterate them. Oh yeah, we have 7 discipline on them. They have -2 to their dice rolls here. We have a much better general overall. Yeah, that's a stack wipe. Not on those guys though. They get away, apparently. The question is that going to be enough to get Treviso out of the war? Probably not. We'll always take that research progress. Because we haven't taken their capital yet. This is right here. I don't love being in this war. I really, really don't. I really, really don't. This is the downside of outlying Naples. Is they can call you into very annoying wars in Italy. Come here. There you go. Sack wipe. I know that you want to annex or re-siege down Treviso, but I'm not going to let you. Sadly, we still haven't recovered from the Black Death? Correct. It's only been 40 years. It's only been about 40 years since the Black Death showed up, so it makes sense. It makes sense. Nobility gives me a bunch of money. Ooh, thank you, nobles. Appreciate that. Granaries. Marketplaces. What's that? Here for here. You could use a town as well. I think this capital could work fine. Putting it on the... Putting it on the river also works. I don't hate putting it down here, actually. I don't want to cover up the copper, the wheat, or the fur. It would be either the wild game or the wine. So I'll make it on the wine. This is also farmlands, so long term it can be a pretty good urban spot. You have more pops than you know what to do, so send them to the front. That's just not true. Again, we're not going to run into any pop problems until we get to the next age. But when we get to the next age, which is like 40 years away, we're going to run out of pops very quickly in all of our like more centralized areas. So it's just not true. If you would like to send your pops into the grinder of endless wars, you're more than welcome to. I have no interest in doing such things. How are the Turks doing? Pretty good overall. Oh, they've crossed. They took Constantinople. Aha. Never mind. They're doing bad. They're doing bad. They moved their capital to Constantinople, so it's Jover for them. I don't think we're going to have to worry about the Ottomans too much. Moving their capital here is just a bad idea. Unless they have a lot of maritime control, which they don't. It is going up, though. So, you know, it actually might not be too bad in the long run for them. The thing is, Constantinople just doesn't have much value here. since it got looted, I guess, destroyed. But they definitely needed more boats and more maritime presence than they have right now. Epirus is also independent now. But they have crossed, which means we will have to kick them out at some point. At some point. Byzantine Reconquista coming any day now, trust. I don't think that's true. I think they're cooked. I think the fact that they have no buildings and no pops means they're going to struggle to do anything other than just die. When do we get Croatia back? Never. Whenever I decide to go and vassalize them, is the answer. They're allied to Austria. Not that I'm afraid of Austria. What's our antagonism looking like over here? Not bad at all, actually. Though if I did try and vassalize Croatia, people would be very mad. And really more importantly than that, I don't know what that would do to loyalty of subjects. They're all pretty good right now. So we might actually be able to pull it off. We might be able to do it. Yep, there it is. France is now the HRE Emperor. Which means our two options are either declare war and hope France doesn't walk over with like 60,000 troops they'll have, or not take any more land from Austria. I do hate that France gets elected emperor. I think it's way, way, way too easy for France to become the emperorship, to get it. But that's like a long-term balance thing. It's not like a huge deal. But I definitely do not like how often France becomes the emperor. It feels bad. Feels bad. Okay, you go there. You need a town now. On the wine. Town over the wine. You need a town. No rivers at all, so I will town over the wine again. New spy techniques, I guess. That's cool. Or we join the HRE and take claim from inside the empire. Okay, but I'm pretty sure I would lose my kingdom status, number one. And number two, I can't join. They won't let me join. They'll just say no. I'm too big. They know what I'm trying to do. They're not that dumb. They're kind of dumb, but they're not that dumb. Also, Lollardy is now here and a thing. Buddha, I can increase ties to neighbor for more opinion with people who border me. Promote state religion. I could try and get some missionary zeal for pop conversion speed. I kind of like that idea. Can reduce my opinion with that guy? Sure. And aristocratic support. I don't really love aristocratic support. I can preserve individual values. Now I have to hope that we get lucky. That we get a good event. Serbian exile. He is more than welcome here. Mostly because I gained the prestige, and that's nice. Very nice. And now we get a bunch of Bulgarian pops. Now, Naples. I hate to be that guy. I really do. Why do I have Sicily occupied? Never mind. Naples, if I can contest this siege, maybe we can get out of this thing. I will hand all this land over to him, by the way. Mostly, I don't want to have to do this war again. In the same way. So if I give him the land, then he won't declare it again. But we'll keep declaring it because these are Naples cores. Burgers of Casa. Okay. Okay, Aragon white pieces, which means it's now reasonable for me to white piece. I will still be helpful. Well, I guess Naples doesn't get anything. They had their chance. I was willing to do it. I was there. You guys saw it. I was there being helpful. And the AI said, no. You're not allowed to be helpful. Okay? It's not my fault. I tried. I tried my best. I was going to transfer it all over to him. Get wrecked Naples? No, it's get wrecked me, because now he's just going to declare the war again. Also, my poor income. My poor income. Am I going to be able to get this done? I'm going to have to click one of these. Increase opinion. 14 ducats a month? What happened to my income? Cost of quarter 78. Yeah, it went below 100. That's why. That's why. Alright, I think I'm done with building these towns. We'll keep building out the little bits of the towns as well. But I think that it's time we expand the RGOs. And build roads. And build roads. But let's go after the banking techs. So there's two paths. The path on the left is very naval focused for the most part. There's some Diplo range, some clergy satisfaction, and expand raw material time reductions. But it's pretty much all naval, so I'm not too interested in going that way. Except maybe to grab that trade range at some point. I want to go down the right-hand path. I would love to grab Poundlock Canal. I love to grab Entrepots. I would love to grab Bureaucracy, Counting Houses, and Rag Paper. Bureaucracy will allow me to go for Centralized, which is faster road building time, and monthly progress to centralization. So I think we're going to go for Bureaucracy first. Then Rag Paper for better production methods for paper. Then Counting House, because Counting Houses give 33% local crown power, which can help with not only increasing crown power in general, but it also creates more gold demand in our market, which increases the price of gold RGOs, which we can make more money from that way. Then I want an entrepot, I believe. Entrepots give 10% market attraction. So if you have an entrepot in your market and other markets don't, you'll take more provinces from them or locations. And also gives more trade capacity for us. And then I want Poundlock Canals because they give a flat minus 5%, or just a 5% local proximity cost reduction. Has it been nerfed? Maybe it's always been 5%. It's probably been 5%. Greater or equal to 20 development. Huh. I didn't know that. Music is swapped again. Can we form our own empire? No, because we're Catholic. Yeah, and then we get max literacy. That's the plan. And then hopefully by that time we unlock Renaissance and we can grab a Renaissance Prince for more peasant loyalty. And art school, cabinet seat, expected cost of court reduction, universities, all kinds of good stuff. That's the idea. Yeah, I mean, I could keep building out these roads, but I do think that I should build RGOs. Well, apparently we're getting German settlers first. Then I'm just going to start maxing out these RGOs. Now, to be clear, I'm not even sure that's the most optimal thing to do, but it is what I do. Because I'm going to want them maxed out anyways. I might as well put the pops to work. That's my thought process. Any special research in this age left? Yeah, there's the Renaissance Prince one, but I believe that's it. Ooh, surf exploitation, more raw material output. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. Who needs cities and burgers and trade? No, no, no. I need peasants. And those peasants need to dig more gold out of ground. Clergy satisfaction. It's dropped. Negative stability. Western Schism lowers it as well. My tax base jumped back up. I'm guessing that's because my peasants went back to work. Look at that. Haunt is making us 47.6 ducats. Well, it has a tax base of 47.44 ducats. We get almost 10 ducats out of it. That's a pretty big difference here. I do want to pay off this loan. And now, hopefully, we can actually start to do this. This kid will come of age in 3 years, which will be super nice, because then I'll be paying a lot less for my cost of courts. He might turn out okay. I'd like him to have a higher admin skill, if anything, but beggars cannot be choosers, you know? As long as he's decent. Oh, wait, no, I said I wanted to turn Tata into a city at some point. So do I want to max out the livestock there? Probably not. Probably not. This, though, I can max that out. Get them to work. And then stone. And then more lumber. Really, I should just do like one at a time, but I'm lazy. I'm lazy, and it's much easier just to click the max out button than to not do that. Slovakia being economic backbone of Hungary, seed Hungarians. Yeah, well, you know, they got the gold and the silver, so that's just kind of how the cookie crumbles on that one. We do want to increase dyes. We want to increase saffron. We want to consider more gold, more silver, more gold. 33.5. Okay, the price of wood is pretty good then. Price of gold is pretty good. Or lumber, sorry. Price of lumber. Burgers are exporting 13. They're not letting me crash the price of lumber, but it is somewhat low, which is nice. For max out sturdy grains, we have the banking research, which lowers bank interest and total loan capacity. Remember, interest in EU5 is brutal. You start off with 10% interest on your loans. So loans are very, very bad. As time, you get access to more technologies that lower it. So now it's a little bit cheaper for us to have loans, so they're easier for us to pay off. Are you telling me precious metals tend to be found near mountainous areas? Unfortunately, yes. As much as I enjoy the farmland's gold, not as much of that out there in the world, as far as I'm aware. It's usually in places that suck to go to. Can I ditch this wine trade now, by the way? Freedom. Freedom. We can free up 9 trade capacity. Kind of insane. I do want to import, let's say 3 things of rice to meet pop demands. Maybe. There we go. Rice. Ah, right. We are landlocked. This is true. I need to get a coastline. Maybe Croatia does need to die. Could really only get some from Genova. Never mind. We're not going to do that. We're just going to let the AI use the trade for themselves. Because it's just going to trade more gold. More gold and silver. Pest. Exporting through Napoli. I'm importing fur. That seems kind of dumb. That seems kind of dumb on my part because we do have fur available in Hungary. Also, well, we don't have any more demand for amber, so I'll keep that lower. We will expand the fur there. Then I'll max out marble. Fish. I spit upon the fish. Gross. Bad. Get clay and stone. Saltpeter. Horses. I really hate wild game. We do need to make wool cheaper. Because we do use wool. Oh, we probably need to make... We probably need to make more cloth now, don't we? Now that I think about it. Well... They're using fiber crops. Yeah, see, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. It's because wool is too expensive. Yep, we'll improve our relations there. I will just get all this wool upgraded. There's one here too. That'll drop the price of wool back down a little bit. Then this lumber, let's get that maxed out. Honestly, we could just raise that up. We do need a little bit more beeswax. Iron seems to be doing fine. Like, the thing is, like, expanding RGOs down here is not as good because the control is just so bad. Legumes. Can upgrade those as well. Need more hospitals? Not really. Like, eventually, yes, but I don't think that's a good use of our money at the moment. A mischievous feline. Culty Mark has always been regarded as an established writer and his works lauded by the general populace. However, one of his works, Illuminated Chronicle, has become the main topic of discussion at court when some attentive students of the work discovered some particular ink smudges on it. Apparently, a cat walked on it after having stepped on ink, leaving its paws permanently imprinted on the piece. This has caused a most curious debate at court, with the clergy admiring the intrepidness of the feline, while the nobility lamenting that now the piece is completely ruined. Nah, I think it's better. I think it's better, actually. Adds to the story. Do RGOs ever change? You can change RGOs during the Columbian Exchange in the late game. Oh, Bohemia annexed Moravia. Ooh. Also, their tax base is crazy high. Crazy, crazy high. We gotta be careful about them. They could run away with this game if we're not careful. Well, in our region at least. Saltpeter. See, the thing is, we could decide to not upgrade the saltpeter RGO, and instead we could build a rural building that we think we need. Like a fiber crop farm or something like that. I think that's probably better for us overall. Because we really don't need more saltpeter. And saltpeter is worth 0.49 right now, so it's not even worth that much. So we can build some other stuff as well. That's working on that. That's still hiring for the lumber mills. You can max out the wheat at the very least. What is this? Oh, a toll castle. Gives 10 nobles here, and the nobles consume more food. I actually don't mind that. I don't mind toll castles for the most part. As long as they're not in super important spots, it doesn't bother me all too much. Isn't saltpeter an ingredient in gunpowder? It sure is. It sure is. And we have one of the very few sources in, well, I think the world. But definitely in Europe. Saltpeter. Yeah. Sicily has 2. There's one out here in Leek. Iberia has 3. There's some up here. One in Greece and then one in Anatolia. There's not much available. And you cannot build a building for it either. So it'll be really good for production methods for building professional armies. 500 ducats dues. Minting threshold plus 1% from tech. Okay, let's really focus down on improving certain RGOs here. This has a bunch of livestock. Let's max the livestock out. Legumes. We'll max the legumes out. Because this is, I think, our only source of legumes in our country. We don't need a ton of them. There's some up here, too. We'll need a bit. This wheat is not maxed out. But I'm going to max it out. And then I'm going to build a windmill here. And that'll be great. It's a bunch of wheat, I suppose. I guess I technically don't even need the windmill. But increases tool and cloth demand, which isn't bad. I do feel like we should start to invest into our capital a bit more. More scriptoriums. More of all of that. Our buildings are pretty expensive. Our masonry is still struggling. Part of that is that we've reduced the amount of people working in masonry jobs because we expanded RGOs in those locations and they promoted up into laborers. But that'll be fine. Chat screen point while he plays with his nation's economy meme. What do you want me to do? You want me to go to war again? Again? Already? To be fair, we have to wait until I have a CB on Wallachia. And then I gotta fight all these people. And for what? For what? To throw my pops into the grinder? To lose people? More mining? Mining or minting? I mean, mining, yeah, we can do more mining for sure. We can expand these irons out a bit. The Frenchified flag is back. It is back. Because an Anjou is back on the throne. Sorry, guys. The French have returned. Let's see. How's that fur doing? It's going to take a while to promote. I believe the lower the control, the slower the promotion time. And if pops are mad, they also don't promote very quickly. We're going to build more scriptoriums. More marketplaces. We're building that. Don't really need a fortress church there. Tailor's Guild I don't really need. Jeweler's Guild I don't really need. More peasants. More peasants to the fields. An unmarried king. I do have an unmarried king. I can marry Poland or Naples. Ayo. Aren't we the same dynasty? Ayo. Our ruler's second cousin? European moment. European moment. Or I can marry into Poland. Hear me out. Hear me out. We marry Naples. Then, eventually, that will give us a restoration of Union CB on Naples. I guess I can make the same argument about Poland as well. Either one works. Maybe the third cousin? No, that 3 is their place in line. You're 43. No, I'm not going to kill him. But if something were to happen to him, and of course I don't want that to happen, You married an Orthodox lady? Whoa. Whoa. We're going to marry this person. Maria Engio. Second in line for the throne of Naples. Stat-wise, worse, which sucks if she becomes regent. But if that kid dies, we'll get a natural personal union with Naples. Which is kind of nice. Kill it? No, we don't need to kill anybody. Killing kids is definitely not good. This fact brought to you by me. You shouldn't kill kids, actually. I know. I hate to be, you know, the ruiner of fun or whatever, but it's actually kind of bad. It's actually kind of bad to do that, and you shouldn't do it. We'll expand the wheat as much as we can. So brave. I know. I truly am brave enough to say what other people are afraid to say, which is you shouldn't kill kids. Adults, hey. You know, it depends on how annoying they are. But kids, no. Maybe you should, like, push them down. Take their ice cream or whatnot. But they should get to live. Smallpox blankets for the baby? No, I don't think so. I don't think that's a good idea. Myself. Definitely not on team smallpox blankets. I would say whatever team the smallpox blankets is on, I'm on the opposite team. Yeah. I think that's a bad idea in general. Emerging factor is having a shadow of the dynamic place names in conquered Austria still being German. Well, first of all, they're still technically ruled by the Germans because I released vassals here. Second of all, I do know that they want to have dynamic naming, but there's too many locations for them to do everywhere for every single thing. So I think there's some plan in the works to somehow address that, but I don't know for sure. So I don't want to say anything too concrete. But it's something they're aware of and that they do want. They do want. Same performs a miracle. Thank you for the stab. I need that stability. Just need 30,000 nation names, yeah. Okay, we're going to pay that off. And we're definitely going to go for centralized bureaucracy here. In the month tick. I don't know why you'd want to go for decentralized bureaucracy. Yeah, I don't know why you'd do that. But we'll go centralized. That now has a natural push of 0.23. I do wonder if I put my parliament to, or my cabinet. None of them are really good at doing that, is the thing. It's okay. It's technically not implemented yet. It takes time for that law to implement, so it'll be to 0.33. Ruler's younger sister comes of age. Can arrange a royal marriage. We can marry Kosovo. That's fine. We can get another one of these. Do I have a road building one? No! What the? Okay, we're gonna go farming estates. Because that is going to make it to where expanding farms during this is reduced by 33% cost and 20% time. So we're going to make a lot of farms. You love farming, I love farming, we all love farming. So I'm going to farm like I've never farmed before. All the wheat, all the livestock, all the fruit, unfortunately. All the everything is going to be expanded. And we're going to have, number one, a ton of food, which we don't actually need. But more importantly, we're going to have a ton of people working in these RGOs. How do you increase cabinet slots? Time. Technology, technically. Technology is the main way. And then after that, there are some special reforms which give additional slots. So like they essentially pay for themselves. That wheat's being maxed out. Wool counts as farming, right? I think so. Yeah. It sure does. So I will simply make lots of wool. Boom. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of wool. And that's the whole plan there. That's the extent of my plan. I should upgrade these gems too. Gems are used in jewelers to make modifications to them. Observe. If I go to where I have a jewelry, production methods, you use gems for enhancements. Now, fun fact, you do not get production efficiency, I don't think. Or it's like half production efficiency bonuses for this. I can't remember which one it is. But we do need it. It's either gems, ivory, amber, or pearls. We do not have pearls or ivory. And we don't have a lot of amber. So we got to work with what we've got. Can increase opinion here, so that way we can make sure this passes. Then part of me wants to max out the fruit. Another part of me doesn't want to. It wants to build these buildings. Like sheep farms. I love sheep farms. I'll just max out the fruit for now. Here we go. You have pizza? Nice. Nice. You're excited to play as Bohemian. Liberate Slovakia from the Hungarians ASAP, so you too can enjoy having zero control over some of the most potentially profitable locations in Europe. Well, you could just take Slovakia and then release them as a vassal. That is also an option. Let's see. Get you there. Is this still low? Because people are importing things in here. Are people still importing fine cloth? Son of a biscuit, dude. Son of a biscuit. That's annoying. I'm going to max out dyes, and they can just fill out the dyes as time goes on. Same thing with saffron. It's valuable enough that even if the price is super low, it's still worth to build. Good advice for 10 years? 10% efficiency of cabinet? Cool. Now we have iron out here. Well, there's not really a lot of control. Look at that, we're up to 143 income now. That's like a 40 ducat increase to our income that we had before there was a little fluctuation. So that's pretty good. So if we look at our tax-based line, it goes up. Yippee. Or you play as Hungary and conquer Czechia as well. Have fun with that. Have fun with that. I'm just saying, you and Bohemia, Hungary and Bohemia can fight early on. Either one could win, for sure. But you'll both lose pops in the process of doing that. And the question is that loss worth it? My answer is no. Not right now. Eventually, yes. Eventually, it's absolutely worth it for me to try and contest all of this in here. But for right now, what am I going to do? Create a vassal? And the vassal just sits there? I mean, I guess. But I'd rather invest all my money and my pops into making more stuff. I like making stuff and things. Expand the lumber camps. Ooh, and that is rag paper production. So that should change our paper production here automatically. And that will shift us away from fiber crops, which is why I haven't invested too much into fiber crops. Though to be fair, we have enough fiber crops to where maybe it does want to stick with it. But if I swap this over here... it uses half the amount of wood, which is super nice. And if they need me to make more cloth, I can make more cloth. That's not a problem. They call me the cloth maker. Because I make cloth real good. No, that doesn't really work. I'll workshop that one. So let's build up some more spinners guilds. So that way we can lower the price of cloth. So that way I can make more paper. Or make paper at least cheaper and more profitable. Why? Is it really just the price of cloth? I think it's just the price of cloth is so much more than the price of fiber crops. Yeah. That is what it comes down to. Is I just need more cloth. Well, hey, it's a good thing that we built up a ton of towns. But also, I could... well, I should build a chancery here. It gives max literacy for nobles and burghers in our capital. Let's build that. I could build a lot of spinners guilds here in the capital. And I think I'll do that. Because then we get more production efficiency from it. King Charles II, the Tailor. Interesting. The Tailor. I guess there are worse nicknames, to be fair. Now you... what do I do with you? You have iron. You have iron. You make a tools guild. Max size. And you can make weaponsmith. Max size. The reason is the tools guild will get 10.97% production efficiency. 10% of that coming from the iron that's in its province. So it'll be very good at making money, even with limited number of buildings. I'm not going to lose 20% noble loyalty. That's a bad idea. I remember some variants of great projects in the U5. Can I build any at the moment? Great projects. I'm trying to think about what you could be referencing. I don't know. Monuments. Right. No. I get what you mean by great projects. But I don't know of something in EU5 that has that. I'm trying to think, but I'm not thinking of anything. Jasperetti has one of the best zoos in Hungary. You can walk with penguins there? Yo, walking with the penguins? Huge. That is very loud. Is that very loud? That seems very loud when I build that. I don't know what it is, though. Is it map? Maybe? Like, all the other UI elements seem fine, but when I build roads, it feels super loud. Do pyramids give anything? No. I don't think they're in here. What pyramids? There are no pyramids, silly. What, they're just buildings. No, I don't think they do anything at the moment. Unless they're a work of art? Yeah, they're a work of art. Okay. So they count as a work of art, and work of arts can give you cultural tradition, pop promotion and conversion speed, assimilation speed, and institution growth. So they do something. It's just not all that significant at the moment. Isn't Arpad the original Hungarian dynasty? What's one of his descendants doing at your court? It might just be that he's like from a randomly generated family. Somewhere we can check dynasties in my country. It doesn't seem like we have any Arpads here. so I don't think so. Ottoman getting thick? Ottoman is getting thick. We are still much stronger than them, though. I didn't realize that could happen. Now, ain't that something? There's currently an Anjou consort in the Ottomans. Interesting. Very, very interesting. We do unlock counting houses, which gives 33% local crown power. And I would like to go and build a bunch of those. They're very expensive. So focus on our 2 main spots. It's going to be a while until they can build, to be fair. Someone has to stop those Frenchmen. No. Maybe they'll convert the Ottomans. Who knows? I don't think that can happen. But you never know. It's possible. It's possible. Maybe they'll be brought to the light or whatever. The sacred sites include the premium edition. Do we know that's just cosmetic? I don't know, actually. To be honest with you. Hungary must have Constantinople. Okay, but the Anjou dynasty kind of sort of controls it. Does that count? Is that anything? Does that do it? Scriptorium spreads heresy. That's fine. More bridges. More bridges, please. All the way up into here, too. I like the bridges. Parcel does not count. Dang. Okay. We'll get there. Maybe in the next parliament, we can go to war with Wallachia. We could consider taking some of that. And that too. That will help our control a little bit more with all these bridges. Sire, where did the treasury go? Bridges. Hey, you know what? Of all the things we could have spent our money on, I think bridges is a very valid option. Thank you very much. I think it's good. Only counts as conquest if you're the dynasty head. Well, then we're screwed. We're cooked. Because Count Robert in Kosovo is currently the dynasty head. Even though he's my subject. It's because he's old. He's old as hell. What is up with this? Old people being in charge? I don't think this is going to go well. The great bridge building of 1393. Truly. King Anjou Karoy, the tailor, the bridge builder, and the Renaissance embracer. There is Renaissance embraced. We now have embraced all 3 of the institutions from the age of Renaissance. 1393, honestly, not bad at all. I will say good, actually. I will say we've done good on that. Let me go grab some more water real quick. Boom, boom, boom. You can build 100 bridges, but you make one shirt and they call you a tailor. That's just how it goes. What is going on in Transylvania? They have all that gold and still so backwards. To be fair, usually, you know, if you have like a super rich upper class, that does not necessarily mean they are forward thinking. But also, it has nothing to do with their income. I honestly don't know why it's spreading not super quickly, but it's not spreading out to here because it's all like low control and there's no towns to spread it to, so it takes a long time. You know, I think there was one permanent bridge across the Danube in Germany, and that's about it. So I don't know if all these Danube bridges are historically accurate. Okay. I'm gonna throw you off the bridge. Oh yeah, I'll show you how historically accurate these bridges are. You tell me, they there or not? Let me know on the way down. That's right. That's right. Nettlesome advisor. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Can I invite you to chivalry? Oh, I should have done that for my king. No, now I gotta wait 10 years. I forgot we had a new king. Who cares? We're in space. Oh yes, good folk of town and shire give ear by trumpet and by bell. Let it be known a new royal proclamation for our sovereign lord, King Charles II, called the Tailor, by his majesty's command, let no river or running brook flow for more than 2 meters together without a bridge set upon it. By the royal measure, whoso disobeyeth this ordinance shall answer before the crown. God save the king. Yes, of course, God save the king. And that's true. That's true. I want this river covered in bridges. That's it. It doesn't need anything else. It just needs bridges. Now I can go through and I can build up a bunch of granaries when I have the money. Man, you have money, you build 2 buildings, you got no money. It's sad. It's very sad. I'm broke. His descendant is known as the Bridge Man. Should have the bridge when you had a Szechenyi ruler? That's a lot of consonants, man. I don't know about that. That's a lot of consonants in in a row. Are there higher tier bridges like roads? No, I don't think so. Severance, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I read it right? Well, there you go. Don't ask me to do it again, because I definitely would not do it right twice in a row. Just say Cheney? Say Chani? Say Cheney. See? I don't know which one it is. Too many consonants, once again. Hey, Amy, how you doing? Okay, we're building everything here. Let's max out our granaries in Buddha. So I'd like to get the... Well, there's no way we're going to get the food storage up to 10 years worth. Like, that's just going to be incredibly difficult to do right now. I could start building farming villages here. Oh, right. I didn't go over irrigation earlier when we were talking about food. It gives another 5% local food production and plus 1,000 local pop capacity per level. And you can build multiple levels. So that's another way you can increase food production in locations. More roads. Why is it echoey when I click that button? I think that might be part of why I think it's so loud. It's got echo. Can you only build irrigation in rural areas? No, you can build it in urban areas. So you can offset the penalties of towns and cities if you build irrigations on them. You can only build irrigations, though, if they're adjacent to a river or a lake. Can sponsor the noble arts, though that pushes me back towards aristocracy, which I don't really want to do. Can promote a member of the clergy. Go for the autonomy movement. And now we're in the positive. And I could go after Wallachia. Bulgaria, Byzantium, Halich and Passau would all join. I could call in Naples if I really wanted to. Yeah, I can't co-belligerize Bulgaria, but they're in a coalition, which is why they're all interested in fighting me. I don't know if I can full annex Wallachia in this war. As your data point, what GPU do you have, and have you had any issues with OBS and streaming? I have a, I forgot. I have a, I don't ever remember. Hold on. I gotta remember where to go to do that. I gotta go to, about my PC. And my CPU is, or GPU. Oh, you want my GPU? No, my GPU is, I also don't remember again. I don't remember these things, okay? Computers are magic, all right? They're magic and they work, and I don't know why or how, but they do. I have a, I should really just write all this down somewhere. Well, now where do I find that? I thought I was going to find it here. I have an NVIDIA something. I have an NVIDIA something. If you want to know my processor, it's an AMD Ryzen 7 5800X 8-core processor. I got, it's good. It's good, but I don't remember off the top of my head. It is a, pause for effect, for dramatic effect. I'm looking. I'm opening up the app so I can figure it out. But no, I have not had any problems with streaming it, other than the sound. The dynamic music is the only thing I've run into, but that's not because of my GPU. Okay, if I look, oh, I have drivers I need to update. Dog, I just looked the other day. Always updating, isn't it? Which I suppose isn't a problem. Dog. Where am I finding this? I should just have it somewhere. Does it show me all like display stuff? I don't care about my display stuff. I just want to know. System information. That's what I want. Oh. Aha. NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080 Ti. 3080 Ti. Read chat? No, I'm busy. I'm busy figuring it out, okay? I'm a big boy. I can eventually get there if I slam my head against the wall enough times. No, do not apply changes. Close. Stop giving me noises when I click on you. When I click on close, you just close. That's how it goes. 3080, you need to upgrade. Okay, well, when I win the lottery, I will upgrade my computer. How about that? Workers of the past. And my vassal has a civil war. Can I get involved in that? No? Okay. Interesting. Spiritual retreat. Okay, if I wanted to go after Wallachia, I'd have to fight all those people. It's not really a huge deal. Epirus is also expanded. Back to game questions. Is it the same run as on the 31st? Yes. This is the same run. There was an update. I'm not sure what the update changed. But there was an update. But this is the same run. Okay, I'm going to fabricate on this dude. And I'm going to declare for that. Boom. Joachim, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Not sure if your RX 5E will be able to handle the game. They do have the recommended things listed, but this is going to require a decent amount of power. I'll call in Naples just because I can. There we go. There we go. Raise the troops. We're up to 19,000 levies. Pretty good. Pretty good. We will go and vassalize some more of Wallachia. Is there an in-game achievement viewer? I think there will be, but it's not in this version. But even if there's not, I wouldn't know where to check. To be honest. Did I fight the Golden Horde already? Does that work different considering they are an army-based nation? I have not fought the Golden Horde. I haven't needed to. Mostly because they're pathetic. They're pathetic and weak compared to Hungary. I got all of these guys through an event. All of Moldavia as a subject. Through an event. So, that's why I own all that. But no, I have not gotten around to fighting the Golden Horde, and I don't really have a reason to. Like, all their land is wrong culture, wrong religion, and it's super far away. Super far away, and would only be kind of a pain for me to deal with. Am I going to split my army in this war? I should not be on speed 5. I shouldn't split my army, no. Halych has gotten to the point where they can actually have troops now. And Poland doesn't want to join because we're not allied anymore. It's a whole thing. Our second cousin comes of age. Let's keep our nobles married. I think it will run better with 3D map and other effects turned off. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. We're on medium settings right now. But if we turned off 3D map, the game would also run faster. How much better professional army units compared to levy? How many peasants can one swordsman kill? I don't really feel super comfortable answering that question because the last time that I really used a bunch of professional armies was a couple patches ago, and the balance of the military has changed since then. So I do not know. I do know that levies are better than they used to be in the past and are worth using for a lot longer. But that only really makes sense if you've seen the patches, which, yeah. But I do think cavalry are pretty good. Which arguably, maybe we should unlock some of that professional cavalry since we do have a lot of cav bonuses. That might be worth it for us. Okay, there's an entrepot unlocked from tech. So let's build that up. You can find that under the burgers. That's definitely a building that we are interested in getting access to. Then I just build more roads. Damn. Will you be able to choose the next run? I might consider letting you guys vote on who we play next. Maybe. We'll see. It's going to be a while, though. I don't know if we're going to take this run all the way to the end, but I do want to do a run all the way to the end sometime soon. What automations do I have enabled? Trade. But the main reason that I have trade enabled right now is we're just trading luxuries, and the AI is pretty good at figuring out where to trade luxuries to. So I don't really need to pay much attention to it as Hungary because it's all gold and silver and then a couple of things that are not. So either I need to make more gold and silver or maybe I do need to start paying some attention to some of the trades that I'm doing. How are colonies in this game? Long-term investments. They're either you're getting access to new trade or long-term investments for RGOs. It does take your actual pops to do, so you can't just colonize everything all the time as everybody. Quite a few times I've seen some of the AIs in previous patches run into problems where they colonize too much. Like Portugal, they'll own like all of Brazil and parts of Africa. And I'll be like, whoa, they're really colonizing like crazy. And then I'll look at Portugal and they don't have any pops in Portugal proper. They just sent them all overseas and they have no actual economic base. So you can definitely make that happen to yourself too if you're not careful. Okay, they're going to fight there. Wow, we actually have a decent amount of vassal troops. If they can all just work together, they might be decent. It might just be decent. When's the next tier of roads? Next institution. So 1442 is when the next age will unlock, and then we have to get the actual advances or institutions from that. We won't spawn New World. We might spawn Pike and Shot. I don't think we'll get Printing Press. We might get Pike and Shot. It's definitely a possibility. I should also restart the game sometime soon to see if that helps with a bit of performance. Not that we're running slow, but just in general. Gableno, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. It's going to make a bit more sense because the systems are more real for that. For you that made Victoria 3 easier. I would say there's definitely a learning curve to EU5. There's a lot to wrap your head around. And you're going to think, you're like, okay, yeah, I've watched somebody play it now. I've read the dev diaries. I'm going to be good to go in and play. And then you're going to get into the game, and it's going to be deer in the headlights. And you're going to be like, oh my god, there's so much here. But after you get over that initial curve, more like a line, like a cliff, then it all starts to kind of make sense. Then it all starts to make sense. Youch. Every time I raise my levies, my economy just drops. Because my economy is based off of my peasants. Something to keep in mind, warmongers, okay? You freaking warmongers who like to go to war and kill things and people. There are downsides to that, especially for us and the way we've built our country up. What do I want to do with these pops? I think I'll build some sheep farms. Long term, it seems like an okay idea. Build some stuff here. I don't really need a scriptorium. To be fair, I might as well build it and then build a monastery to try and increase literacy. It is something that we could work on again. Research up to 1.67. That's not great for us at this point, but this is a different approach than I've tried in the past, so it might be fine. We're going to make a market with Serb culture to compete with the Dubrovnik market. It was something that I thought about. Yeah. I probably should. Like, it's kind of criminal how much I'm letting the Dubrovnik market get. Like, all of this could be in a subjects market. So maybe I should consider that. Like, I can make a market here. And then I can go down this, or I can go up this river a little bit. So maybe I should consider doing that. Again, I did kind of forget about it. Yeah, 33% control is crazy. It's only 573 to make a new market there because it's so bad. So we'll see how that goes. I don't think it's been a year yet. It has been a year. Why don't you give me war reps and money? Bulgaria. Why don't you give me war reps and money? Can I break a fort? No, I haven't occupied it yet. Oh, I thought I could turn Bulgaria into a vassal, and I was like, what? But no. That's fine. Who are you allied to? Halych and Trebizond. Bulgaria is guaranteeing the subject of Hungary. I don't even know what that means. To be so real with you, I have no idea what that means. I don't know if that means I can't annex them, like if they would declare, or if it just increases their disloyalty. That would kind of suck since none of my subjects are disloyal. I don't know why. Or maybe if they are disloyal, then Bulgaria supports their independence and causes issues. One of the above, probably. Take the coast for Moldavia. Oh, I guess I could have done that. Can I go to war with you? No, can't declare on revolters in a civil war. Yeah, we could have given Moldavia a coastline. I do think our next war will probably be against Bulgaria. Either Bulgaria or Croatia. I'm kind of leaning towards Croatia just because I don't want Naples to declare that war and try and snag it from me. I do have money for the market. Where do I want to put it? And right down here makes the most sense. I'll cut Dubrovnik off and hopefully be able to grab all of this for my subject here. Let's go ahead and create a market there. That siege has fallen. I'll now march over and fight them here. But yeah, this is why vassals are also so good early on, is they just get a ton of levies that I would not get. And it's very nice. They can fight my wars for me, which saves me pops. It does lose pops in my vassals, of course. Like, the pops are still dying, but they're not pops that I'm actively using. Thought Croatia's PU? Yeah, we lost them due to succession. We had a grandson inherit, but they allow women to inherit, so my daughter inherited there. But we do not allow women to inherit in Hungary because of the deal we made with Poland. Bad deal, in my opinion, but it is what it is. Are they one warable? Yes, they are. I think we're just going to annex them. I'm going to annex first because they hate me. Ah, no. I cannot annex them and release. That's also a ton of aggressive expansion. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Okay, well, I will... How about this? I'll leave the Bulgarian land there. And I won't worry about that for now. Breaking news, women rights denied by POEMU. No. Look. Look. There's a woman in charge of the Ottomans, and she's married... Timeout. I gotta know. She doesn't have any kids. She does have a kid. Why is he not inheriting? Why is he not inheriting? He's even Sunni. Wait, that'd be so funny. It'd be so funny. Does it have to be an Ottoman? Is that the Ottoman dynasty? No. What is happening down there? It'd be so funny if an Anjou got on the throne of the Ottomans. Only Turks on the throne? Is her kid not Turkish? No, he is Turkish. He's Turkish and Sunni. What's their succession law? Can I check? Can I check? I don't know. Maybe it's because he's not her dynasty. That might be it. It might be that. It might just be that he's not her dynasty, and therefore it's not in the line of succession. I think you can check right here. Unigeniture. Inheritance around one heir. Essentially, the eldest son of the royal family may mean instability between prospecting inheritors. Eligibility rules. Through siblings of ruler, allow children, allow male. Current ruler is ignored. Nobility and crown. Upon succession, lose 25 legitimacy. Well, what the heck? No, he's our second cousin. He's our second cousin. He's still the son of the ruler. He's my ruler's second cousin. Maybe they need to be older? Yeah, maybe they do need to be older. I hope it happens, though. It'd be very funny to have an Anjou Ottoman. Very funny. Okay, so I guess this is my peace deal. It makes people mad, but cope mold seed. Cope and mold and seed. I don't care. This is all rightful Hungarian land now. Boom. Did I break? I could have fully annexed him. I broke his alliances with these two. I thought I was doing that for Bulgaria. Shoot. Oh well. It doesn't really matter. It's just another war we'll have to do at some point. Okay, if I want to get rid of this, and I do, because all this is going to be zero control land, I need to release vassal. Your capital is over here. Why exactly? Well, I guess it's because you don't have a city. It's a pretty good reason. I could feed this vassal another province and then have another vassal over here. I could make one big vassal that just owns all of Wallachia. Bird? Nah, it's fine. I'm not too worried about it. No birding allowed, also. No birding allowed in EU5. Because if I start doing it, I'll never stop. Can you trade in copium in EU5? Oh yeah, I'm the #1 trader of copium at all times. That is never going to change. Let's see, North Latvinia. I'm going to cede that to you. Then I'll make this a capital, I think. Create custom subject here. I'll make them vassal. You are our ruler's second cousin, sure. Why not? More second cousins. And North Muntenia, you have East and South Muntenia. Boom. Now I need to improve relations with you, so you stay loyal. We are definitely vassal maxing, for sure. Yeah, we have a lot of vassals. And I would expand Syria. Not Syria. We're not there yet, okay? We got a ways to go. Styria. Oh. Oh, oh. Oh. Sorry, I went monkey mode there for a second. I would lose stab because we still have a royal marriage, apparently. But France won't join. France won't join because France is at war They don't love Austria. They don't have a lot of levy availability. Who are you at war with, France? You're at war with the Pope, and you're losing. And Denmark and the Hanseatic League are at war. So it seems like a pretty good excuse for me to go to war with them. Austria, I hereby declare you cringe, and it will cost me a stability. Wait, dubious claims? Oh, wait, I can get parliament claims for from my subjects? Interesting. Wait, why is it dubious claims and not something else? Well, it's cheaper for me to use the parliament approved claims than the dubious claims. So I think that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to take that stab hit, and it's going to hurt a lot. And I'm going to call in Naples. And then we're going to go to war. Should I have co-belligerized Croatia? No, I don't think I can afford to take it all in this war. Because I'm going to try and take back all the cores, which is going to be quite a lot of aggressive antagonism. Hey, Zero Dark. Game's going pretty well. Is no good. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. How's 100 Years War going? I mean, England seems to be winning. I'm not sure how that works, but they're not kicked out yet. There's also a new market down here in the south. Oh, that is brutal. I kind of sort of just destroyed Dubrovnik by doing that. Just obliterated it. You love to see it. You love to see it. That'll probably stay in because they're a vassal of Naples, so that means that they're more likely to have that market attraction. No, they're going to flip after the tick. It's just got to update. Maybe. We'll see. But that's pretty nice for my subjects down there, for sure. Zero Dark, thank you for the follow. What does happen if England wins the 100 Years' War? Well, for England to win the 100 Years' War, they need to subjugate France. So I don't know if AI England is ever going to do that, realistically. The only time I've seen AI England actually take a decent chunk of France is when I was playing Provence, and I ate southern France. So they kind of need some help. Antagonism this, antagonism that. What about protagonism? We're always the protagonist. Final answer. Oh, I never built up forts out here, did I? Well, it's a little late to start now, but I'll still do it. Well, a little late. A little late. You think it's either subjugate or 200 locations? Ooh, nice. Yeah, I didn't really... when I did play England, I kind of just went in to do one war. Because I wanted to check out their levies, because they have really strong levies early on. So I went in, I won the 100 Years' War, I turned France into a personal union, and then I stopped. And I went and I played something else. Also, putting our king in charge again. Hopefully this time he doesn't die. When will I do an England run? I don't know. That'll be a big colonization run. Big colonization run. Oh, where's Austria's current capital? Moved it to Linz? Fair enough. It's a bit of a walk, though. Bit of a walk. But we'll just occupy everything along the way. Bum, 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 bum. Let's rename it. Can I even rename locations? Am I allowed to do that? I don't even know if I can. What is this map mode showing? This one? This is just the 3D map mode. It's all white because it's wintertime. It'd be snowing. It'd be snowing. Your question is, are there Norse events for Scandinavian countries? I don't know. I have not tried Scandinavia yet. They're poor and in the north, and I don't want to be there. Sounds miserable. No thanks. No thanks. They can't build during wintertime? Mm-mm. Not interested. Sucks to be them. All I've got is wood. Nothing but wood. Denmark's having a bad time. France? Why are you taking treaty ports? What are you going to do with this? Average French game plan. Winter is coming? It is. It is. It's going to be here soon-ish. Can you tempt me with a high kingship of Ireland run? I do have to do an Ireland run at some point. I mean, I want to play everything. I want to do all the stuff and things. Except maybe play Byzantium. I think there'll be enough people that want to play Byzantium that I can get away with not playing it. But I don't know. Since the first DLC is going to be Byzantium content, I guess we'll see. We might do a Byzantium run at that point. But I don't know. Do small port cities even work in this game? Work for what? Work as in, is it worth taking them? Only if you really want to use it for trade. If you want to actually make money from it, not really, no. Not really. What my tools guilds up here doing? They're still building? Man. It takes forever to build things. Is that because I'm traditionalist? Like, what is making this take so long? Or maybe I'm just used to speed 5-ing it. And just sending it and not worrying about it. Loses a fortune. Sounds like a solid not my problem. A very solid not my problem. I want more roads. More roads. More control. Ooh, looking kind of good now. Getting kind of yellow all around. Obviously green, very close to the center. Good stuff, good stuff. We're at 98.98% converted in that province down in the south. That's kind of nice. I could consider dropping the increased control in Haunt, but it's just so much money. It's so much money that I would be throwing away if I did that. Okay, these guys only have 5,000 units. I'm going to split these guys up, and I'm going to send them forward with a high admin general who's preferably not 65. So that way we can siege multiple things at once. I don't need to be scared. I've got plenty of troops around. Takes forever because you keep yapping while paused. Hey, we haven't even been pausing that much. Okay? We paused a lot in the early part. Now we've been gaming. Maybe little pauses here and there, of course. Who am I if not a yapper at heart? You know? Yap is love, yap is life. And so on. Vassal Swarm is strong? It is. Wait, rip general naming, rip channel points? No, more like more channel points for you. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna have you guys spend your channel points on now. I don't know. I don't think I can rename characters. Can I? I don't think so. I think we're out of luck. Lord Lonesome, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. It's almost like I'm a human who wants to talk and socialize with people or something. Weird. Weird. Imagine. Could bring back praising the cube. Yo. Praise cube. Ambinar enjoyers understand. Except there's no cube. So it doesn't really make much sense at this point. What cube are we worshiping here, huh? The invisible cube? Why are you mad? Oh, because my peasants are mad. Yeah, that would cause issues. My nobles are also mad. It's a good thing I already raised my levies, because otherwise my levies would be super low at the moment. My pops demand more fur. Okay. That means it's time for another round of fur. What else do they demand? What do they want? Rice? Too bad. Too bad. There's nowhere you can get rice from, realistically. I need to check the peace deal. So, Austria. Separate suit for peace. I would like you to... Wait, I can almost vassalize Austria? I mean, that would be like a massive coalition. Bohemia would probably join. That's kind of crazy. No, I would like you to return land to my subject. I need to check where they've got cores. Okay. Upper Styria, Middle Styria, and oh, it's all the Styrias. I guess that does make some amount of sense, huh? Lower, middle, and Upper Styria. No. We can't do that. We can't do that. I don't think we're allowed to get away with that one. Base antagonism of 41, by the way. Base antagonism of 41. And we are gaining 130. Yikes. Yikes. Antagonism is just a number. If you want to wood chipper your pops into a coalition, you're more than welcome to. I ain't got no desire. No desire to do that myself. You need to take espionage ideas. True. I take espionage ideas. Stat. I think we'll take... Styria, what do you want more? They probably want middle Styria most. See, the problem is I don't know how Bohemia feels. Upper Styria is that much aggressive expansion? Dang. Dang. That's crazy. Seems weird not to have a core return for less AE. Well, technically speaking, this isn't the core return CB. I don't know why the vassal didn't make it, but they didn't. They just didn't. So it is kind of expensive to do this. I think we'll just take middle and lower Styria. And then from Croatia, I do want to get a coastline. I don't know how much value there's going to be in getting said coastline, but... surely it's better than nothing. Surely. In and out, 22nd adventure. No problem. Congrats, everybody. We have a coastline. Break Croatia alliance? No, because that might be the only way that I can ever get back into Austria again. Okay, Styria. Let me grant you those two things and improve relations with you. I will need to core up or integrate this down here at some point. For now, though, I think I'll be fine. And we do have two new laws. We have maritime laws and piracy laws. I mean, we might as well just go protect trade routes for more trade range and burger estate satisfaction. But we don't have a navy yet. I don't really care about the sailors. I don't have any. And I'm not going to be building any boats anytime soon. So, protect the trade routes it is. Then we have the anti-piracy law, where I can pass anti-piracy, which gives more anti-piracy warfare modifier and can create an anti-piracy war CB. Sure. We'll implement those as well. Why not? Carry the Savoy province next to your coast. Oh, I know. I know. They've been up to things. Okay, Bohemia didn't really care all that much. Really, the Italians cared more than anybody else. Which, I guess. Well, that's kind of weird. I mean, a lot of Germany cared. Don't get me wrong. They definitely cared. If this coalition forms, it's going to be super annoying. Because then Bulgaria is going to want to join it. And I'm not going to have a CB on Bulgaria in time. So I'm going to have to fight a whole coalition to fight Bulgaria. And that's going to suck. Sure. Hungarian culture changes their view of Neapolitan to positive. What? Tunis, why'd you do this? Tunis, why didn't you just take the whole damn island? Or take, like, part of the island? Also, who's this guy? And why do they own part of Sicily? They are a vassal. They're dominion of Athens, who for some reason owns part of Sicily, even though Athens is a vassal of Sicily. Curious. Weird. Weird. You know what? You can go and work on integrating Lika. It'll be done in 1401. That's not too bad. It's because it's only one location. You have some fish here. You know what? I'll build you a road. How about that? You get special road privileges for being conquered. There is some passive conversion, but it's negligible. You need to convert with your cabinet to make it worth. Hey, Pound Lock Canals. Now, as of right now, we can only build one of those in Buda. But I will build it. Gotta remember where it is. Here it is. So Pound Lock Canals give 5% local food production and minus 5% local proximity cost. You can only build them in cities, on a coast, a river, or a lake, and they need at least 20 development. But they are a very good building. Very, very good building. No more gold and silver, huh? We still have 6,000 people here. It's probably fine. Diplomats exposed. Whatever. Prestige is a luxury. A luxury I never seem to have in this game. Can expand some of you. Get some more iron going. Where else can I expand? A lot of these are still recovering from our massive expansions. Well, I'll build more books. I like books. Ooh. Libraries. Yep, we want to make sure we have libraries one at a time because we don't have any book surplus. We're almost pre-COVID numbers. We're getting there. We're getting up to our pre-Black Death numbers. We're getting there. Obviously, we're using our pops much more efficiently now compared to then. More wood. More wood. We're getting there. Livestock, I mean, it's over 50%. Some of these are still recovering. As in, they're still trying to put people into jobs. Part of the reason, or part of the problem with being full traditionalist is it does lower our pop promotion speed, which is very nice, to say the least. Very, very nice to have. I don't know if this is necessarily better than trying to urbanize faster, but it is different. Check Turk Air. Turk Air still nothing. The Ottomans do have the Hamadids, or Hamadids, as a vassal. The Ottomans are also allied to Georgia. Not that that matters if the Mamluks decide they want to go north again. The Mamluks will still do Mamluk things. Mamluks are chonky. Mamluks are very chonky. That's very true. Very, very true. Uh, 424 ducats dues. I need to spend the 424 ducats dues. We should probably build more gold. Max out gold and silver mines. Even if I don't have great control over them, we can trade the gold. And that's what it comes down to. Is I want to trade the gold. I mean, gold in our market is super cheap. Maybe I don't want to then. It'll be fine. Our diplomatic spending is up to 24 ducats. Kind of expensive. All those marketplaces are costing us 6.5 ducats. 99 levels of granaries. That is something. Trade income of 98. Mostly for the gold we sell to Krakow and also to Napoli. Gold and silver. Now, yesterday somebody asked me if we were going to have a bullion famine in Europe. And the answer is no. There is no event that does that. But when we max out on making all this gold, and Bohemia maxes out on making all their gold, which they're just about there as well, then there will naturally be a bullion famine where Europe's production of gold can't keep up with the demand of gold as pops demand more things and buildings demand more things. So we will run into that. And that, of course, will make us more money because we're the ones exporting gold. So for us, it's great. For everybody else, it sucks. And eventually, we may have to stop exporting gold again in order to supply our own things first. But I don't think we'll have a problem with that for a while. What's the benefits of full decentralization and which nation should use it? In general, I just don't like decentralization. It's just bad compared to centralization. You do get a state satisfaction and loyalty of subjects. So if you are... Ooh, nice, max literacy. If you are, for example, like an army-based country, and you have all these subjects and you want them to be loyal, maybe at that point you want to stay decentralized. But I think for most countries, you want to push centralization for the crown power and the proximity cost. It's just really good. I guess max war exhaustion is kind of tough, but I think the base max war exhaustion is 20. And if you reach 20 war exhaustion, things have gone poorly already. Because this isn't like EU4 war exhaustion, where like, yeah, it kind of sucks, but it's not a huge deal. You directly lose morale of armies and navies and pop growth as your war exhaustion goes up. So any amount of war exhaustion is a huge long-term detriment to your country. Like, it will obliterate your pop growth if you let this go up. Timor didn't make it to Iraq? No, they never do. They never do. AI Timurids is, as of right now, just not very effective at using its bonuses. Is it possible to get max 100 control of every province and nation? By late game, with railroads, if you take all the right things, there are a couple of countries that can do it. Not everybody can do it, though. Because there are some special reforms and whatnot, like Muscovy has some. There's somebody else here somewhere. Might be the Ottomans. That also give the ability to do that. But not everywhere. Can Biz do it? No, I don't think so. Romaboos and Shambles. They don't get a free game. Imagine. Imagine not getting a completely free game. Recruitment law. Recruitment law is pretty good because we can get more noble levies, and noble levies are cavalry, and that's really nice. You know if you're talking about in-game? I don't think you can get everything to 100%, but you can get it pretty high by end-game, even without all of that. I do want to try and grab armories. Where are my armories? They're down here. And then go down to heavy cav. But I think long term, it's better for me to ignore that. Ooh. I'm going to grab this pop promotion speed. That's pretty important. I was just talking about how we were having troubles with that. We could even grab encourage urbanization for local pop promotion speed increase, which could be kind of interesting. But I think I'd like to start going down Renaissance. I'd like to grab a Renaissance print. It's a special technology that we have. Gives us 2.5% peasant estate satisfaction. Then I'll grab the art school. I do like theaters for the unrest reduction and the increased demand for fine cloth. But I don't think it's a super necessary thing for me to get. Instead, I want the gov reform and the cabinet seat. Then I think I want universities. Then expected cost of court. Then we could go rural noble authority. Or I can go down for the disease resistance. I don't know. I'll hold off on that. That's 8 techs in the future. I don't really need sovereignty. Our crown power is super good right now. Super, super nice. I don't really need to push it up any higher. And the more counting houses I build, the more crown power I'll gain anyways. Speaking of. Let's build 2 more. You knew that I liked art. I think the artist mechanics are interesting. And I think they have potential to be very fun. As of right now, though, they're not all too worth it to really invest into. But I do think there's a lot of interesting potential with them. I'll build a counting house here. That'll work. Closer ties. I'm going to marry the mercenary to my second cousin. Yeah, all right. That's fine. How's my vassal loyalty looking? Looking okay. Some of my vassals are starting to drop a bit. Remember, we only need to keep them over 50 necessarily, technically, but still. Ooh, new banking nation unlocked. The Wessler family. It's interesting. Wessler was a German merchant and banking family from Nuremberg and Augsburg that claimed descent from the Byzantine general Belisarius. They provided a lot of the banking services to the growth of the Habsburg Empire, making them extremely wealthy. By the Age of Discovery, they had trading posts in Antwerp, Madrid, Lisbon, Rome, Lyon, and many other cities. I could go after Bulgaria. Our truce with them will be up in 1402. The CB would last long enough, and I could try and grab Moldavia a coastline. Let's see what debates we have first. ties to subjects, they lose 5 liberty desire. But wouldn't it just go up afterwards? I guess you get more subject loyalty. We could go for mining operations and upgrade a bunch of iron and whatnot. That could work. Yeah, I'm going to go for expanding the mining operations. Papal emissary to the clergy? It just gives influence. Are there any other privileges that I want to hand out? Really, I'm looking at the clergy. Oh, by the way, expansion of zealotry, war on different religion cost is not war score cost. It's different. It is specifically how much it costs to declare a war on someone with a different religion, such as if you did an OCB war against them. That's what that refers to. So, I mean, I still might choose this one, but it's not nearly as good as I thought it was originally. Religious administration pushes us towards communalism. Do I hate that? Do I hate communalism? Kinda. I kinda do. But it's already at 32, so it's not like the push would actually do anything. So I think I'm kind of fine with that. It's kind of good. Well, I might as well go expansionist zealotry. Unless I don't want to go down the belligerent path, and I'd rather go down the conciliatory path. I don't think I do, though. We got good horses, so why would I want to be diplomatic when I can simply send my horses at them? Curious. Curious. I guess I'm up to 73 satisfaction equilibrium. But I can give the other one as well. For religious administration. That's fine too. Now they're at 78. Burgers, do I want to hand you anything? I mean, cheaper building cost would be kind of nice. So I think I will give that to you as well. We're going to pay off this legitimacy for a while. More gold and silver output? I mean, would be kind of throwing not to grab that, right? Would be kind of silly, kind of stupid. But guild investments for progress to Inno is super valuable to me. I do want more Inno. We're at 44 right now, though, so it doesn't really matter if I have more progress. So, not really all that big of a deal. We'll hold off on the gold and silver production for now, because we're still trading fur and saffron, it looks like, and a little bit of gems as well. So I don't think I need more gold necessarily in my market. Was there anything I wanted to hand to the peasants? A lot of the peasant ones are rough. Represented in parliament is doable. Pushes in towards free subjects, though. We love serfdom. Free mobility for the common people. Allow peasants and laborers to migrate. I mean, they already can, because we have a law that says they can. There's one to increase assimilation. No, there's one to decrease assimilation. If you're talking about the clergy. Right? Oh, no, yeah. So pop assimilation speed for less culture capacity. The thing is, we have a lot of cultures accepted. And we could afford to lose 25%, but it'd be better for me to, you know, improve with Bosnia again in... When is that? Improve cultural opinion in 4 years, and then maybe consider integrating Bosnia and accepting Bosnian culture. Right? I definitely think that we're more of a accept all the cultures around us instead of convert everything. Like Croatian, Bosnian, Serbian, and Wallachian, we should probably accept as time goes on. But I do like that privilege, the assimilation one, for other countries. Like Naples, it's super nice. You just get rid of Sicilian. Though arguably you could just keep it as well. But you could get rid of Sicilian as well, and then just have it all be Neapolitan. And then if you take like Sardinia, you can convert Sardinian. Lots of options. But I think we have so many accepted cultures and so much accepted culture ability that it's not really worth it. Was there anything else I wanted to hand out? Represented in Parliament. Sure. Let him in there. Let's see what happens. Maybe these peasants have good ideas. Who knows? Really, we're just trying to make them happy so I can tax them more. That's what it comes down to. I want to get that max commoner tax up. All right? I want to be taking every ducat they've got. And if I have to hide it behind me giving them political rights, that's fine. Between us, though, we know they don't actually get to decide anything. How's the market doing? If you're talking about the Prizren market, it's doing pretty well. There are still parts that are stuck inside because they are a subject of Naples. And for some reason, Pest is technically higher here. I don't know why. Owner is Hungary. I know you guys can't see it, but... yeah, I don't know why this is. It's probably just a calculation error. Because it should be in this one. But it's doing pretty well. It's doing its job effectively. Which is making this much better and lowering the influence of the Dubrovnik market. Though I would love that. I would love to have that. 10%. Yo. Oh, I haven't expanded any mining operations. What am I doing? I'm throwing! Throwing you back at it again. Okay, let's get iron maxed out. Let's get the stone maxed out. Let's get the tin maxed out. Let's get the alum maxed out. Let's get this iron maxed out. Let's get that stone maxed out. Let's get that lead maxed out. I might untown this town, by the way, in the future. Fun fact. Build more gems. That's the only source of lead we have in the pest market. So I'm going to need a lot of lead for a lot of books. A lot of books. No, it failed. That's okay. I probably should have made it not fail. Yeah, I was going to get the CB full Bulgaria and then I forgot. Oops. Oopsies. Oh well. Why are some builds stalled out? They're not. They're all going. It's just taking them a bit. But they're building. Maybe we had a temporary shortage if you saw one that wasn't building. And the Outlander said minus 7 K8s. Oh, yeah, I don't know why it says that sometimes. I don't know. I mean, it's lying. Like, it's not true. It's not true. But, it's doing its thing. Edges are good. Enhanced spies. More spy network construction. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. How much control do we have in our coastal province? 0. 0. Pretty much. But because I have that coastal province, I can trade farther now. So I can trade with Alexandria if I want to. So I guess I should have grabbed the coastal province earlier. And maybe I could have gotten a monopoly on the gold trade to the Mamluks. Egypt is importing some. They actually don't have that large of a demand for gold. We're sending a bunch to the Krakow. Yeah, they have 7.91 demand. Oh, they're exporting it to other places. Sneaky. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Same thing here. I'm exporting the gold to them, and then they're sending it everywhere else. But that's fine, as long as I'm making the money. I don't particularly care. Because my trade route is shorter. So I don't spend as much on upkeep. And then it just gets sent out. Okay, there's Lika fully integrated. So now... yeah, it's still 0. I would like you to change societal values of centralization. And I would like you to increase the province control in Haunt. And I'm hoping that this pushes us over 50 centralization now. No! It gets us to 0.45. Road building rights. Oh, I don't really have anything taking it away. Fortification licenses, but that's from the nobles. I can't really take that away from them at the moment. Monetary fiefs. Ooh, 50 loyalty. Actually. Maybe. Maybe we could rearrange some noble stuff going on here. Not right now, but soon-ish. Soon-ish. One of the downsides of the way that we've been expanding is we're not empowering the burghers a bunch. Which is usually how I like to remove noble powers. I just make the burghers stronger. Tools Guild. Yeah. 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 I'm trying to decide where I want to build things. I could max out this tailor skill, but I just don't think there's a high enough demand. Build it anyways. We have it subsidized at the very least. Build it anyways. Those sheep are still being hired, I guess. I don't know how you hire a sheep, but that's what we're doing. Unhappiest amongst the clergy. Can they not be unhappy, please? Let's just max out the horses for now. Saltpeter, you have 2 fiber crops. Yeah, alright. We'll make some more fiber crops. I actually don't hate these, because it does increase livestock demand, which is nice. Because one of the problems with building the farm villages is that it outputs livestock. And the price of livestock is usually super low. Even if I don't fully expand livestock, it's still super low. So they're not very profitable often. But if I can increase livestock demand, then it'll be worth. You can see we're producing a lot of livestock. A lot. We've bottomed out the price. Dip cost reduces antagonism? Dip cost? More cultural influence. What do you mean by dip cost? Are you talking about the cabinet action? Because the cabinet action does technically reduce aggressive antagonism. I just always forget to do it. Because Diplo Rep does reduce your antagonism. The treasury. I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know. I guess I've never thought about it. Again, I don't really do a whole bunch of wars, so I don't really care about antagonism most of the time. The only reason I care about it here when we're doing this is because Bohemia could get involved at some point, and that would be pretty bad. Otherwise, frick them. Frick them, what do they know? They don't know nothing. We have 2 more years before we can increase cultural opinion with Bosnia again. Oh, Sicily's super gone now. I'm a little worried that they're going to full annex Sicily and they're going to take all their vassals down here. Long term... There it is. They just took a bunch of stuff. They didn't actually annex them. This is disgusting. This is disgusting. Look at this. Look at this. We got Papal States owning stuff. We've got Tunis owning things. We've got vassals of vassals owning things. Sicily's here. Naples took something. Brutal. Brutal. Long term, I'm not sure how long I can keep up this alliance with Naples, because they do have things that I'm going to want. Not for a while, but eventually. How's control? Control is looking pretty good. All things considered. We've got our economic core right in here, and then it just slowly but surely goes out in rings. And yeah, we don't have a lot of control in some of the far-reaching places, but that is to be expected. I'll make roads to some gold mines that we have out here. Out to this amber as well. Build more roads out. And we'll keep working on it. Since the Balkans are stable at this time, they decided to Balkanize Sicily. Well, to be fair, I Balkanized the Balkans. And then, yeah, I guess Sicily is the next step. This happens somewhat often, is that they do get split up like this. It's horrendous. Another not great spot for a market that I found. Sicily. Which was kind of surprising. I would have figured that it would have been a good spot for a market, since it's, you know, it was like a breadbasket at one point. That was a long time, right? That was like Rome. But they really only have 2 wheat and a livestock for good food. Why am I in a coalition war against Tunis? This is one thing that I'm not a huge fan of, is that the AI can use favors to call you into a war, and you don't even have the option of saying no. We just get brought into war. That's a lot of manpower. I'm gonna be honest with you, Naples. I'm not helping. Mostly because I don't have boats. Like, I guess I could help try and siege down parts of Sicily, but Bosnia wants money. Alright, Bosnia, fair enough. But yeah, I can't even get down there. Holy Tunis. I think they have about 15,000 troops. I'm not sure if they have any more than that. Because when we hover over here, these are the actual troops they have. I think this includes manpower when it shows it. I think. I do know that this is the amount of troops they have fielded right now. They're currently on boats. They're no longer on boats. Oh, Naples is going to need my help. No, my vassals will get there. Surely. Naples, have you gotten us military access? That's on you, dog. Hey, you know what? If you wanted me to help, you'd get the mill access. I'm just saying. Not to be a bad ally or anything, but if you really wanted my help, if you really needed my help, you would have figured it out. I should max out the wine in our capital. It's just, we have peasants there. We'll always have peasants there. So I might as well just do it. Port is still at 0 control. I mean, they're not calling me in because of the port. They're just calling me in because they have favors. But, yeah, I mean, the port's going to remain at 0 control for a long time. I just wanted to make sure that I could start to trade with the Mamluks and whatnot. You know what I'm surprised of? Is that I don't have an increased demand for sugar. I guess the burgers are just importing all the sugar that I need right now. Sugar is a pretty good early trade good. Especially if you can find some spots with large pops in cities. They like sugar a lot. Yeah, usually Italy, Paris, London, pretty good spots to trade sugar to. We don't have any sugar here. But it is what it is. There's a couple of good sugar spots down here in Sicily. Oh, we just unlocked something I have to pay for. We'll go over that. The thing is, there's only 2, and one of them is a city, so it can't be too big. And this one doesn't have a ton of pops. So this one also is not too big. This is also a town at the moment. I think it starts off as a town. I might be wrong about that, though. So there's a couple of sugar locations in Sicily. You've got some in Granada at the start for sugar here, but that's really all the sugar in Europe. A lot of it you can get from Egypt. I'm not sure how much they're actually trading right now, though. Usually it's the main thing that they export out of this node. Yeah, so they're exporting what, about 7, 8? And then there's a couple of people that are importing from them. And then the burgers are exporting an additional 1.8. And they also have some pretty good modifiers down here. They give 25% local sugar output. So you can make a ton of sugar down here, and you've got the pops to actually produce it. I mean, right here, you have 119,000 peasants and 19 sugar levels. You can supply Europe with their sugar for a long, long time. Simus, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How goes the stream? I think you were playing some EU5 today, weren't you? I hope it went well. How goes ours? Good. We've been here for checks notes. 7 hours, I think, at this point. Something like that. We're going, right? Is that good math? 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 7. I'm getting kind of hungry. I won't lie. But we're doing well. We're doing well. We've made it 20 years. I think we made it 20 years today. Maybe a little bit more than that. We were yapping for like the first 2.5 hours of stream. Played EU5, looked at the clock's only 5 hours had passed. It does that. It does that to you. Who are you playing? Who are you opening with? I gotta find places to spend money. Lumber? Max it. Just max the lumber. The peasants will eventually take the jobs. Lumber? Max it. The peasants will take the jobs. You started in Ireland, lost in Ireland. Now you're trying again. You voted to start in Ireland and try to crush England. Didn't go well. Oh, scary. Scary. Who in Ireland are you starting as? But yeah, I mean, England is definitely scary. I think the plan would be to hopefully fight them when they're busy in the 100 Years' War, right? Maybe wait for them to lose a battle or something in France, if they lose. Those longbowmen, they're deadly. Oh, you want me to subsidize this building? Why don't you just work the job? The price of my masonry is 13% higher than base. I don't understand how you're telling me this is not going to be profitable. Are you crazy? Are you stupid? The price of stone is super low. Work the masonry job. You fools. You started as Munster. You're surrounded by England's vassals. Ooh. Yeah, that might be a tough one. That might be a tough one. Next attempt was in North Ireland. Can't remember the starting name. Well, good luck with your future Ireland runs. I look forward to probably watching a little bit of it. Tunis. I think Tunis is going to win this war. Can I leave? Not yet. I don't think Tunis can do anything to me in the peace deal. So I'm not too concerned about it. And if they do, I'll be very sad. Be very, very sad. Who is yelling? Hello? I know we're looking at the Western Schism, but there's no reason to yell. Oh, the Pope is dead. Rippy dippy to the Pope. Also, Castile is having a tough time. Real big civil war going on over there. We've been hanging out. We've had no rebels. No rebels, no civil wars. Just plucking along, I guess. Build that. I can build a couple more counting houses. Never mind. Kosovo wants my money. Freaking vassals, man. So demanding. You give them their autonomy, you let them make money, you make a whole market for them to succeed, and they still want more. No good. No good. You know, I wouldn't hate if Naples did get a little bit weakened here. Can I make the Bosnians like me yet? I'm not sure. Naples annuls their alliance with me. What in the world? County of Val di Girgenti. Tunis forced them to release that. Well, it was inevitable that eventually we would come to blows. I guess maybe it'll be sooner rather than later. So I'd like to get control over the Dubrovnik market myself. And I don't think there's really much Naples could do to stop me. Siena and Scilly. Okay. I can make another fiefdom. They're pretty loyal. Interesting. Moldavia is a fiefdom. I thought it was a march. Okay. I mean, that's fine. Kind of unfortunate, but fine. There's not much I can do about it. I guess they're allowed to just be a fiefdom, hang out over there. Let's build a bunch of marketplaces. I could build up marketplaces in my subjects. You know what? I'll be nice. I'll help them out. I'll build some marketplaces. Let the trade commence. Really, the secret is I want to export more gold, and if I build up their marketplaces in my node, then there's a chance that they will export the gold for me. But they won't be able to export gold until after I export it. So it just means that they'll do more trades for more goods, and that way the price of my goods remains higher, and that's what I want. I want my money to go up. And if I have to build marketplaces in their land to make that happen, so be it. We could do that. That's not a problem. Get the paper maker up to max. How's our Tailor's Guild doing? Yeah, you know, not great. We have not collapsed the price of wool, so We really, really need more of that. And at this point, it's just waiting. Like, we've built the wool. We just need the pops to actually start working said wool. Ooh. Money, stability, or research? The answer is always research. That gives us a Renaissance Prince. That's our special tech for peasant estate satisfaction, equilibrium, and artist salary reduction, which I forgot. We now have access to cultural investment. Yippee! So we can spend money on artists to create new works of art. It also increases the prestige based on how much we pay them. You can spend a lot of money on this, or not a lot. For us, it's super cheap right now because we only have one artist, I think. We have 2 artists. We have 2 artists, so... Okay, he sucks. He's terrible. He's oh, and the salary's more expensive. I don't think I can fire him either. But artists can create art, and when they create art, it's then placed inside your capital, and they have all kinds of bonuses that help you with conversion and promotion speed, assimilation speed, institution growth, and cultural tradition, which is not nearly as good as cultural influence, but it's fine. It's fine. We'll do that. We'll let our artists make art, and we'll see what they do with it. I'm going to try and build 3 libraries at a time. I don't know if it's going to work, because we're going to run out of books. And then they're both going to build super slowly. And I can probably improve with Bosnia now. Cultural opinion increased. Nice. So now if I wanted to accept Bosnian culture, it's got 1 check mark. So if I wanted to accept it, it would cost 0.38. If we wanted to tolerate it, it would be 0.12. So that's pretty cheap. I believe you can get it down to 0.15 if it's maximum. But because the relations with Bosnian was negative in the beginning, we'd have to wait another 50 years to improve it. And we might. We might. But I think the next improvement I want to do is with Serbian. Because there is more Serbian culture. So being able to core up all of this is more important to me than being able to core up this. And we have Croatian. Oh. But we can also just accept it. Like, Bosnian is 0.38, so we can accept it now. And later on, if we want to try and make it cheaper, we could still do that. How hard is it to convert culture compared to religion? Do you need the same religion to convert culture like in EU4? No, it's the same. It's the same. You just do it with your cabinet. In general. It's harder to have humanist compared to spiritualist. And both of those make the other slower. And the one you have faster. So spiritualist makes you do religious conversions faster. And cultural slower. Humanist is vice versa. Wallachia has joined the coalition. We're going to promote castle works here. And reduce opinion with Venla. And I'm going to make a claim. Fabricate CB. On that. And we're going to go ahead and declare another war. Empress, that's not a problem. We're going to declare war on these guys before they can join a coalition. We're up to 20,000 levies. Veneration of relics. From the highest noble to the lowest peasant, people believe that the veneration of relics allows the supplicant to reduce their time in purgatory. However, a treatise opposing this practice has been found in Sopron, nailed to the door of one of our churches. Don't be nailing things to doors, all right? Which is a very substantial relic collection. Is there any truth to these treaties complaints, or are they merely the words of naysayers and heretics seeking to harm the unity of the Catholic Church, our one true path to salvation? We just bought a vial of the milk of the Virgin Mary. I am not gonna dive into that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, it's not real. Like, you didn't actually buy that, but if you had actually bought that, that's crazy. Can you improve opinion of / worse culture if you own all the land? Nope. Has to be a vassal or an ally. Our second cousin died of a choking accident. Skill issue. And let's split these in half. Ooh. Look at this guy. 96 admin, 100 mil. Yes, please. Absolutely. You can be a general. 100%. You can go and siege down Bulgaria's capital. Meanwhile, you can... Okay, you're 61. You're kind of old to be leading troops here. You can go and grab the war goal over here. Because we don't need them all in one stack, I don't think. And my subjects will siege a bunch as well. Martin Luther, is that you? Hopefully not. It's a little early. Little early for good old Martin Luther to be showing up, causing issues. I want to sort by distance. Oh, it's wanting me to build roads into my subjects as well. I mean, like, long term, I'm not against that. But for right now, I'd rather build roads into my own territory to get a little bit better of control and market access. That's really what it comes down to as well. Especially for all this down here. We lost. Skill issue. Why? Oh. I probably attacked in a bad spot. And I also have no morale because I've been marching. I should have paid a little bit more attention to my troops. Perhaps got a little bit overconfident with the marching far distances. Maybe just a little bit. Just a little bit. You're gonna go in here. Bulgaria actually has some pretty good land. The RGOs aren't necessarily the best ever. They do have some dyes that they start with, and they have some gold as well, I thought. There's some silver over here. There's some dyes as well, but they have a lot of flatlands. There's some farmlands and some grasslands here. Really good at projecting control down and even into like Constantinople and whatnot. And going up here, I mean, there's some woods, but once you get a road through here, you can get decent control up into this as well. It's pretty nice. Now, it doesn't help if you move your capital to the middle of nowhere. Middle of nowhere in the middle of a forest on a mountain. At that point, you're kind of out of luck. Oh, we fought them. We fought them too fast. I should not be on speed 5. I should be on speed 4. So that way if we do get into battles, we can watch them. Okay, that's been taken. Assault ability plus 10%. Nice. Now we can go grab this. Epirus is too big for a vassal. I don't even know what I want to do here. Necessarily. Like, I want to take this. This is all Wallachian culture, so arguably I should give it to North Muntenia. That being said, they haven't finished integrating anything. So, did you... Son of a biscuit, man. I should have just released them down here. I should have figured they'd be stupid. I mean, it's not really stupid. It'd be better if their capital was here. Why would you put it there? Or you put it here on this town. Or here on this town. What do you mean? There's like 6,000 guys here. Why would you make that your capital? I think it's because I released them from here. And this is the province capital. So they make this their capital automatically. But that does not make any sense. Because there are two much better options here in towns. I mean, this town would be great. Because then you can actually project control down into here. But hey, what do I know? What do I know? I guess I hand this over to Moldavia. It would give Moldavia a coastline, which is cool. Counterpoint. Eventually, I want to give this over to Moldavia anyways. Once the Horde is no longer in a rebellion and I can actually declare war on them. So I don't really need to give Moldavia all of this stuff. I mean, we could do the funny. And I could take land down here and release a vassal. So that way I can stop the Ottoman from expanding. That being said, it doesn't make much sense to do that. We could just keep going down the Danube. Well, Wallachia has this side of it, so that doesn't really make much sense either. I could try and grab this pocket in here that I was pointing out. That's kind of far away, though. Soon, maybe the Otto cousin. Still no. I think it's because he's not of the right dynasty. That's so sad. Imagine how funny it would be. How funny it'd be. I could get a border with the Byzantines. Or with Serbia. There is gold and gems down here. But, you know, it is what it is. Culture-wise, Bulgarian. I should probably just start working away at securing all the Bulgarian land for myself. In which case, putting the capital here. Okay, where's the province capital? Okay, that's a good province capital. So it could be something where I go for... Oops, I did not mean to do that. So we could do something like this. 90 aggressive expansion? Are you crazy? I mean, it doesn't matter because it's just Bulgaria and Wallachia who really care. But, like, come on. Even the Ottomans gained antagonism from that. Come on. Why are you so dramatic? Okay, we'll take the 2 provinces. I need to think about my aggressive expansion for Croatia, so I don't want too much. So we'll take 2 provinces down here. And the money. Though, to be fair, I could take these 2 here. Hear me out. Hear me out. I could take a coastline here, which should hopefully extend my trading range into this area so I can trade with these guys. Because right now, I cannot trade with anybody over here. It's too far. But I think if I take a coastline here, I will have the range. War goal? Yeah, I'm skipping out on the war goal here a bit. I should have made it over here. But if I'm going to take this myself, I don't actually want a lot of the land. I just want enough to actually get the coastal trade range. But yeah, it would give me access to the Black Sea trade, which would be kind of nice. I mean, I could take the rest of this and then feed it over to a subject and then just keep one location for myself. But I think it's not worth it. I think we just go to here. What's the natural harbors here? Okay, yeah, the Tulcha Natural Harbor is better at 55%. So that'll be better for trading. It'll make it cheaper to trade through here. I'll also need to make a road from here all the way up to my capital, I guess. I think that helps. Man, that is quite the trip, isn't it? Quite the trip. Either way, I think that's what we do. think that's our peace deal. Let some occupations go through and we should be fine. In and out, 20-minute adventure, no problem. No problem. We'll secure this. They should just decide to peace out. Oh. Autocephalous Patriarchate seat falls. After a turbulent siege and valiant defense of the resident garrison, Plovdiv has fallen to the might of our great armies. Within its walls resides a powerful religious authority, as the town once hosted dignitaries of the Orthodox faith. The question remains yet, should we abolish this kindred institution or adopt it under our protection? Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna have to say destroyed. Every member of the Autocephalous Patriarchate will hate me more. Now that I think about that. Okay, it's just Moldavia. Which one are you guys a part of? Which one are you a part of? You're not even in one. Does that mean you want to be Catholic? I can make you Catholic. You just have to promise not to have 100 liberty desire. Yeah, I say we just dissolve it. We're not here to be the bulwark of orthodoxy. Then I need to release a new subject. I think I'll make it a vassal. Do we have a historical subject here? No. Custom subject from this spot. It can be... just make it a random person. And then I can feed the county of Zagor that one. Ta-da! And then I can probably move my cabinet guy, because the centralization is probably moved over. Yeah. I gotta get something else to increase centralization. But you can go ahead and work on integrating this, just to make it a little bit less problematic in the long term. 1417. Is that real? Because if that's real, that's not worth it. Just straight up not worth it at all. Why? Hungarian cultural influence versus Wallachian cultural tradition. Ah. Right, because I haven't started my universities and lots of libraries. And so because of that, my cultural influence is not high enough. Current cultural influence of Hungarian is 51. And the cultural tradition of Wallachian is somewhere. Is 108. We're actually going to catch up at some point. We can increase it by more. Which makes it difficult for us to integrate all of this. Well, we just won't integrate it then. We'll just leave it there. Doesn't really matter. If we get rebels there in the future, it'll be like 100 guys. And we just walk down and deal with it real quick. So instead, are there any other values that you can be pushing here? We're actually pushing towards free subjects. Boo. Don't like that. We love serfdom. What the heck? What the heck? Okay, well, push towards serfdom then. I need to find more sources of serfdom. more serfdom, please. Library. So the easy ways to increase cultural influence is libraries. They give 0.1. Yeah, they give 0.1. And then universities, which give 0.5. And if you have a higher cultural influence than somebody's cultural tradition, you integrate their locations with those cultures much faster. I forgot. I don't have enough books. If you want burgers, does that mean more free subjects? I don't want lots of burgers. I want lots of peasants. I want the peasants. I want to tax the peasants. I want the peasants to give me their money. I want to build up a bunch of rural locations. And then in the next age, maybe, I will consider starting to supercharge everything else. AKA urbanize like crazy. I'm going to preemptively build all that copper because I know that it'll be nice to have. When I do start making cannons and whatnot. I can build more fur. I'll even expand that amber. Fur and fur. I'm checking control here. Another livestock there. I can get max scriptoriums at a monastery in that town. You're still recovering legumes. Right, this is not a core. This is only integrated because it is wrong culture. It's jazz culture. So I should probably culture convert this. So that way it becomes a core. So that way this control can go down. Or can go up. We need more roads, my lord. More roads? I don't know. Like effective roads? You know what? You're right. You're right. Check the checklist, okay? Number 1. Can I build more roads? If yes, build more roads. That's it. That's the whole checklist. It's pretty short. Our spies discover a good bureaucrat. I will consider that. Thinking about a burger privilege. Thinking about guild investments. Let's do that, and then I can grab the legitimacy from this so I don't have to pay to re-up my legitimacy. Please tell me you can merge Buddha and Pest. Bad news. Bad news on that front. Not gonna happen. I'm afraid to tell you. There is Buddha and there is Pest. There is no Budapest. That's a dream. We can max out a brewery here. It's kind of interesting. Why not? Took all my money. All roads lead to Buddha. That's right. You can't come back on funding. You would regret it. Funding what? Roads? Maybe. Maybe I would regret it. We could build more bridges too. Hey, more roads means more bridges. The bridge builder can continue building his bridges. He's an inspiring leader. More monthly morale. Or army morale. And he's also careful for less antagonism received. Decentralization progress? Die. Die. Cast yourself from the bridge. What the? Decentralization? Who do you think you are? We can build an art school now. Gets 0.1 tradition and influence for culture. And 10% skill of new artists. You can only build it in your capital, though. So you can get one of them. But I will build it. If I can click on the right place to look at the building. Boom. Art school. Build the art school. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. And that is pretty good. And then we can make some money. I think we're going to go for about 15 more minutes. And then I'm probably going to have to call it for the day. Because I'm getting kind of hungry. And I should also, like, go outside. I should go outside and stare at some grass, too. Probably. Maybe touch it? I don't know. Might be a good idea. Might be a good idea. I think we just keep building roads. More roads. Build roads. That sounds awful. Virtual grass is fine. I don't know about that. I think it might be good for the mental. MNRU5 in the works? I have no idea. I got zero clue about anything like that. Myself. Okay, we have 4 more techs that we've already planned out. Some really good ones that we're going to get here. Gov reforms, cabinet seats, universities. Also education of the elite law. Very nice. Then we'll probably swap back over to... armories. Swap over to armories and then go down to heavy cav. No, we lost a cabinet member. Uh-oh. We're running out of crown characters. Uh-oh. We definitely don't want to lose all this free crown power that we've been having. It's very nice. Is the Bank of Ming open in EU5 for your roads? You have fun attacking China to make money. I don't think I'll be interested in doing that and fighting that many troops. You're more than welcome to try. Is Portugal is losing to the Castilian nobles. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. This guy, I guess, can go back to converting things. $104,000 people, but not fully converted. What about Zorand? 78? Okay. We can work on that. To be fair, though, they're just going to convert to Calvinism. They're just going to become Calvinists when the time comes. You are not marrying anybody. You are getting cabinet rights. Congratulations. Welcome to the cabinet. 79,176. Yes. Fire the guy I just hired. No, fire this guy. Oh, he's a cabinet head. I can't fire him. Okay, fire this guy. Welcome to the cabinet, ma'am. You are great. Okay, now I can... No, I can't marry her. Yeah, you can't marry your daughters if they are in the cabinet, and that's fine. This isn't necessarily the job that I would like her working at. But I bet you, if I put her on change societal values to centralization, we might be able to get past 50. No! It's still not enough. Market fairs from the nobles. Nobles? Or burgers? Whatever you are. Whoever and whatever you are. Burgers, where are you? 40 stability. Oh, I should have taken it earlier. Rip. Rippy dippy. Rippy dippy. Okay. Well, instead, let's go ahead and have you increase control in Haunt. And you can go ahead and assimilate Pops to Hungarian. Where? Where was that? Here. Sorry to those guys. Nothing personal. It's just, I'd like a core. So you can start to work on that. She converts 84 people a month. Yep. Alright. That'll work. Can you marry her? Nope, sorry. She's too good. She's too good for all of us. She's got to belong in that cabinet. Also, number 10, great power. Kind of crazy. If I could somehow become an emperor. Maybe I should consider becoming Lutheran. Maybe I should consider it. What do we think? We're supposed to be all, you know, Catholic pilled and whatnot, but at the same time, becoming an empire would put me into great power status. Though there are downsides to being a great power. Without a doubt. Big one being your cost of court becomes super expensive. Fail RP. Well, it'd be nice if the Western Schism ended at some point. That'd be super cool. So that way we can actually interact with our faith. That is one of the big downsides of being Catholic. And it makes it kind of suck. Is that you enter the Western Schism immediately. And that's just like it. Like we do have a cardinal, so we can kind of, sort of interact with this. But otherwise, like the whole thing pretty much just stops. And there's not much you can do about it. Like you can't do any of these debates because the Curia actions are all blocked. I guess they can excommunicate us. That's true. We do be learning that. I don't want to tax the clergy there like that. Come on. The clergy are men of God. Surely we cannot take their money. AKA research time. I love research. Library. I can build one library here. And you know what I'm going to do is build scriptoriums everywhere. I will have books, damn it. I will have books. Now, this is going to hurt on the dyes front, so let's make sure that we are increasing our dyes down here in the south as well. So I want to make sure that we're not spiking the price of dyes too much, because that makes fine cloth more expensive, it makes the books more expensive, and it makes the art school more expensive, I guess. And the Carpenters Guild more expensive, I suppose. But those ones aren't that significant to me. How's our food doing? It's doing pretty good, actually. All things considered. How's market food? Oh, yeah. Perfectly fine. 47,000 food can be stored here. That's pretty good. We're competing with the Paris market. I think we started off around 17,000. I think we were like London market. We've just built a lot of food storage. Oh, that was even in the winter time. We're making 2,100 food now. Pretty good. Do bridges help control going down the river or across the river? I think it just helps going through that location in general. No matter the direction. Look at all the bridges we can build. Yo. The bridge builder is so back. So back. We are going to... Ooh, nice. Possible government reform. We're going to have so many bridges. Okay, so we can make our third government reform here. Kind of tempted from agricultural cultivation for the serfdom. Because there is universal serfdom at some point. I don't know where we get it from, though. Do we get it from a technology? from... Where was the one that was talking about, like, the power of the nobles? It's somewhere around here. Power of the nobles. Power of the nobles. Is it back over here somewhere? Power of the nobles. There's like a whole thing about it. I could just look it up. Search bar. Rights of the nobles. Does this unlock universal serfdom? It says 13, and then it doesn't give us 13 in total, but it might just be counting these as well. Is Age of Discovery universal serfdom? Ah, it's the next age, which reduces peasant power, increases crown power, and monthly progress to serfdom. In order to get this, we need to have 50, I think it's 50 progress towards serfdom. It might be even more. So we're going to want that. Rural Noble Authority gives progress to serfdom. So let's make sure we grab that eventually. Oh, it was literally right below where we started. Special? Nope, nope. Anybody can get it. That's what I want to do. As for this, let's go. Powerful magnets sounds like a stupid idea. I think Royal Decree works for me. Gives me more crown power. Estate satisfaction decay. I believe that means that if you get more loyalty through an event, it just goes back down faster. But it also gives progress to centralization, which we do know that we need. So we're going to go for Royal Decree here. We removed autocracy. Did I click on autocracy? Did I do that? Did I not click on the plus button? Maybe it needed a month tick to update? Maybe it needed a month tick to update. And so it thought that I was just removing the first one. Well, that's an unfortunate loss of stab. I mean, it is what it is. Well, the thing is, I kind of want that one back. I kind of want autocracy back. For the crown power. Is there anything else I'd rather have? Maybe mutually exclusive? No. I think I just need to wait a month tick for the tech to actually update that I could have an additional slot. Damn. France at the gates of Rome? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They're taking this whole schism thing real seriously. Claim throne on Naples. So I can beat them is the thing. I can. I could beat them. But the odds that they stay in my thing for so long are not super high. For example, I would lose them immediately. I would lose them immediately. So I don't think we're going to do that. We are about to lose the Anjou dynasty, though. 42? I mean, I don't know if she can have kids anymore. So... Wait, it worked! Oh, no, that's her brother. That's her brother. Never mind. I thought that... Okay. But, I mean, technically she's in line for Naples right now, but it wouldn't even matter because it would still break the personal union. We're going to lose the Anjou dynasty, I think, which is fine. I don't particularly care. Which means we'll get a new flag. Yo. New flag, new flag, new flag. But that'll happen when this guy dies. I mean, maybe he gets another kid. Who knows? I mean, she might die, and then we can royal marry again, and I don't know. I don't think I could ask the Pope for a divorce. I think that's here, maybe. Members, papal bulls. No. Is it in? You think it's in here then? Request aid. No divorce. Okay, well. Rippy dippy to the Anjou dynasty then. We're gonna be free from the French. Ah, boo! Boo! Georgian Orthodox? Hey, yo. I mean, multiple spouses, to be fair. Huh? Wait, time out. How in the world is this kid the heir? I mean, he is of their dynasty, to be fair. Heir in the Kingdom of Georgia? No. No way. No way there's about to be a union between the Ottomans and Georgia. That's wild. That's wild. Because he is the brother of the current ruler of the Ottomans. There's going to be a union between the Orthodox Georgians and the Sunni Ottomans. Bro, Egypt's going to declare... Egypt's going to declare foul. And they're going to come up here and they're going to start stomping. They won't, I don't think. But that is wild. The world's a crazy place. Crazy place. Also the Georgian heir? Yeah, because this is the son of the Georgian consort. Is why. Wait, Georgia's a subject of the Chobanids? Yeah, that's fair. To be fair, this is kind of a tough war for Georgia to not get subjugated by someone over here. Huh. Well, there you go. That's going to be something. But I think it's going to be tomorrow. I think I'm done for today. I'm tired and I'm hungry. I'm very hungry. We'll probably be back to normal start time tomorrow. So that'll be like 3 hours. 3 hours earlier than start time today. We'll see, though. If I wake up and I really want to play some EU5, which there's a good chance I will, then we'll get back to it. But we'll keep going with our Hungary game. We're doing pretty well. Our tax base has increased quite significantly. We were stagnant for a while. I'm not sure where along this graph we were today. I think right here is where we started. And then we built up all those towns, so our pops are growing. I mean, we're back up to 2.735. We're not quite up to where we were before the Black Death, but we are getting there. We are getting there, which is kind of nice. Kind of nice. Okay. Exclamation point VOD to get to the VOD channel. I will try and get this uploaded to the VOD channel tonight. Exclamation point Discord to get to the Discord channel. Let's see who else is out there playing EU5. Surely there's got to be somebody. Surely there's got to be somebody out there playing some EU5. Oh yeah, we got lots of people playing EU5. Let's see. Where do we want to go? Where do we want to go? I'll send you guys over to Habibi. He's playing as the Ayyubids. So that's going to be a little bit different from what we were doing today, for sure. So I will send you guys on over to him. So I will start that. And then I will see you all tomorrow, all right? We will continue with the Hungry. And I don't know, maybe we can finally take more of Austria if the French allow us to. I do not want to fight France. I really don't want to fight France. That's going to be a lot of fighting I don't want to do. All right? But that's going to be it for today. I'd like to thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you in the next one.
Something like that. Yeah.